Right. What's position?
That is live. Great, thank you.
He wants to look good on TV.
Yeah, that's it. Like, if I get rid of the cameras, then I'll go back to normal.
Seem to be good.
Just for my mom to let her first like 5 minutes and then like.
Where do you have this? So it'll be on the website. We're just getting it online. So the website now.
Clock, please.
Everything on the stairs, really nice.
So I've got it in test.
To get an England tattoo just for the team.
No. I actually went to get that one done, and my wife actually, so when I come back, she said we only want an hour, and if you want to stay, that's what I'm going back to that one for next week. It's a good idea. Thank you.
One of them. One shot. I know we're gonna get one of them. I'm not gonna get it like that. I'm not testing this. Was leaving it.
I'm surprised myself. I still don't
I think cold is very fast. It's like half of my stack.
Anyway.
Could have come worse. Could have come
The Razz tournament players, you'd like to make your way to the car, you see the cameras down on the screen, so it will start in 2 minutes. 2 minutes, thank you.
A warm welcome to Asper's Casino in Stratford in London for the APAT World Championships of Amateur Poker. It's Good Friday and we're going to be following day 2 of the team event. Day 1 took place yesterday with 18 heads-up tournaments plus 2 rounds of sit and goes. By the end of day yesterday, Germany were top of the table with 69 points, England on 57, Scotland on 56, Wales on 50, Ireland on 50, Wales on 43, Italy on 42, Portugal on 38, Belgium on 33, and bottom of the table at the moment, Holland on 28, but very much all to play for. We're playing one more round of sit and goes today, which we're going to follow 2 of the tables, one of the no limit hold'ems and one of the Omaha tables. Before all the players will play in one MTT to decide who gets crowned World Amateur Poker Team Champions for 2016. We'll be streaming all day, right through to the conclusion of this. We've also got a Razz side event that's just started, which perhaps we'll be able to give you a bit of the action from later on. And also at 4 o'clock today, day 1 of the High Roller. Hopefully I'll be joined by a number of volunteers and guests along the way, so you don't just have to listen to my voice constantly. Funnily enough, I've just been joined by Dan Williams at the update area, who's about to start the Razz, I'm guessing, Daz.
No. We're going to give the Razz a miss. We've got the High Roller in a couple of hours. And even though I'm pretty terrible at Razz, I don't think I can bust it in 4 hours. So I'm just going to probably float around, give you a hand, say rude things on the commentary, and go from there, I think.
Excellent. So, did you manage to catch any of the updates yesterday of the team event? Obviously, Germany at the top.
Yeah, Germany at the top, followed closely by England, and then the rest are kind of all there or thereabouts. We all know that day 2 of these competitions are where it all changes. You've got the MTT later today, which, is... I remember one year famously where Wales were coming in bottom of the pack going into the MTT, and I think they had 3 or 4 at the final table. And
they absolutely bossed it.
And swung it round. So, yeah, I mean, we've got Germany, England and Scotland are kind of there or thereabouts in the medal positions currently. The German team look really strong. I recognise a couple of their players from the last couple of years. They're certainly not going to mess around. England looks strong as well. You know, Brian has put in a couple of good performances. Paresh, I know, is certainly looking forward to the PLO rounds. And Shirley and Matt are obviously... are good at picking up points. They're not going to put their chips in willy-nilly. And the Scottish are, the Scottish.
Not a lot to say, really.
Well, no. They're pretty sturdy in what they do.
Boisterous and patriotic, I think.
And they wear skirts. But who am I to say anything about that? But yeah, I mean, there's still a lot to look at. My big surprise is Italy are way down. The defending champions are in 6th at the moment. So it'll be interesting to see if they can... turn it round, but again, they've got more bracelets than Heinz Jewelers, haven't they? So they're doing it. I'm sure they'll turn it around today.
Absolutely. So we're going to focus on the first feature table of the day. It's a pot limit Omaha sit and go, as he has to quickly stretch over and see how many cards they're being dealt.
No, you are right.
So unfortunately, we've already lost one player here, but I'll quickly run through who we've got on the seats. In seat 1 is Brian Yates from England. In seat 2, Luca Canelli from Italy. Seat 3, Ben Burnhill from Scotland. Bruno Rilo in seat 4 for Portugal. Philip Hines in seat 5 for Germany. Seat 6 is Nicky Raskin for Belgium. Seat 7 is Simon Hill from Wales. Eamon Gavin in seat 8 from Ireland. And Sandra van der Steen in seat 9 for Holland. We've already lost the Belgian player, Nicky Raskin. He went very early on. We're only half an hour into this event, so
I imagine the word pot was used.
I think pot might have been used quite a bit.
Vamos ver na televisão. Já está ali, olha lá.
Championship levels are up. Now, I order with a fast control. I order the live updates.
This guy comes full.
Now there's a plus.
I just swallowed the nuts.
So although we've got a feature table here with a flop cam on the Omaha game, we're actually also got camera set up on a secondary table. So just the other side of the camera setup, we've got a no limit hold'em table going on. In seat 1 is England's Matt Carter. Seat 2 is Frank Stump from Germany. Seat 3 is Nuno Polino from Portugal. Seat 4 is Irish captain Frank Bailey. In seat 5 is Chris Kelly from Scotland. In seat 6 is Welsh captain Warren Jones. In seat 7 is Massimo De Pera from Belgium. We've already lost in seat 8, the Dutch player. Becky Sally's gone. And in seat 9 is Diego Siriano from Italy. So we'll keep an eye on this table as well. Let you know what's going on. Chips look reasonably even at the moment. Looks like our friend from Germany's actually picked up the chips to start with. Obviously, Germany top of the table at the moment. So I've been joined back in the commentary area by Dan Williams, who's going to be with us for a little while.
Hello all. Hope we're well. It is a sunny bank holiday Friday. Des is loitering with intent.
Always loitering
with an
intent.
open top shirt today. It's a
very.
It's a very sultry look. Okay, so back to the action. I hope I am looking at the right feature table. Otherwise, this could be super awkward.
I'm going to have to. I'll possibly here have to. We might just take 30 seconds while I explain to Dan how the technology works. This one.
I don't understand any of this. This is all too flash for me. But we've had an open here. Oh wow, Lee's pressing buttons and it's doing magical things. Oh wow. Right, what you can't see here, ladies and gentlemen, is Lee's new calculator that seems to change all of the pictures, but it's very exciting. I'm very confused, but I'm just going to say what I see. It's a bit like catchphrase with Roy Walker. It's good, but it's not right. Sandra from Holland there seems quite happy. She's possibly won her first pot there. Little open and take it.
Right, so I've given Dan camera control.
Yeah, apologies.
Anything could happen.
Yeah, I don't really know what's going on, but we'll press the buttons and see what happens. So, for those that don't know, this is day 2 of the World Team Championships. We have a host of countries, and I'll be honest, I don't know how many. 9, I believe. 9 countries competing for the coveted first prize. They play rounds of sit and goes, which include Hold'em, Heads Up, and PLO, which is what we're currently watching now. And then the tournament concludes with a free-for-all MTT in which ranking points are scored depending on finishing places, and it's a cumulative total of points for the teams to win. This year, Lee, is there going to be heads-up playoffs for the medals?
Nope, it's just a straight.
No, it's just a straight
winner, top 3.
Apologies for my stupidity there, but
no, but there has in the past actually.
I was going to say the year I played, there was playoffs.
We've had playoffs in the past, but also we've had an absolute proper tie back in an event in Luton. I think it was Poland and France had to have a 3-way heads-up playoff for the title.
Oh really? Who won that? Do you remember?
Poland.
Good memory. I wouldn't have known that.
I was there, so it helps.
Oh, okay, yeah, it certainly does help. A bit different when I played. It was the top 4 went into heads-off rounds for the medals, gold and silver and bronze, and not a lot of bronze, in which we came 3rd. But we'll go back to the action now anyway. If I press that button, you should get to see the flop. How magical is that? So it's a 10-6-6-3 2-diamond board. We have what seems a sort of 3/4 pot bet here from Sandra from Holland. Again, this is PLO, so you get dealt 4 cards, and you have to use 2 of those in combination with the board to make your strongest 5-card hand.
So it's just Simon and Sandra in this hand.
Seems to be a little bit of a think.
Simon's having a think, having another look at the board.
Yeah, it's interesting because, you know, on a board texture such as this, there's a variety of possibilities. He decides
you see Simon from the
to lay it
bottom left
down.
hand, or just about from the bottom left-hand corner of your screen there.
Yeah, we can see his drink.
Muck, yeah. So Sandra
Yes.
says thank you very much, and stacks up some chips.
Lucy's coming over in a 1950s dress, tottering along with her red
Afternoon,
shoes.
Lucy.
She's off to she's
wants to go away quickly.
off to
Run
Oz
away,
with
Lucy
her little
runs
red
away.
shoes.
I think we'll catch up more with Lucy later on. She's updating the heads up on the APAT forum. Sorry, the heads up, the high roller on the APAT forum, should I say?
Okay, so I'll look
So-
forward to some abuse when I play that one.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's excellent.
Lucy's been an absolute cracking job. She's been here since Saturday.
Yep.
Updating every day.
It's
on the
not an
APAT
easy job, trust me. We've been there and done that. It's rather tiresome.
Yeah, can be long days.
So
I can just see on one of the outer tables. We've got 4 tables here going on in the team event. So two that we're not showing at the moment. I can just see on one of them we've just lost a player from Wales.
can't quite see who the recipient of his chips were. But this hand on our feature table unfolds as Sandra is limped under the gun. There's been a limp from Brian Yates, a limp from Ben, a limp from Bruno. Got pretty much a limp from everybody. And we see a flop of 6, 6, 10, 2 diamonds. Actions on Wales, who likes to check, as do Ireland, as do Holland. It's checking all around at the moment. It's okay, we're going to go to a turn. It's a 5 of spades. Interesting board texture and a multi-way pot. Nobody seems to want to take the aggressive action. Luca seems to be the only player not in this hand.
It's going.
So
Check
let's
again,
have a
but Ben's.
Ben's bet out of turn here accidentally, 400.
Yeah.
But the action was on Brian of England,
And
he has put the 400 in
400
anyway,
in.
so the action will stand. Bruno
Bruno's
with a
out the
rather
way.
fashionable beard, Mux. Philip Hines also follows the button. Philip's currently leading the player of the series points for the team event. He's,
right,
he's
okay.
the highest individual
you know more
ranked
than me
player.
there, Dan. Very good.
Only because I was speaking to him earlier. He's had 2 firsts in the 2 that sitting goes yesterday. I'm pretty sure he's donning his
So-
bracelet that he won before.
Simon's made the call, as is
Oh, as of
Eamon.
oh no, yeah, no, Eamon's
And
popped it up.
Sandra's not.
No,
Oh,
Eamon's
popped it up.
Eamon's elected to pot it.
You just see Eamon on the left-hand side of your screen there in the green.
I think he plays for
Green of
Ireland with all that Ireland
You reckon? Yeah, I think so. I think so.
stuff.
So Brian's got out of the way, so it's back round to Ben.
Brian with his patent dirty hat and sunglasses has folded already.
That hat has been to every poker tournament he's ever played.
Whose hat do you think is dirtier, his or Chris Webber's?
Difficult one.
Rumour has it Chris Webber washed his hat before this series. I don't believe it.
It's done him the world of good.
Wow, yes. Absolutely. Try living with him.
So decision on Ben here.
And Ben's
you
really
see Ben
thinking.
on the right-hand side of your screen. In the
Recently final table to UK APT,
Yeah.
I believe.
dark blue top with the glasses. As Bruno steps up the way, so you can get a proper view there. Decision on Ben. So Ben had made it. He'd actually bet out of turn the 400 in the first place.
Absolutely, yeah.
And Eamon's posted it back up to 2,700. So Ben's eventually folded. Which is
It's an awkward spot for Ben because he
But
gets to play the river in position, but he's got another person to act behind him as well.
Absolutely.
So you know you've got to kind of have a look at the strength of your hand and the ranges they may be playing. I can't imagine in a team event that the gentleman Eamon from Ireland is going to be doing this lightly. Not this early on. It's not a very good steal spot.
Simon's had a look at him a couple of times now. Trying to see whether he can get any tells, but
His
I think
hand,
he's mucking.
and
And
he's
he is.
mucking, and Eamon takes it
Yeah.
down.
And it's a nice. That's where it ended up quite a nice pop.
Yeah, absolutely. Adds, 1.2k to his stack, which is crucial, especially when in each finishing position in these sit and goes you get points. So every person you outlast is critical.
Obviously,
for your team.
blinds. We're still only on level 2, so blinds are only 50-100.
Looks like we've got some viewers tuning in. Philip from the German captain is actually watching us, talking about us.
Excellent. That's going to get awkward.
Q abuse. Q abuse.
Obviously, we're pretty much live streaming. We're about 30-second delay, I think, by the time it gets kind of up to, I don't know, some satellites or something and back down and whatever.
Gets out of London. Takes
Yeah,
you hours
exactly.
to get out of this place.
Absolutely, but but we are pretty much what you're watching this pretty much as live as we are.
Yeah. So
next hand, and we've got Eamon in the small blind and Sandra in the big.
and it looks like it has got Luca's limped, Ben's limped, and Bruno's limped. A lot of limping in these team games.
Yeah, Bruno just confirmed
Yeah.
it was a call.
Philip has limped.
Do you know, I have a feeling we may see a flop here.
I've got a feeling they may do. There's a limp and
That's what you
there we
like to
go.
see.
Bit of
Oh, we
pressure
like
from
that.
the Dutch player there. We like it. Her hat reads Queen, but I think it should read Boss.
Absolutely.
She makes it
Sandra raised it
375.
375.
Luca,
Sandra in
Luca
the
is
orange top, just to the left of the dealer as you look at it. But Luca's
Luca's
who
build.
he was the original.
Luca's also
limper.
watching the stream, so we can abuse him a bit more.
And Ben is
Philip's called. Oh,
Ben's
but
called. And
it's only Bruno that's passed so far.
Bruno's passed, so he's going to get some change
Sandra's
back.
told Eamon you have to. That
Yeah, absolutely. You've got to.
Reek him in.
So we're going to see a flop.
Another news. Looks like the Razz is filling up quite well. 43 players in the Razz.
It's a few more than I thought it was going to be.
Yep.
So the flop is Ace of Clubs, Queen of Hearts, 6 of Clubs.
So
and it's Eamon to act first.
it's a pretty wet board for PLO, especially with this many players in the pot. There's a lot of draws that are going to be live.
So Eamon checks. Sandra's reaching for chips.
I fully expect Sandra to make a C bet here with
And
Quite-
525.
quite. Yeah, it's a good bet. Quite, you expect to have a decent range. Can't say too much because the delay is very little. That's why the delay is so short, though, is because we're not showing whole cards, so no information can be obtained by people on the rail.
So Ben folds. As is Philip. So it's back round blind on blind now.
Oh no, because Lucas still in the pot.
Oh, I didn't see Luca call. Yeah,
No.
so Luca's made the call over the top right of your screen in the light blue. I think he might be. I'm not sure whether he is watching the stream or not.
He was. I did see him at some point, but then to be fair, the internet signal here is probably not the best. we struggle with that some days. For all the things Stratford is good at.
We have good.
Well, I
Good
should hope.
Wi-Fi here.
I should hope so.
we have got good Wi-Fi here.
I'm not going to lie,
Whether
Liam.
anyone else has, I don't know, but we have.
Out the 3 of clubs on the turn. So that's an interesting card.
So 3 clubs out there now, and
Flush draws have got there.
Sandra bets again. 1,125.
That's a confident bet. She's not afraid.
She's actually got a very confident sitting manner at the table.
Yeah.
She puts the bets in there and it's right. I've done my bet. Now it's decision on you.
Yeah, I mean, without playing with her before, it sounds bad. We don't know what that means, but I'm sure as time goes on, we will be able to tell. We have a 7 of spades on Le River, and she puts another bet in, 1,600, firing into Luca.
I don't see how the 7 of spades can have helped Luca very much.
No, not at all. And obviously with the board texture, the ace of clubs being there as part of the 3 clubs is a really big factor. And again, it's interesting because Luca did elect to just open limp at the start of the hand. So as you work back through, his range could be slightly wider. But he does
He
seem...
doesn't seem bothered because he's
No,
busy just
he's
sorting
busy
out
buying his food.
paying the valet for a drink at the
Yep.
moment. So.
He announces pass,
And he says pass.
and Sandra takes it down.
Another nice pot.
Happy with her...
She looks very happy. Yeah.
Yeah. If in doubt, 3 barrel.
Absolutely.
That's it.
Absolutely.
But I'm not going to lie, Lee, this is a good strategy. And when I played these team games, and I know you've played them as well, but my strategy was to play really aggressive because everybody wants to do well for their team. People are conscientious of how a bad decision can affect their team standings. Therefore, they naturally elect a safer route. And
Absolutely.
And they
Yeah.
fold more than they should.
I've watched 1 or 2 of these in my time, and it's yes, it is quite amazing. Once you've got a handle of the table of what the type of player is you've got some that have come here for they're just going to play some poker and they're going to have some fun. There are others that are very, very seriously making sure they want to earn points for their team. So once you've worked out who's who,
Yes. I remember at Dusk Till Dawn in the team event where Ireland had it locked up, and I famously remember John Murray limp calling ace, deuce 3 and high-low, blind v blind, just because he was waiting for other people to bust. Oh my God, I know this has nothing to do with it, but this Razz table's got rather exciting. Simon Brooke as late reg, he is part of our infamous Team Gotham. 2 players have been moved to his table. One is Ian Witt, Catwoman from Team Gotham,
yeah.
and the other is Chris Webber, who is Robin of Team Gotham. So therefore, all of them are on the same table.
So
But we'll
we're
go
gonna
back to the real
we're
game.
gonna see another flop here.
So it's a Queen 10-4 rainbow flop. We have got 2 players in the pot. It looks as though it's sort of 2 mid-position players. It's Luca from Italy, Ben from Scotland, and a very simple C-bet from Ben takes it down.
So next hand here, we've got Brian Yates from England in the small blind and Luca from Italy in the big blind, which means it's action on Ben from Scotland first up. And he gets out of the way. Bruno makes it 250 to go.
Bruno's a avid APAT regular when he can be, I would say.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah,
Based in London.
absolutely.
I think he's been team captain now for Portugal for 4 years, possibly.
I want to say pretty much kind of just about every year. I think
Yeah.
they've been in the event, which is, I lose track of how many it is now.
Ever present. They've won it before. They used to have some really awesome jackets. I
Yes.
don't know what happened to those.
Their team wear is, I must over the years, is probably...
Leather jackets and sunglasses and everything else.
So, is it Phillips has raised that up there, Dan? Can you go, how much
Yeah, it's 775. Bruno says I shouldn't, but I shall.
So the two
And
players
Peels?
so the 2 players at the bottom of your screen, either side of our flop cam.
Okay, so
are
it's
gonna
all, hang on, this is an all-in. So Bruno has 10, deuce, 9, 9. Bruno's so confident he literally says, just put his cards. Just put his cards. So for those that can't quite see, it is 10, deuce, 9, 9 with, I believe, diamonds for Bruno, but the diamonds are going to be counterfeit by Phillips ace, jack, 9, 7. The dealer's done a stellar job trying to get it somewhere close.
Not easy, because he's now got to get a flop on there as well. So we'll see, let's see how the dealer goes. Here we go
I'm
then.
pretty impressed. So let's see the board run out. So,
So this is Phillips
7 queen
tournament
4.
life on the line.
So Bruno's still in front. Bruno is still in front. And Philip gets there with a 7 on the river. It's dirty. It's dirty. It's vulgar. I'm almost embarrassed for him. Talk me through it.
Well, I lost quite a few chips early in the game, so
No, I don't care about that. Well, talk to me about this. Talk to me about this.
I think my hand was better than his.
Bruno, is
Well.
there anything you want to say?
It's Germany.
Oh dear.
Right.
Hopefully the UN aren't listening in on this. This could be a problem.
That's the thing with that's the thing with Omaha, though. I mean, it's just you just never quite know. It goes all the way down to down to the last card. So many different opportunities for hands to win.
Yes, there was. It was an interesting one, shall we say?
Whilst that was going on, I'm just going to flip to our outer table where you can see an empty space in seat number 1 because we've lost Matt Carter from England.
England. Oh.
I don't know who got his chips.
It looks
well,
like.
I'll just say Germany.
Oh
that
dear.
seems to be the way to go at the moment. So
If there's ever not a nice thing for an Englishman to see is a German beating us.
So
especially when they are
Team
top of the
Germany-
table and England are second.
Team Germany knock out a Team England player. Obviously, that could possibly stretch their lead at the top of the
That
table.
does swing a little bit, especially with their captain getting super lucky here.
So we'll go back to the feature table where you can probably just make out Matt Carter, who's currently stood behind Brian Yates there at the top of your screen. We're going to see a flop.
Okay, so we've got a flop of 8, 10 ace rainbow. There's a diamond, a club, and a heart. We have 3 players in the pot. It's been checked around to Eamon from Ireland, who leads 425, just shy of a pot size bet. Action is on Ben from Scotland. Des just told me a lie. I'll reveal it later. So Ben has folded, and action is on. Oh, I don't know his name. That's what. The Welsh guy is Simon. That's it. So Simon's peeled. We've got a 7 of hearts on the turn. So the ball's got slightly wetter. We have 2 hearts. We have 3 to a straight. And action is on Simon, who is called. He is elected to check. Gives Eamon the betting lead. Undeterred. He leads 16-25, which is pot. And Simon is deliberating.
I'm just keeping an eye on our outer table because Warren Jones, captain of Wales, is all in. I'm going to flip if I need to, but I don't need to because he's got it through, so we can carry on with the hand you're watching here, Dan.
Warren's probably disappointed because he knows if he gets calls, he probably always wins. So the action's back on Simon here. Wales are in the thick of every table at the moment.
They've lost one on the other table, so they've got 3 players left in at the moment in this round of set and goes.
Des, on a side note, how do you feel that your mixed games are being supported by a player that's played in the 50k World Series Player Championships?
Are they?
Yes. Adam Owens, in the hoodie, just over there, sat next to Vincent, the guy with the blue hoodie, and playing the Razz.
Sounds like a pro, Dan. Might have to pull him out.
I bust him in the 8 game, he can't be a pro. And he said your structure was fantabulous for the 8 game as well.
2007, I think we brought the first Razz event to the UK at the Vic, the very first WCOAP. So it's lovely to see some of the big names coming and playing them.
I think Dave Howard won that one, didn't he?
Do you know what? I think he did.
Oh, I know my knowledge. I've been swatting up for this. So the action's still on Simon. It's
and to be fair, every decision he's made so far, he's very much sits, takes his time, thinks it through.
Yeah, I don't think that's
just to show what he's looking at. That's the board. There's about
it's about 3.5k in the pot, and he's just elected to fold. Eamon looks pretty happy about that. It's interesting. There's 2 types of PLO players, and you can tell them by the way they spread their cards when they start a hand. Some PLO players have all 4 together. Others have 2 and 2 and playing like 2 hold'em hands. I remember famously in an APAT event, someone did that against me and mucked the winning hand because they were concentrating on the 2 separate hands they made.
times have moved on in APAV. I remember the first season I played in APAV event, and people there were crib sheets to know what the hand orders were, hand rankings were in No Limit. The poker world has moved on, and much to the thanks of APAP for teaching players and bringing recreational players in and giving them a chance to play deep stack, well-structured tournaments for a cheap buy-in. I just made that up as well. That wasn't even written for me.
Oh, was it?
No,
Well,
no,
sorry,
no,
I
no,
thought you were
no.
saying it because Des was stood there.
No,
okay.
genuinely
No,
was.
fair,
I was
fair.
straight off the top of my head.
I'll tell you what, you've done this before. We'll go back to the action before we bore you all to tears. Oh, level up. John, the best TD in the world.
There you go. You might have just heard that.
So we've got Ben and Bruno in the blinds. Luca has the button. There's been a limp under the gun from Flip. A limp from Simon. Fold, fold. Round to Brian Yates in the one seat from England. Elects to fold.
Brian's been very quiet at this table. I mean, he's an accomplished Omaha player, but I don't know. I just get the feeling he's on team orders here.
Yeah. When
really
you said
do.
quiet, I thought you meant in noise, and then I
No,
just
but
thought, to
both.
be fair, with all the international stardom here, who's going to understand a Brummie accent?
No, but normally, I mean, Brian's normally is quite an aggressive Omaha player. I think he knows he's up against some good players here, because obviously the captains get to choose. This is mixed, so there's 2 Omaha tables here and 2 No Limit Hold'em tables. So the captains get to choose who. So effectively, these should be the specialists.
Yeah,
From
well,
the
I
team playing
noticed
this.
that England have put Paresh in all the PLO
Yeah.
that they can, which is very much a plus
Well,
EV move.
Shirley's a very switched-on captain. She knows exactly what she's doing.
I think the team orders point's an interesting one, because what we saw yesterday was early on the Scots dominated the first phase. They fell away dramatically in the second one. Similarly, Ireland dominated the second, fell away in the third. So with England having had a good third, I wonder if team orders today are like, right guys, let's grind on average 3-4 in each game. Let's be very much in the running going into the MTT.
But that plan may be scuppered, because I don't know if you've noticed, but Matt from England bust to a Germany player. So that's huge.
Vorsprung durch Technique.
Yes.
Did he really just say that?
I don't know him. Who is he? I don't know people that wear shirts open.
So what we got going on here, Dan? I can see a
So
board.
There is a board. The board is 9, 4, Queen, Jack, Jack, 3 diamonds, and believe it or not, on the pair board it's flush over flush, and Luca, the Italy captain, will scoop the pot. So yeah, you can see it was a 9th. I think it was 7-3 of diamonds for Bruno, Ace Queen of diamonds, plus the dangly cards.
Yeah, so Lucas, he's ordered a bit of food, he's got a drink, and he's starting to go through the gears.
Living the dream. Just having a look around the room, I can see from England's point of view, Paresh is pretty short in the other PLO sit and go. Shirley's doing okay. And I believe that's it. Of course, that's it, 4 players, isn't it?
Yeah, Germany still have all 4 players in. The German skipper, Jürgen Bachmann, is on the same table as Shirley Cole, the England skipper. They're playing No Limit Hold'em.
Interesting. I do like the setup for this one. When I played, it was you had to play 2 PLO and you had to play 2 Hold'em.
I think I like the fact that the captains get to make
Yeah,
a decision.
absolutely. I think that's huge.
Because it means if you do have someone who's a bit more of a specialist or a bit more experienced in the 4-card game, then great, you can put them into those events. They've still got to be able to know how to play Hold'em.
Of
Because
course,
obviously,
for the heads up,
and for the MTT. But I think
no,
the fact that you can do that, I think it's great.
It's true, because I think with the MTT, at certain points of the game, spots just become relatively straightforward. And with heads up, the games will be so shallow that, again, the spots are straightforward, so it kind of evens itself out.
So Luca, Bruno, Philip and Eamon, and Ben are all seeing a flop of Queen, Jack, 7 Rainbow. First to act is Bruno, and he's bet out 300.
So that's kind of like a third pot. Quite a small bet.
Yeah,
but it
third
seems to
pot,
be doing the job.
But it's it's got him right round to. Oh, Brian's in the hand as well over there, covering his cards up. I didn't see those over in C.
Just calls.
Brian makes the call, and I can't see Luca not making the call here.
No, I can't imagine many ham ranges that won't peel one off here. Unless he has something absolutely like 6-5-4-3 as a wrap. That's about it. Everything else may pick up some equity on the turn. He's reaching for chips. And he does cool. So to the
Ben
turn.
doesn't know, so
No, Ben folds the magical button.
so we're going to be 3 players to the turn.
There we go. Look at this for a card.
Oh dear.
10 of diamonds.
And Bruno's all in.
Bruno's all in. I make that 700. Oh no, 950.
950. Bruno's all in for 950. Bruno's in the red shirt nearest to you at the bottom of the screen. Sat there with his cards, and it's Brian Yates, and Brian goes.
Brian repots.
And Luca's all in. So we got 3 players.
Oh,
3
this
players
is
all in.
gonna-
Right.
We're going to have to describe this to
We're
you.
going to have to talk this through to you guys. So if the dealer just holds on for a second whilst Dan tells you what's going on.
Oh yeah, great. Cheers for that. Right. So in the 1 seat, Brian Yates. Brian Yates has Ace King, Jack 5. So he has, as it stands, he has the nuts with no redraw. Luca has Ace King 8-9 with diamonds and clubs. So Luca also shares the nuts with a nut redraw to the flush. Bruno has Queen 5-4, so has top set. And basically needs the boards to pair.
Right, so you've all got that at home.
I hope you've got
you're all
that.
making notes. Yeah.
The dealer will
The dealer
just
is
push the
now
chips in the right way.
Going to show us a river, and we'll just see which way the chips go.
Brian wants a low black card. Luca wants a diamond that doesn't pair the board. Bruno wants the board paired or the case queen.
So Bruno's tournament's at stake here. Brian's got Luca covered, so they're playing for the side pot. So. And that's all the cards in the middle. Thank you, dealer. That's
It's like a game of open.
That is a great
This
effort.
is like open
That
face.
is a great effort.
Anybody think we're playing OFC?
Let's see a river then.
And it pairs the board. So everybody is well.
Bruno gives a quick
So
fist pump.
Bruno scoops the high, and the side pot is chopped. So in essence, it's a triple up for Bruno. He scoops the main pot, and then.
And then it's the Broadway for the other 2.
Yeah, they chop it up.
So main pot's going to Bruno. Side pot is being split. Yeah, yeah. Whole main pot. The whole main pot. There we go. We've got that sorted. It's a tricky. It's Omaha with it's
so
3-way all in. It's
2850
it's not
plus
easy.
the pre-flop action 3-3. Yeah.
So that's a triple up for Bruno. Triple up for Bruno.
Interesting hand.
Yeah, absolutely.
Brian can probably consider himself a bit fortunate there. He's very unlucky to shove the nuts into the nuts with a redraw sat right behind him.
Absolutely.
But he faded it, so you know.
And obviously, then Bruno needed the paired board.
Absolutely.
To get out of that.
So in essence, all the chips go back to where they started, except for Bruno, who gets 3 times more than what he started with. That's the simple bit.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
And on we go. I'm still very impressed with the dealer that he actually managed to get 17 cards. all pretty much in camera shot.
So talk me through your setup briefly. This has gone on a little bit from when I saw it at the team event in Luton.
So for anyone that's kind of we've been progressing this over the past three events to try and get something which hopefully people at home will enjoy. We want to try and be fairly hands-on, that we can just be talking to the players and grab them instantly and chat with them as we go, and try and have a bit of banter at the tables as well, because that's what APAT's about.
Absolutely.
So we've got webcams up so you can see an overview of each of the tables, and one of them on the flop cam on our feature table. We've also got a remote cam, which hopefully we're going to let loose later on today, where we can wander around the whole card. We've got a flop here whilst I'm chatting about that. Just have a quick look.
Yeah, it's a King 10-7 rainbow flop. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 players to the flop. So it's gone check. Our favourite Dutch player in seat 9 has decided to bet 5-2-5.
I've been joined by Belgian Tom, who's looking after both the Belgian and the Dutch teams this weekend. How's it going?
Well, not so well, huh? Not so good, huh? Well, we're first and second if you count from the bottom down, so that's, yeah, so it matters how you look at it, huh?
But obviously, you were telling me that how many players have you got coming over for the main event this weekend?
I think we'll have 32 something like that. So 30.
Absolutely incredible.
Yeah, it's pretty good. We didn't expect it last year. I think we had around 20 players, so we were happy with 25. But yeah, even more than that. So it's getting really popular. Yeah.
And I saw you teaching a few of the guys, or giving a few guys a few Omaha tips yesterday.
Yeah, that's our, well, not our only downside because we're second to last, but most of the guys didn't know how to play PLO, especially not the high-low version. So yesterday before the event, I
believe Felipe's put all of his betting tokens into the pots in this hand.
Had so far, so.
Fantastic, brilliant, thanks Tom.
Sorry to interrupt you there, Tom, but it looks like our German counterpart here has put all of his betting tokens over the line.
So Sandra's in the hand and Bruno's in the hand. We've got a board at the moment that reads 7 of spades, 10 of hearts, king of diamonds, and 9 of clubs.
So it was all limp pre. The flop came. Sandra led 5-2-5, and it went call. And then we've got to the turn, and this is what he's done. We have one caller in Sandra from seat 9. Who I must say is my favourite Dutch player. Okay,
so we're going to see them.
So there's Queen Jack. So we have nuts versus a set and a wrap. So the board pairing is brilliant for Holland.
So what we need? Sandra needs a 7 or a paired.
A 7
or a paired board.
Or a paired board.
Yeah, paired board's what's going to require.
And again, the German manages to get out of dodge. It's quite interesting that players that aren't even watching the game know how lucky he is. This is what we like.
So the call from the rail from a couple of Belgium is always lucky the Germans are there. And Philip just looks up and goes, "That's what we do."
Yes. Never a truer word spoken.
I love it.
I didn't catch. Oh, that's right. I caught that. Three-way all in. Hilarious. What sweet mother of Jesus is that?
It's.
So sorry about Dan and I were just talking lighting riggings.
Yes.
If I'd known Dan's a bit of a mobile DJ.
Well, in a past life, we have access to it. Right, here's a good flop. Here's one.
Flop.
Ace, king. Rainbow. As you can see, the dealer is slowly inching those cards towards the camera. So the action's gone check. So we're going to see the turn. We have 3 players in the hand. So we have Wales, Ireland, and England. Action on. Simon from Wales. The Queen of Clubs is on the turn. So we have a rainbow board. It's pretty juicy. And a Queen on the river. Anybody want to take a stab at this pot? Not too sure. It's very tentative. So that's a bet of 1,050. So there's a pot bet from Wales here. Tried to bet too much. Maybe a sign of confidence. Ireland are folding. And England are folding. Wales takes the pot. John Murray's just arrived in an Italian shirt now.
What?
Where does he get these shirts from?
I think he's pretty much got one of every country now.
I've seen him in a Poland one.
I think he's playing the Razz, but I know he's got a German shirt from back in the day for sure. So the player you can see just talking to Luca there is Irishman John Murray in an Italian shirt.
I recall an article going back a couple of months ago, Phil Neville, the footballer, and he had this sort of trophy room where he had all of the shirts of the players that he played against, that he got over the years. And I'm picturing John maybe with an exercise bike, perhaps with some Italian and Polish shirts thrown over it.
I mean, I played against John in one of these international team events, and I'm pretty sure he didn't ask me to change shirts. But if there are shirt changing going on at the end, I'm glad I avoided it.
Listen, I did see some shirt changing over the years, and
I was going to say the first of
That's normally my hotel room.
The first one of these events in Brighton, there was the Scottish and German shirt changing. Unfortunately, that the picture of Gordon MacArthur will stick in my mind forever.
Ooh, interesting.
it was just the other 24 players in the event asking Germany's Silke Burkhardt to change her shirt. Stick in my mind forever. That one.
So we got a flop here. It's
The
all
flop.
diamond, ace jack tray.
Ooh, technical term. I like it.
Do you like that?
I
I just throw that in occasionally.
You nearly didn't. You stuttered, but you recovered.
And I wasn't going in. I thought, no, I will.
No.
I thought we're at that level now. I can
like
do
it.
that.
I like it. So, our favourite Dutch player leads out into the pot.
I'm really liking her play at this table. Dan.
I think she's played outside.
Yeah, I really am.
I'm going to be very, very honest with you. From what I've seen, she has been in control of this table. So we've got a call here from
Also like
the
somebody
Welshman.
that's enthusiastic and happy when they win a hand.
Yes. You don't
Really
get.
properly
You,
is like, yeah,
I'm
not-
sorry, I
not-
don't do that. I
not-
just.
not in a nasty way, but just in a
So the 6 of clubs on the turn. I believe the TD has just announced something, but I don't know what it was. So Sandra's led out again. Sandra's certainly not afraid to fire 3 barrels.
It might have been blinds up here. I don't think. I'm not sure.
The gun is loaded with Sandra, and if she's in a pot, she's happy to put the pressure on. And the Welshman is going to fold, and she takes another
Again.
pot, and she looks happy as ever.
Again, look, see.
Every time. As I said, Queen is not the right terminology for that hat. It should read boss. She's absolutely crushing this table.
Small blind. You can always tell a player when they're in the flow because it's they're small and big blinds and antes. They're already in. It becomes automatic.
Yes, absolutely.
You know what I mean? And you just get into that rhythm of right, next hand. Yeah. It's great to watch. So just looking around the room, so England still got 3 players left in. Germany still have all 4 of
I
theirs.
think England have 3 left in.
Yeah, 3 left in. Yeah, I think it's 3. Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Ireland still have all 4. Scotland have all 4 still in.
Portugal, they also have 4.
So I think we're playing. Yeah, we've only lost.
I think
we've only lost 3 players. We've got 3 tables of 8 and 1. The far table with German and England captains on it, Jürgen and Shirley, are both playing 9-handed at the moment.
So we're looking here. Luca has elected to limp under the gun. Ben Burhill has raised under the gun +1, gets it through, stacks some tokens, and we're on to the next hand.
Let's have a quick look on our outer table or secondary table, or I don't know. I don't want to offend them in any way, Dan, to be honest. But
Well, I'm just looking here. It seems in seat 3 we have Alexi Sale
from Portugal.
from Portugal.
So I'm just trying to see where the chips are, Dan.
I'm looking here. The German in seat 2 seems to have a decent amount of chips. How many chips do they start the sit and go with?
Welsh skippers nursing a stack. So about 1,500, Warren? Yeah, about 1,600. See how good am I, eh? Yeah, from a distance.
Watching on the screen.
But obviously we're at that point now. This is the one. Yesterday was a little bit gung ho, a little bit, let's see what we can do, whether we can build a position. even now, all the teams here now are just going, right, before the MTT, we need to make sure we bank some points.
Absolutely.
So we're close enough to be able to put on a performance in the final event.
And the beauty of this format is being sit and goes.
Oh no! Oh no!
Oh, Paresh.
Do you want to have a word, Dan? See if you can have a word.
Just wandering over to see Paresh here. Seems like he's just passed out of the PLO versus 10-10-8 deuce. On a, I guess it went in on the flop, did it? It went in pre-flop. What did you have?
Ace 9-7.
So ace 9-7 single suited, gets it in against 10-10-8 deuce double suited. Flops an ace first card, gives you top set. Still not good enough. Tell me about it.
What's this for?
The live stream.
Oh, blinds are going high. I was getting short. The guy knew it was coming.
Standard talk there, standard talk. So that's 2 England players out now in this setup. So you've lost Matt and yourself. So you were second to start the day. One more sit and go after this one? Is there one more sit and go to go? Or is it just the MTT? Okay.
But I'm not an expert.
And Holden being your strongest game? I'm just being pulled away from Paresh. I'll chat to him later. We have an all-in and a call.
Bet. Philip goes all in and gets the call.
So we have ace 10-10-4 with spades.
And Sandra
wins it.
And over on our outer table, Dan will talk you through this one.
So we have ace king of diamonds versus queens. Yes! And the Italian has just announced with the ace on the river that he loves this game. That might be the best response we've heard from they're fist pumping each other. Not too sure the German wanted a fist pump, but he took it anyway. So, just so we understand what happened there, because that was mayhem in itself. The Italian gets in with ace king of diamonds versus the queens of Germany. The board runs out diamond, diamond, bit, bit. We look and it's the ace king of diamonds, so he has any ace, any king, any diamond, a black ace on the river. He loves the game. And he doubles up.
This game.
I love this game. Oh, it's all going on. All going on.
So yeah, the hand we just caught on this feature table in the Omaha was Sandra picking up the hand with a flush.
Yep, doing well.
Philip made the check call on the river.
Okay. Paresh's exit hand, if you didn't hear, was pretty disgusting.
Was it? Okay.
He has aces with a suit versus 10-10-8 deuce. The first card is an ace, and the Italian manages to make a 10 deuce flush.
It's very difficult because we've got the opportunity because we're on handheld mics here, so Dan and I can pretty much dive over to any table we want to try and talk to anyone we can. So we're trying not to talk over each other when we got things. But I can see Dan talking to Parrish. I'm thinking there's an all-in and a call going on here as well. It's trying to wave at Dan in a way to say jump back over to this.
Normally these sit and goes are quite a tight-fisted affair, but today it's been exciting, shall we say?
It's the way we want it. That's the way we want it. England on the ropes a bit now.
Absolutely. Looking promising coming into today. I do know that there is a bet around, and I won't name the parties, with Italy and England's finishing positions above one another.
Oh, really?
The party that had England were feeling very confident this morning.
So apparently we've got to cut down our comments, our Brummy comments. Because Mrs. Yates apparently is on watching the live stream at home. So
see, I've heard that Mrs. Yates' accent's perfect. It's just her husband's.
Yeah. So, but good afternoon.
Oh,
to
we're
Mrs.
having
Yates.
good afternoon, Mrs. Yates.
Brian.
I'm sorry, there's nothing better for you to do.
But
we have an all-in.
Your man is still in, and with only 2 England players left in this round of the event, he's needs to sit tight. So
we have a flop here. Just to go back to the action, Jack 6 deuce rainbow. Bruno has put pretty much all of his stack in. The only player left in the hand is our German counterpart, Philip. He's just deciding what he wants to do. And amazingly, as we're trying to commentate on this on our secondary feature table, there's an all-in and a cool. So we lose the Portuguese player in the hold'em round against the German player. It's queens against 5 deuce suited. I don't know.
Really not sure.
But it happened. So we'll go back to our PLO table where Portugal's fearless leader has just put pretty much his stack in on the Jack 6 deuce board, and Philippe is electing.
So again, it's the two players at the bottom of your screen that you're watching.
And there's a fold.
And he's mucked.
He's mucked. Bruno takes the pot.
So,
Adds chips to his stack.
As Bruno wins that pot, he'll be disappointed to know that one of his teammates exited on our outer table. So there's a space at the top left-hand corner of your screen now where our Portuguese player was sat. With Germany stacking up more chips there. I do love the card room here, Dan. It's a great setup. It's a great casino because bang slap in the middle of London, stacks to do.
Yeah, you can't get bored. You can't get bored. I mean, my options today were spend a couple of hours with Lee commentating before I try and win the high roller.
You had other options?
There was cinemas to go.
Oh, right, okay.
You know, a bit of shopping for the better half. We elected for the commentary, obviously. Couldn't pass up the opportunity to spend some time with my good friend Lee. That, and I get a free coffee.
yeah. The free coffee did it, didn't it?
It was a swing.
Lucy was brilliant. You know, she had a breakfast run for us earlier on because we got here fairly early to finish setting up after yesterday, and then bless her, she went out and said, "What can I get you?" and went off and brought me a plethora of food back.
Brian Yates is wandering over.
Oh, hang on, Brian's wandered over. Yeah.
Why are the dealers dealing me higher low hands today when they should have been dealing with me last night?
Because I asked them to.
Oh, that explains it then.
Have you got a message for the wife?
Love you, Cass.
Hey, there we go.
I hope your hand gets better soon.
That's Brian Yates. Obviously, a previous England captain. I think absolutely chuffed to bits to have got selected again.
Yes, he's currently second in the Player of the Year for season 9. He's had a good season. Oh, we have an all-in. And of course, so Philippe here with ace, queen 5 with a suit being clubs. And he's all in against the queen, jack 4 with the diamonds as a suit. So he's against the Irish counterpart here. Oh, that's Lee's big Sasquatch hand, you can see, touching the cards. So it's a 5-10-4. They both pick up a pair, but the aces are still leading the jacks. Now. The jack on the turn's pretty dirty. Any king, any ace. It's a 3, and we lose Philippe, our German counterpart. We'll see if we can grab a quick chat with him. He's a good. I like this guy more than anybody else on this tour. I just think he has a face that anybody can love. So we got it in with aces there. Bit of a tough table for you there, isn't it?
Yeah, went quite unlucky in the first level where I lost nearly all my chips and then had to do a very hard comeback and couldn't quite keep it through now with the aces.
I mean, that's the nature of PLO. You can't get it in 60-40 there, and you need to hold it in those spots. But I mean, the rest of your team seem to be doing well. Your German counterpart here seems to have a lot of chips, and the other two guys are in. So you're still confident on your team's chances?
Yeah, definitely. And the most points are in the multi-table anyway. We have a good lead at the moment, and I think we have a good chance to win it this year.
I think so too. I'm not going to tell you who my money's on, but it's on someone. So it's nice to speak to you. Keep well. I'll speak to you later. Good luck.
So Portuguese skipper Bruno there doing the scoring for us.
Oh,
making sure the admin's all done.
Thank you, Bruno. You want to follow this guy on Facebook?
Hang on, he's already got himself down as winning this. How's that? What really? Yes, already has. Absolutely.
So it's folded round to Brian, who's opening in mid position. Makes it 150. I believe that's a pot from Luca, as he just casually throws in the 1,000 chip. Actions on the big blind. Simon from Wales. There's a lot of thinking. Just looking at his chip stack. Every call is critical at this stage of these sit and goes. He elects to fold.
Thought we'd lost one on one of the other tables, but actually no, there's stacks there. There's obviously players obviously stood up for a minute.
Okay.
So yeah, so Shirley and Jürgen's table over there playing No Limit Hold'em is still 9-handed.
Yeah, I think with the captains there, trying to put a captain's innings in, and I'm not surprised if they're the captains that are giving the orders out because it's quite tight at the top.
So blinds going up after this hand.
We've got a Jack 5-3 2-spade board, and we have two players. It's England versus Italy. It goes check check. So Luca does give up his betting lead here. 7 of hearts on the turn. Goes check from England. Luca's counting out some chips. And bets 300. Which is about quarter pot. It's quite a small bet.
So whilst this hand's been said, Bruno had just gone away from the table. They just went to have a quick word with a couple of his teammates. He's an experienced captain at this. Knows you've got to just keep letting people know what's happening.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. There's nothing more key.
Whilst that's going on the outer table, it's the King 9 of diamonds of Italy up against the pocket 8s of Warren Jones for Wales, and Warren's 8s hold.
Of course. So there is a call here from Brian, so we're going to see the river with Brian first to act. The river is now the 9 of spades, so that makes the board 5-3 Jack 7-9 with 3 spades. Action so far has gone limp, raise, call, check, 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 bet, call. So Luke has definitely got the betting lead in this hand. I'm pretty sure Brian has elected to just to check and see what he does.
He's asking how much he's got.
Who's asking who?
Brian asked Luke how much he's got, and it's only 5.25 maybe.
Okay. I think Brian's
checked. It's got to be a check call.
I'd imagine that Brian's done this more for a tell, because I think
believe Luca's not having a stab at this.
Brian.
Does Luca just check behind here? No, going
well,
I'm not gaining anything.
He has to.
No, he's put it in. He's put him in.
Brian's fold. Wow, I'm amazed. I honestly thought that Brian asked for the chip count, not because he didn't know.
No, because it was a case of
get some information.
Yeah. But it's an interesting one because the dynamic there is, you kind of go, well, Luca must have to put in the last 5.25 in. But then again, why do you not just check behind? And
if you've got showdown value, check behind.
Yeah.
Because you've got to remember, Brian's action's been check, call, check. It's almost like he's setting the trap. And I fully expected Brian to know the stack and was almost trying to get that information.
Exactly,
so it's interesting. But alas, the chips moved around and they've gone into certain stacks, and we are where we are.
So there was might have just seen Tom Clark there from Scotland, who's exited his tournament, his table, but he was just having a quick word with Ben at our feature table. Keep an eye on what's going. Scotland's still got 3 players left in. Tom skipper for the weekend. And we're watching a hand which has Sandra has limped under the gun. And it's been raised to 600 by Ben Burnhill from Scotland. Simon in the small blind has called. Eamon gets out the way in the big blind, and Sandra makes up from under the gun, so we're going to see a flop. And it's 9-6-6 rainbow, and it's Simon to act first. 3 players. Wales Holland and Scotland. And it goes check and check round to Ben, who was the original raiser, and he makes it 1100 to go. So it's action on Simon, who you can just make out to the bottom left hand of your screen in the red shirt with his head on his hand there, making a decision. Has another look at his cards. And he folds. So just Sandra remaining in the orange shirt with the Queen baseball hat. While she's making a decision what to do, Dan's going to tell you about something going on the other table.
One of the outer tables, thank you, Lee. One of the outer tables, the Italian has just lost a pot with jacks against 3-4 of diamonds. Now, I'm guessing it went in on the flop, which was 7-7 deuce 2 diamonds. Oh, it went in pre-flop. So the Italian was short, and it was England that had the jacks. Shirley, we'll talk about it later. I don't think we need to talk about it now. But the Italians are doing what they do. Yes, I can see. I know who you are. Don't worry. Oh, your friend from Holland. He said he's not your friend. So the Italians are winning chips left, right, and centre.
So Sandra folded that in the end.
Sorry to interrupt.
No, it wasn't. I saw you. I saw a hand building over. That's our table, which has still got 9 players on the go there. So we're still playing 7-handed on this feature table. So this hand has Eamon in the small blind, Sandra in the big blind, and it's been limped by Brian and Luca and Simon as well on the button, and we're going to be 5-way to a flop. And the flop is 4 of hearts, Jack of spades, 5 of diamonds, and check from Eamon, and Sandra's reaching for some chips. And she bets out 575. Brian folds. Luca looks across. Looks again. And makes the call. So it's round to Simon again on the button, and he folds. Eamon in the small blind folds as well. So we're going to be 2-handed to the turn. And it's the 2 of diamonds. Sandra to act first. In the orange shirt and black cap, reaching for chips again. And puts out a bet of 12.75. Luca says I'm all in. Sandra calls instantly. So Sandra's got 3 sixes, made the straight. And it's pocket aces, suited, diamonds and hearts. So Luca needs a diamond. We're going to see the river. And it's the 4 of clubs. That's not good enough, and we're going to lose Luca. And Sandra stacks more chips. As that was happening, we also lost a player from Portugal on one of the outer tables as well. Let's see if I can have a quick word with Luca, whether he wants to have a chat with me very, very quickly. How'd you find the table?
Nah, the table is not bad, not bad table, but the Holland girl is, I think, is one of the first time he play Omaha. But the Scotland guys is play very well. Bruno is play very well, but it's a really good play.
All to do in the MTT, yeah?
Yeah, so it's
Good luck.
for us, it's very difficult now to defending this title.
I'll let you keep an eye on the rest of your players. And you never, it's not done yet.
What?
It's not done yet.
No.
Good stuff. We'll catch you later, Luca. Thank you very much. So, defending champions, that's the Italian skipper, Luca. He's thinks it might be difficult. Could be difficult to retain the title now after another one exits early on. He's still got his other three players are all left still in on the other tables. Back at our feature table, we're going to see a flop of 6 of spades, 8 of hearts, 10 of diamonds, and it's Sandra, Brian, and Simon in the hand. Simon bets the pot, and Sandra makes the call. And Brian gets out the way, so it's going to be 2 of them to a turn. Sandra's already checked before it hits, and Simon's gone all in, and it's the 9 of clubs. And Sandra says, yeah, yeah, yeah. She says she likes the flop. Obviously not so keen on the turn. It's 1,225 is Simon's all in. And so makes the call. And it's 2 pair with an up and down straight draw for Sandra, but it's trip to where he's 10s. 10s are good at the moment, but just need to avoid the up and down straight draw. Just as I say that, the Queen of Diamonds on the river means we lose Simon. And as Simon says, the Queen got the Queen. Yeah, maybe Sandra's cap probably says it all. I'll see if I can have a quick word with the Welsh player Simon. Just couldn't quite get into the action there.
I was low on chips there. I had to do something. I had trip 10s, so I thought, yeah, that'll do. I'm in there. I'm in with trip 10s there. And she caught the Queen on the end. The Queen of Holland caught the Queen on the end and took me out. So well done to her.
There's always the MTT to come, so good luck with that.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Good stuff. So Simon from Wales there. So we're down to 5 players on our feature table now.
I've returned, and there are less people at this table than there were.
It's come back with more coffee, Dan. Yeah.
Yes.
You just missed. Yes. Your Dutch boss.
The Dutch boss is destroying them all.
Doing it.
Yeah.
First of all, Luca, and we've just lost Simon from Wales when the Queen hit a Queen on the river.
Yes. She was my pick from the start.
So we're starting to lose quite a number of players now. So we're 5-handed on our feature table here. Over on our outer table, we've still got 6 players going. You can see that. Over the far end, is that still 9-handed?
Yeah, still 9-handed.
So the other no limit hold'em is still 9-handed, but the other Omaha is
6-handed.
6-handed.
Yeah,
okay.
6-handed.
So we've had the most bust outs on our feature table.
So it's a good choice.
Obviously, we're bringing it luck.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ben just he sits. He's very quietly. He's very quietly. Ben just sits there, just shaking his head at us in a really.
It's almost like we've done something wrong.
Yeah. It's like I'm sure these two are off the Muppet Show, aren't they? The two that are up, yeah.
Oh, the
up
two
the
old,
top.
the
Yeah,
two
yeah,
old
yeah,
granddads,
yeah.
yeah. So let's have a look then. So we've got a flop here. It's Ace King Deuce with the Ace and King of Spades. It's blind. It's button versus blind versus blind. So we have Brian Yates, Ben, and Bruno. It's gone check check. Brian's made a pot-sized bet, taking it down, scooping the chips back in for England. Obviously, the added pressure of the wife at home watching.
I think Brian's playing a very tactical table here.
Yes, with the German busting on his table. I think when you play this team event, my strategy, albeit an aggressive strategy when I played, was to look at the teams that were above and around me and focus on outlasting those.
You've got to target them. And the minute they bust on your table, you know, as long as everyone you get in there, and you're closing the gap.
And the thing is,
or extending the gap if it's the right way.
And that's the thing. And with obviously the secondary table we had, the English player bust first. Therefore, the German outlasting is, you know, points every increment. The German is bust here, so Brian has the same thing to consider.
So Sandra's limped under the gun.
No,
she's
raised.
raised
425.
And Bruno from the small blind
Has
has called,
and then
it's a repot
from Eamon in the big blind.
Eamon in the big blind to 2K. 2K the right actually number, or is it just he's put in? No, it is, isn't it? It's do the maths.
1700. And Sandra has called. Bruno's folded, so 2 to the flop. Sandra looking really relaxed and confident.
Here it comes.
So we have a Jack 8-8 flop.
We've had a lot of paired flops.
Yeah.
So far today.
It's amazing how a paired flop can really change your equity.
Goes
in
check check. So we're
in
going to see a
PLO.
turn.
And it's a 7.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
It's an interesting hand because obviously it's 2 spades on the board now.
2 spades with lots of
We've
wrap
got
potentials,
lots
house
of raps,
potentials.
lots of, all sorts going on.
It's very
here.
hard to know where your
Eamon's
hand
reaching
stands.
for chips and bets 2,000.
So we have an all-in on the secondary PLO table. Ace King 10 versus King Queen 10-4, double suited. It's a Queen 7-6-3 deuce, and the Ace King 10 of Tom Clark, Scotland. I believe it. Yeah, oh no, it's not Tom Clark, Scotland. I apologise. It is the Dutch player that's busted the German. So we've lost another German.
So we're seeing the 5 of spades, 5 of hearts on this feature table. So do you say we lost one over there, Dan? Yeah?
Another German.
Okay.
So we only have 1 German left. 2 Germans left.
So Eamon's reaching for chips, and he's pretty much declaring all in, which is a cuts of bed. And Sandra's kind of giving a nod of as if, yeah, I knew he was going to do that.
Yes, but she's not let go yet. Trying to see one by one if she can make a hand out of anything. She shows ace and folds. Very disciplined fold.
Absolutely.
And Eamon shows jack for the flopped house. That's twice he's flopped houses with jacks against aces. That is the way to beat aces in this game.
Wow.
He happily declares that jacks are the new aces as he stacks those chips. Oh, fighting talk from our queen over here, declaring next time she's going to 4-bet her aces. No trickiness left for her. So yeah, 2 Germans gone. They would currently top the table. 2 Brits gone. 2 English players gone. Sorry, second in the table. I can't remember who was third in the table, but if it was Ireland, Scotland, Ireland close. Ireland have got all 4. Scotland have got all 4. So this could be a round for Scotland and Ireland.
So on our outer table here, we've all in from a Belgian player, and Warren shows 7-3 and the big blind, and so he gets it through.
So yeah, I think the table's going to look interesting after this. 4 Scottish left, 4 Irish left. They were in 3rd and 4th. So yeah. The Irish and the Dutch are high-fiving each other on this table. just going to take a bit of a wander, see what's going on. We still have 9 players at the one hold'em table. English captain is what we know in the game as grinding a bowl. Looks like she has 1,700 chips, which is 8.5 big blinds. Patiently playing a waiting game there, I think.
So Razz has got a very decent turnout.
Yep, 49 runners.
Yeah, absolutely. Fantastic. They're now in level 4. So late reg well and truly closed for that.
Absolutely. I must say I'm gutted with the clash of that and the high roller this year.
And actually 49 entrances, 49 still in.
Yes, by the looks of it.
Surely somebody would have at least busted the round.
It's a
to
limit
do.
game, isn't it?
It's very difficult to do.
But the next 2 levels will be the car crash levels. As I said, pretty gutted that it clashes with a high roller. Probably my 2 favourite events of the lot.
Obviously, so it's 7-handed, obviously.
Yes, it is 7-handed.
So I'm assuming that's 7 tables of 7 and it's capped at that. So we've actually
no.
They were able to. I know they've got more tables here and more dealers. So
It
they
was
were able
capped
to.
at 63.
Right. Okay.
So 9 tables.
That's absolutely superb to get to 7 tables for Razz on a Good Friday.
Yeah, definitely.
Lunchtime.
Definitely.
Oh, table.
We have an all-in and a call. So it is Warren Jones of Wales all in with ace 10.
So Warren in the red shirt, top right, against
the Germans ace 8 of
clubs. It's
so
king high 1
it's
club.
A pretty safe board. Though picked up a second
There's
club on
another
the
club
turn.
there.
Needs to fade a club on the river. Warren asks for a heart, gets a diamond.
And we lose.
And we lose
another German player.
Our German player. Hang on, maybe we don't lose a German player.
Just doing a quick count.
We'll let the dealer decide what's going on.
Do you want to try a wander account with Mr. Man commentating? If you give it a shot. Today's learning, right?
Interesting devices are being passed around the commentary booth.
Do we need it? Because presumably it would take over the app.
Just bear in mind, there'll be a slight delay on the picture.
Well, let me test the other mic. And if you're talking to somebody and they're talking to you, you'll see their lips. Well, let me just get that for you. If there's nothing else, we'll just go over that. Give it a whirl.
So just checking up on the action here on our feature table. Let's have a look at the board. So we have 9, 10, 8, ace 2 clubs. Ben Burhill from Scotland leads into the pot 1200. He's up against Brian Yates in the hand. Brian Yates hasn't flinched looking at this board. He knows the situation. Reaches for chips. And makes a call. So we're going to see a river. The river is the 4 of hearts. Pretty unimportant river. Doesn't really change anything. Brian checks. And the hands are turned over. We have 3 pairs announced for Ben. That's a new hand. And I'm going to have to turn around because we have an all-in on our secondary table. I can see 7 deuce. I don't know what 7 deuce was against. With what hand did he have? Oh, 10-5 10-5 against 7 deuce, and the board runs out 6 jack, 6, 7 deuce as the overkill. We lose the German. We are now 5-handed on our secondary table, and we will just spin back to our feature table. I'm learning what buttons are what. This is very good. Yep. APAC's latest technology is about to be unleashed on the world. The Des Duffy Wonder Cam. It looks like a selfie stick. but it's pretty exciting. It may cut in any time soon, guys, but while waiting for that, we have a flop of ace, king, 7 to spades. We are four-handed. So, the queen has accidentally exposed her hand. Now we can see what junk she's playing. Brian chuckles to himself. Brian was probably playing he was playing a similar bag of spanders. So Brian has seen that Sandra's bossing the table, therefore has elected to play the same starting hands. It's a very good tactic. In all the mayhem, Bruno takes the pot down. And we go again. So interesting situations in regards to the leaderboard. We have all 4 Scottish players left in, all 4 Irish players left in, 1 German, 2 Brits, 2 English. I keep saying Brits, that's terrible. Get in trouble for that. Actions folded round to Ben on the button. I'm still on flop cam, apologies. But I can't change the cam because somebody's playing. Lee's playing with something. So you just have to look at the Aspers logo for a minute. It's fine. That's all right. We're back. We're back. So Ben is potted from the button. So we have a flop on our feature table. It's deuce 7-5 rainbow. Our big blind Eamon is checked, and Ben has bet almost pop. Eamon folds, and Ben's going to take that down. So I'm just going to take a quick wander around, guys. So our secondary feature table is 5-handed. We have an Irishman, a Scotsman, a Welshman. It sounds like a start to a really bad joke, doesn't it? A Belgian and an Italian. We are still 9-handed at one of the Hold'em tables. So we have one of every nation. Nobody wants to be the first one out. In our secondary PLO table, we have an Italian, a Dutchman, a Belgian, some fake Irishman, and a Scotsman. So it's all getting quite tense for this team event. As 3 Germans have bust in this round, the English need to go as deep as they can to try and claw back the edge. But with 4 players left in from Scotland and Ireland and the defending champions, 3 left from the defending champions Italy, they can all start to make waves, which is good. We have a hand on our feature table, so we'll just go to flop cam. It's a king 3-7 rainbow board. Our favourite player, Sandra from Holland, has bet into the pot. And our Irish counterpart, Eamon, has peeled.
Are you going to want like some sort of selfie with Sandra before the weekend's out?
Yeah,
so
probably.
You've got a memento of your
I think I will.
player.
She's definitely my favourite Dutch player. I can't argue it. I'm not too sure the girlfriend at home carrying the baby will be too happy about it, but alas.
Has she got a girlfriend at home?
What are you trying to say? Is that a rub? I'm getting rubbed down here, and not in a good way. Okay, goes check on the river. Eamon basically shows the biggest rap in the world that has bricked out everything. If he had any more raps, he'd be singing with Jay-Z.
I thought you were going to do an MC Hammer.
No, because I'm not going to lie. When he's against Sandra, he knows he can't touch this. Ta-da! There it is. We got it in there. We got it in there. So he scoops the pot there. And we'll go back to see our magical dealer riffling those cards together. Shirley is in the small blind here. Shirley is folded down to 1,200 chips for Team England. And we finally have an all-in and a call. It's queens against aces. I believe Kevin O'Hanlon has the aces.
Yeah.
Surprisingly.
And the queens are Italy. So this is on one of the outer tables. So we'll just talk you through this. Here comes the flop. It's a
there's
queen,
a queen.
10.
The
deuce
Italians
flop.
are running so well.
It's a 4. Needs an ace on the river for Kevin. No, and it's
Wow. The Italians are running.
queens,
The
bust,
Italians are running
aces.
golden. Italy versus Ireland. Queens versus aces. Queen on the flop. The Italian, of course. We're now going to call Italy the country of 2 outs. Doing it over and over again. Oh,
So
we're on a
we've got-
break.
well, that's convenient. We're on a break. So we will. I'll just ask John the TD just to find John. How was the break? That long? Wow.
I'm not too sure what Italy had for breakfast, but everybody else wants some. They are winning the flips, winning the 2 outers. This is how the champions do it. So there is a break, but we're just going to see the last hand on the feature table. The flop is 4-5-7-2 hearts. Ben Burhill is bet 1,100 and has been raised by Eamon from Ireland to what looks like 5k. And Ben passes. That lets out an exonerated groan, and we're on a 10-minute break. And we'll be back in about 10 minutes. Cheers, guys. We are five-handed currently in this game. Seat 1 we have Brian Yates from England. Seat 2, absent at this second, is Ben Burhill from Scotland. We have Bruno from Portugal, seat 3. In seat 8 we have Eamon from Ireland, and in seat 9 we have Sandra from Holland. They're playing PLO High, which is a pot limit game. Sandra van der Bos, yes. So we do see a flop on the first hand. Let me just get the flop up for you. There we go. We have an ace, deuce, 8, 2 of diamonds. I'm hoping that Lee's going to give me some Wi-Fi in a second. Eamon takes that one down. Oh, we're having a quick look at what's going on here. 4s against King 10. 3-4 against King 10 suited. And Kevin has 3-4. Kevin doubles from our Belgium counterpart. Shirley is still grinding the smallest bowl of rice I've ever seen. It's that small that if she asked for it in a Chinese takeaway, they wouldn't charge her any money. But she's still in, and that's the main thing. While she's in, she can still earn points. Lee is trying to put the world's longest password in. And Brian Yates and Eamon are in a bit of a hand here. Thank you very much. So let's get to the flop cam because we have an all-in and a call. So we have ace, ace, deuce 4, single suited with the hearts against king, king, 5-9 with the spades. Now Eamon has had big pairs and cracked bigger pairs twice already this sit and go. The dealer has now learnt from Lee telling him off how to get the cards in the right place.
It's effectively aces versus kings with a little bit of extra possibles.
With some danglage. So it's an 8, 9, 10 flop. So the aces are still in front. Kings have picked up a bit of equity. The 4 doesn't change a thing. Diamonds aren't covered. And the queen on the river. Aces double up. Brian Yates from England. His ace, ace, 4 deuce holds. And we'll see him scoop a quite healthy pot. And the table joked with Eamon that Jacks would have probably won. Having technical issues with Facebook. So another hand. Still 9-handed on the outer hold'em table.
That's just extraordinary.
Kevin O'Hanlon got
we should have moved them across here during the break. And
yeah, balance the tables, yeah. Kevin O'Hanlon just got a double. After losing aces versus queens, he got his 3-4 in against king 10. Made 2 pair.
He's an absolute grinder. Actually, the whole Irish team are they very much. I think they must have had team chat before the event of don't lose your chips stupidly.
Yes.
Yeah. If necessary, sit there.
I'll be honest, every year they are always a constant. They are always there or thereabouts.
So we're seeing a flop here of 4, 8, 10. And it's Bruno and Ben in the hand. Bruno was first to act and he checked. Ben's bet 15, or was bet the pot, so 1,500. It's just under 1,500. Bruno reached for some chips, but has then had another look at his cards. And he declares them all in. Ben says, I call.
So it's Jack, Jack, so 10-8 for
we're
Ben.
At it again. So the dealer will just pop these so you can see them, but Dan will talk you through them.
So we have Bruno has 9-9 ace 10 with the 9-10 of diamonds. So he currently has top pair against Ben's Jack, Jack, 10-8, which is top 2 pair. And lots of kind of rat blockers here.
He's been trained well, Dan, don't you think?
Yeah, he has been. So there's a lot of blockers going on here.
Here comes the turn.
The turn is the deuce. That is about as bricky as they come. You could build houses on bricks that solid. And a king of spades on the river. And Ben takes that down.
Bruno.
So we lose Bruno in 5th. Bruno is going to update the sheet for us.
Have we lost our score updater?
We have lost our score.
Oh no, he's going to have to pass.
Ben has taken over.
Else. Quite right.
It's like a poison chalice. Nobody wants the job. Ben has threatened now that if anybody knocks him out, then they're going to have to do the updating. Brian looks quite worried about this. The numbers are getting quite high.
Tell you what, all the dealers are going to deal this feature table if they know they have to mess about doing the scoring. They can all want to be on.
Yeah, absolutely.
So don't forget, you can get all the updates on apat.com/forum. Go and look for the live update threads on there. There's one every single day. They start them first thing in the morning and runs right through till horribly sometimes 3 in the morning. You'll get the photos. We never leave without posting a winner's photo.
Is that strictly true?
Absolutely.
Every year?
I'm not saying every year.
Okay,
I said this week.
This week.
This week.
This week.
This week.
Every time is a good time.
They've not left. No one's left without the winners' photos getting posted up. I then get hold of them and put them onto a results update thread.
You do?
So they're all in one place for people to see. At the same time, I update the fantasy draft,
which I'm not doing very well in.
Whilst we're watching this feature table, Dan's
I'm
at the
completely
announce table.
confused at what's happened here on table 2, but I can see that the Belgian players won lots of chips. The Belgium doubled up versus against Italy. I'm confused. Every time Italy have been in a pot, they've won. Luca, talk to me about this. Every time your guys are in a pot, no matter how bad a shape they have won so far today, how is this one different?
I don't know. It's a difficult answer.
It's a difficult question to ask. Luca, even Luca's surprised.
Dan's going to stay on the outer tables because I think this hand, Kevin O'Hanlon's all in.
Kevin O'Hanlon, ace queen against the 10-7 of spades, but I don't know who has the 10-7 of spades. It's Italy. There's 2 spades on the flop. The turn is a queen. So we need a spade on the river or Kevin doubles up. And it's a spade on the river. Italy have done it again. This guy has single-handedly destroyed Kevin O'Hanlon. He's had queens against Kevin's aces. And then spades against his ace-queen. Unlucky, Kev.
So on the feature table, you're watching the. I think. Oh, there's 2 tables now four-handed, so we're one of those 2. Funny if they're both the Omaha tables.
Yeah, I'm not.
We've just finally lost our first player on the outer no limit hold'em table. That one might be going on for a little while. I may be moving cameras to be able to show that.
What were the starting stacks? Brian, what were the starting stacks? 5,000. So, in these, literally, you're looking at average stack with everybody left in. It's only like 12, 13 bigs.
Picked up now after I've just doubled up. But,
Right.
Saw that.
I'd love to look at, where's the doofer? The calculator is here.
9 on this board.
So we have a board here that reads 5, 10, 9, ace,
So,
2 spades.
So Brian's just discreetly told me that he's folded 2 nines with 2 spades on this board.
Okay. Makes it interesting.
We keep that to ourselves.
And our favourite powerhouse is just ploughing money into this pot again, applying maximum pressure. The beauty for the Dutch team coming at the bottom in the table is they are literally playing for fun. They can use this as an advantage to put pressure on those needing to score points.
Absolutely.
So she's bet 1350, and there's been a call on the button from Eamon, so we're going to see a river. The river is a queen of clubs, brings in a fair few possibilities. The wraps have got there. She's decided to slow down and check. I feel she's doing this with pretty good showdown value.
Actually, these 2 have got down to shutting quite a few times in hands against each other.
But it's interesting to see that we've seen a lot of hands early on where she's taken the initiative on all 3 streets. This time she's decided to check back.
And they've checked it.
And she has jacks. So she shows jacks.
So
and jacks are good.
So it's 2 pair, isn't it? 10s.
No,
no,
it's just
6.
jacks.
No, it's 9. So the jacks are good. You're right. I thought the 6 was a 9 for a second. Just shows why I don't play much poker anymore.
Eamon says to her, "You're very, very lucky there." To which she replies, "Yes, I know." So just having a wander around here, see what's going on. On the secondary feature table, Warren Jones is in a hand on the button. The board reads 7, King, 8, King, Jack, 2 diamonds, 2 clubs. Pair board, he's against the Italian. The Italians check the river. And Warren's bet what looks like half of his stack, which is 1,000 chips on that river. And the Italian is deciding what to do. He mucks. And Warren takes down another pot. Update on Shirley Cole, our captain. her bowl is even smaller. She now has 1,100 chips, which is 6 big blinds. And I don't think I've seen her play a hand. So she's obviously trying to get as many points for that team as she can. However, that's the table where nobody wants to bust. And it may have been an incorrect decision. Who knows?
So we're going to see a flop of 3, 4, 5 spades.
That is a very action-based flop. Ben from Scotland and Brian from England are competing. Brian.
This is the Calcutta Cup of Poker in this very hand.
You think so?
Well, England folded early, so yeah, why not?
Yeah. You're absolutely right. Ben shows his 2 non-spade cards, which
shows a pair of 9s.
Got some action over here on the other Hold'em table. The German captain has shoved for looks like 2 point something K with pocket 8s, and the Scottish player has pocket aces. So it's 8s versus aces. We could lose our 4th German in this round, which is going to be super interesting for the table. It's a 7-high board. Clubs are covered. We'd need running outs or an 8. An 8 on the turn. And a queen on the river. So our German counterpart doubles up. And it leaves our Scottish player with 100 chips. And he proudly tells his captain that he's just got 2 outed. So, bit of a raise and take it there from Ben. The Razz has finally lost its first couple of players. So it's now 2:30. You've got the high roller at 4 o'clock, which I will be playing. It's a £220 buying, open event. So professionals and amateurs alike can play. So we have a 3-way all in here. So our Scottish player that was left with 100 chips has managed to be dealt jacks. Our Belgian player has isolated with King Queen. And my good friend Jonathan Rees, I believe, is the Welsh player all in with Ace King. So we have jacks for an ante each, 100 chips each. Ace King versus King Queen. It's a pretty big pot. So I'll follow the action as best I can. People are kind of standing in. The dealer's sorting it all out. The audience is in awe of what's going on. So the Belgians need a queen. That's an ace. So there's only 2 jacks left for Belgium. Or a queen comes, so there's some more. Any picture card could be interesting here. It's an 8. And the Welsh scoops. That's Jonathan Rees in seat 1. Knocks out the Belgian. Knocks out the Scottish player. Decent addition to his stack. And I'm going to go back to our feature table because there's a bit of action. So we have flop cam. Oh, I missed the action. The Irish guy went all in. Eamon went all in on the ace, deuce, 9, 2 spades. Pretends to show but doesn't want to. It's all going on. So from going from the table that had the most players left in, our outer Hold'em feature table now is losing players at a rapid old rate. So if you look now on the screen, you'll see the secondary outer hold'em table. So we have, I'm going to flick you through them so you know what you're looking at. The table you see now is flop cam. That's when all the excitement on the feature table takes place, like now. It's a flop of 10 deuce ace, and it's contested between Brian Yates and Ben Burhill, England versus Scotland. It goes check, check. On the turn we see another ace. It's the ace of clubs. Action on Brian in the small blind. Reaches for chips. Announces pot and gets a fold. So this is our main feature table. As you can see, we have our 4 players left. If I go to this table here, this is now our secondary feature table, which is a hold'em game, which you'll see just in the bottom of the shot in the white top. That is Shirley Cole. That is our England captain. And then we have an Italian eating, and that goes round and round. I don't know what button Lee just pressed, but it did something. It was rather interesting. So seat 1 is Wales, seat 2 is Germany, seat 4 is Portugal, 5 Holland, 6 Italy, 7 England. So this has got the most players. This is the table we just had the bust out with a 3-way all-in, where our Scottish and Belgium counterparts busted. Gonna just flick back to here. More buttons on the calculator that bring up little things, which is great. So we can see that blind v blind, Ben has opened. Eamon has potted, and it's worked. He's got it through. So there's a hand playing on the secondary feature table. So it's a 5, 6, 7 board, 2 hearts. Johnny Guitar from Portugal has led out 1100 and has been raised by our Welsh player Jonathan Rees in seat 1 to what looks to be all in essence. Johnny Guitar is deciding what he wants to do. Does he want to put the last of his betting tokens over the line and see how it works out for him? So a lot of perusing, a lot of thinking. Doesn't look happy about it, but he has put a third, a half of his stack. We know the Portuguese team do like to take their time and make sure the decisions are correct. They pride this team event. A lot of them come over from Madeira and places like that just to come and play it. The Italians fly over from Italy every year to play it. The Dutch and the Belgium also do as well. The Dutch and the Belgium don't fly over from Italy, however. They fly over from their home countries, just to make you aware. But he doesn't like it. He does not like it. He's folded, and he's folded. Jonathan Rees takes that pot. So just going to go back over to our feature table. It looks as though we are 3-handed. Ben on the button, Eamon in the small blind, Sandra in the big blind. The board reads 10, 9, 5, 10 at 2 clubs. Sandra has led into the pot. 825. Ben Burhill has called on the button. Just disputing whether Ben wanted to raise or call, but it was definitely a call. So Eamon has folded, so we're going to see the turn. No, we're not. We've seen the turn. We're going to see the river. Too much poker for me already. I've got to try and play later. And it's the 7 of diamonds. So just to read that board back to you, that's the 10 of hearts, 9 of diamonds, 5 of clubs, 10 of clubs, 7 of diamonds. Action is on Sandra, the queen.
So don't forget, we're now at 20 to 3. Our high roller starts at 4 o'clock this afternoon. 200 plus 20 buy-in. Expecting a cracking number of runners to that. I think it's, apart from the main event, it could potentially be the biggest the biggest prize pool of the week.
It will go 2 ways. It will either have sub 50 runners or close to 100. Nothing in between. You've heard it here first.
Yeah, so if you are fancying a bit of poker this weekend and you're watching at home, why not come down to Aspers at Stratford?
Absolutely.
Win yourself a bracelet.
Yes. You don't need a bracelet, leader. You've got a big shiny glass trophy.
I've got a bracelet as well.
Yeah, but that's, you know, what you bought for Christmas, wasn't it?
Oh, no, it came with a trophy.
Oh, did it?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God. They're giving them to anybody nowadays.
Absolutely.
The closest I've been to a bracelet is the 3 that are in my boot from Chris Webber.
I'm not allowed to talk about it anyway, Dan.
Oh, you're not? Cross promotion.
Lucy has to go at me.
Oh, really?
Says I have ego issues.
Well, I actually watched the coverage, and do you know what? I thought you played very well. So,
Thank you
you
very
know,
much.
credit where it's due.
It was a while ago now, but I'm still living off it.
Well, you know, you just come out the woodwork, have a deep run somewhere, and then
exactly.
bugger off for a couple of years. Right, I'm just going to go back over to the other table. We have an all-in and a cool. So Shirley has just doubled. So Shirley's just got a queen 10 in.
As lovely as the back of your head is, Dan.
Spent years grooming my hair to look that good from the back.
Absolutely.
It's the camera placements they're getting me. So I'm going to go to flop cam on the feature table. It's a King 10 rainbow.
Love it.
It's a juicy one. And our favourite boss is bashing the pot again. She takes it down.
Flicks the cards in.
Flicks the cards in. She's played this game before.
She knows what she's doing.
Ain't nothing going on but the rent.
Really?
Hey, there's a reference if you've ever heard one.
Absolutely.
What's that, Janet Jackson? Is it Janet Jackson? I'm too young to know that. Brian Yates might know.
Pop quiz, yeah?
Yeah, pop quiz. Who sang Ain't Nothing Going On But the Rent? Can't remember. It wasn't Janet Jackson then, because that would have been a bit obvious.
So if anyone's watching at home, text Brian.
Yeah.
Let us know, yeah?
Or you could tweet hashtag APAT live.
Yes.
With the answer to that question. And if you're lucky, you can win one of John Murray's other national team shirts.
Signed.
Signed by John Murray. His Polish shirt. The John Murray Poland shirt can be won. The first person to tweet in who sang Ain't Nothing Going On But the Rent to hashtag APAT live.
Terms and conditions apply. Yeah. your house value may go up as well as down. And all investments are.
Please notice that the average APR is 100 million.
Other than that, though, text away. Right then, so we're four-handed on our feature. We're four-handed on the. Oh no, five-handed on the other Omaha table.
This is where it gets very cagey.
And down to 6 and 5 on the no limits.
Oh, okay, we have an all-in and a call. So it's Ace, 10 of Hearts
We've not
from
got this one
Scotland.
on the screen, so Dan will talk you through it. It's on the other no limit table. So
Ace, 10 of Hearts for Scotland.
Scotland
Fours for Italy. It's a 9, Queen, 7 board. Everybody's rushing over. 9.
Counterfeit.
Jack. And the Italians knock out another player. We lose our Scottish player. John Murray, with his Italian shirt, is trying to fist pump anybody that will give him a fist pump. We're pretty sure that John Murray is actually banned from Italy, as well as a couple of other European countries. But still he wants to feel part of the team.
So Scotland lose one. They're down to 2 players now.
Yep. Tom and Ben.
Oh, see, I think I may have declared Tom was out earlier on because I'm wandering around, but I think he probably did have.
Okay, Shirley is now all in on our secondary feature table. She shoved the button.
2 blinds to get through. Oh no, there's
no.
open,
Johnny, is it Johnny Guitar?
Yeah,
Johnny
so
Guitar's
there's a raise under the
opened
gun from Portugal.
Shirley has shipped the button. Jonathan Rees is counting out chips and is folded. The German captain is folding and it's all in. Ace Jack versus Aces. Shirley has got her Ace Jack in against Aces. Oh my God, we've got all ins everywhere. So 10, Queen, 8, 10, 8. And the Aces win. Yeah, well that one's there.
So
So
whilst that was
Shirley
happening
is
and Dan was talking you through that one on that table, over on the other no limit Hobel table, it's a double up for Warren Jones of Wales. Pocket queens against the ace-7 from Italy.
I
So
did hear
they're
the
still
Italian
saying-
ask for an ace on the flop like Poker
Like
Stars,
Poker Stars,
which I
yes,
think is
yeah.
the best comment of the day.
Great.
So
Back on our feature table, and Ben Bernhardt is raising from the button.
So it looks as though Eamon has just called. Sandra in the big blind is getting away.
So we're gonna
Just
see a
so you
flop.
know, Shirley is down to 525 chips. So flop cam activated.
King 8-5. And like a boss, Shirley folds to the very next hand. It's all about the points, Dan. It's all about the
I'm not
points.
going to lie. If I had a bowl of rice that small, I would not be paying for it in my Chinese takeaway.
Queen of diamonds on the turn.
So it goes check, check on the flop. Eamon checks turn. I think Ben's going to take the betting lead here. Bets 1,300. Eamon's going to check his cards, 2 at a time.
So Eamon split his hand, either side of his lucky charm.
Yep. So he basically has a high hand and spanners, but they could change. He could move them around each
absolutely.
street. I know he folds them in a two-handed motion.
Folds both.
Say again. Wayne Guthrie.
Oh, on the answer.
Wayne Guthrie sang the song. I don't know who.
I'm
I
assuming
guess
that's
that's
coming from Mrs. Yates.
Is that Mrs. Yates? That
Somebody
who was
else
it?
is-
Who?
You've got more than one person.
Brian has got
watching.
2 people watching. Brian has got 2 people watching. The stream may break
Do
down.
we get a name? Is there a name
Yeah,
check? for
who
other
is the
person,
winner?
Brian? Who is it?
Nick Finn, you are our winner. Feel free to drive to Stratford, see John Murray. He's the grey-haired guy. Ask him for his signed Poland shirt and claim your prize. Congratulations.
Absolutely. Terms and conditions apply.
Do
You've got
not
to be here in the next 10 minutes.
Do not pass go. Do not collect £200.
Blah, 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 blah.
Absolutely.
But we appreciate the answer anyway. 'Cause
Yeah,
it was bugging
it
me.
was bugging me.
I was about to head to Google. So yeah.
Shirley's all in on our secondary table.
Dan will talk you through that whilst we're seeing a flop on the other two. So I'll keep an eye on that one. Dan will talk you through Shirley's.
Our Dutch player's just reshoved to isolate. And our
She's got to be happy with that.
Our Italian player is folding in a very elaborate manner. So Shirley is showing jacks against King Queen. It's a standard flip.
I think she's wishing she had jacks a little bit earlier than that.
Chip in a chair, as they say. Ace, Queen, 6. So it's a 3-spade board, and Shirley
Yeah,
does
Shirley
have
has
the jack of
so
spades.
it's got a redraw to the flush.
So she's got a small
needs a jack, or a spade.
to double up, otherwise we lose Shirley. It's another queen, and Shirley is gone. We'll go back to our main table in the PLO, in which we see a hand between Eamon on the button and Sandra in the small blind. The board reads Queen Ace 4 7 4, 2 hearts, and action is on Sandra. The pot is around 2,200 at the moment, and she bets 1775. So we're just going to try and grab a quick word with Shirley Cole, our England captain. Shirley, that was a grind. Oh, every time I popped over, you seem to have less and less chips. Not much went for you. Talk to me about it.
I hate pocket jacks. Two hands, pocket jacks. So I called all in with first set of jacks, and then Italy showed 3-4 suited, and he hit his flush. So both times got jacks in well ahead. Both times lost, and that's what's done the damage today.
It's not going to help you, but Italy have been getting it in like that on every table that we've been watching and winning. Obviously, they're defending champions. You guys were placed second before this round. It's not been the greatest round, not been the worst. How do you think your chances are going forward?
It's all to play for in the MTT, so loads of points, still very much in it. My biggest strength, I think. So yeah, we've still got a chance.
Excellent, yeah, absolutely. I mean, your team's strong. You've got Paresh, who's multiple bracelet winner. Matt Carter, who's a bit of a stalwart. Seems like he can never leave APAT. He's just always around. And obviously Brian, who's second in the player of the series. And yourself, you've got a couple of national titles to your name. So, you know, it's a strong team. So, I'm sure you'll do it. So what's your prediction? You're going to win it?
I'm going to try my best.
I like that. That's a positive mental attitude. Cheers to that, Shirley. Good luck in the MTT. I keep standing in the way of the camera. It's been a while since I've been on telly. Apologies for that, guys. But we're looking at the outer table. Our German counterpart seems to be all in. And the Italian...
Hearing all in on the other no limit hold'em table.
Oh, my good lord. There's all-ins everywhere. So, Lee, I'm going to leave you in control of this one.
Yeah. Have you got one over there as well,
I got
Dan?
this one over here.
You're currently watching the feature. I'm going to flick over to Dan's table because there's action over there.
So
the other no limit table we've got.
The action is the Italian player has, which I believe Gabriella's opened 800 on the button. Our big blind, our German captain, has shipped it in, which looks about 4 and a bit K, and there's a call. So we have Jack 10 versus deuces. It's a standard flip. The Italian has Jack 10. Our German captain has pocket deuces. So the flop is ace 7-10, so the Italian goes in front, needs to fade 2 outs. Any of the deuces. The Jack of hearts improves him to 2 pair. There's no flush draws. So the river is a 5 of spades, so we see our German captain depart, and we are now 4-handed with the Italian with a huge chip lead.
So on the other no limit hold'em table, Frank Bailey, Irish captain, is all in on an ace deuce tray board, 2 spades, and it's our Italian player with a decision to make. He's all in for, and he gets it through. Back on our feature table very quickly. Dan's going to hopefully quickly be able to grab this and let you know.
Right, so it looks as though Brian has just doubled up. Brian showing ace 10-10-8 on a 2-10-4 Jack 4 board against 10-4 Queen Jack. So basically it's house over house. And Brian's house is the better of the 2 houses. It's like living on my street. They're always arguing who's coming to do bin day. So that's a huge double up for our England player there. House and house, pretty unavoidable. Board pairs on the river. Brian takes
this is how this tournament swings. So as Shirley gets knocked out on the other table for England, Brian gets a double up. It's the way it works.
It's all going on. Warren just showing big pocket pairs again.
He's gone from very few. You know, he was very low on chips, got a double up, and has now managed to.
Yeah, he's hit a bit of a rush. We've seen him show queens a couple of times and a couple of other big hands, and if you pick those cards up at the right spots in these sitting goes,
it wants to pick the full maximum points here if he can. It's 9 points for a win on these sit and goes.
Just doing a bit of wandering, seeing what I can see. Not a lot happening.
So we're 3 lots of 4 and 1 5-handed now. So those tables that had lots of players, they've caught up very quickly actually in about the past 20-30 minutes. That's always going to be the way. There's always going to be a tipping point, isn't there?
Yeah, the chips are distributed so evenly that everybody's short with that many players left in. So it will get slightly swingy and then start to level itself out. Probably another good hour or so left in these sit and goes.
So we're 3-way to this flop of 7 ace 8 2 spades.
That's definitely 2 hearts.
2 hearts, yeah.
They're red cards, Lee.
Yeah, that's a good point, yeah.
We need to get Lee a 4-colour deck.
So the good thing is now they're on the screen, you see, so I don't necessarily need to worry. People just look and go, oh, he's just talking gibberish again. So it was check round to Brian. Brian's bet 1,000, and Ben in the small blind has made the call, and it's back round to Eamon in the big blind who folds his 2 hands.
I like the way he does that.
And we're going to see
1 hand isn't enough. Like Queen of Diamonds, so we now have 2 flush draws.
So action on Ben. Ben is to the bottom right hand of your screen in the delightful dark blue Scottish jersey.
Navy blue, I think we'll go.
Navy blue, want to go with it?
Yeah, let's go with navy blue.
And he's reaching for chips. How many's he got there, Dan?
That is 2,300, which is about 3/4 pot.
So it's now action on the baseball-clad,
sunglasses wearing
England ex-skipper Brian I'm Not Brummy Yates.
Yes. He's a West Brom fan for his sins.
Someone's got to be.
Well, yes, this is very true. He decides to let it go, and Ben picks up another pot.
Ben Ben's been quietly going about his business on this table.
Absolutely, absolutely. Nothing
We've
flash.
mentioned him a few times, more in jest than anything else, but he has been stacking chips.
Absolutely. He's got a very good, not presence. The word isn't presence, but he's very good at almost being unnoticed on a table. I've played with him a handful of times before. He's so quiet and meek that you don't really know he's there, and all of a sudden he bites you in the ass.
He's had years of everyone mocking him that he was related to Des Duffy, obviously.
Yes, he does look very similar. It's not his fault.
No, exactly.
But, you know...
We can confirm that there is no...
as far as we're aware, no illegitimate children in the Duffy household.
Nothing that we know of.
Nothing that he'll admit to, anyway.
How to affect a player whilst it's their button, yeah.
To be honest, I can't imagine that Ben would wear an open shirt the same way that
Des
Des did.
The way Des has worn that.
No. Like,
it's a bit Cowell-esque, isn't it?
Almost, yes. Just trousers a bit higher.
A little bit much.
Yes. Ben takes that through. A bit of a raise and take it. Always the best ones.
And some more chips for Scotland there.
Yeah, absolutely.
And over on our table we've got behind us, it's Warren Jones stacking chips for Wales again. And we've got a board out on the far table. If I'll ping it up on the screen, and Dan's going to head over and see if there's anything going on.
Yeah, so there's an all-in and a fold. It's a King 10, 3-3 Queen. Johnny Guitar gets it in. Jonathan Rees from Wales folds, thinks better of it. And we have an all-in and a call. So looks like Warren Jones has the 10-5.
Table Warren and Frank.
Against the King 10 of Belgium. So he just needs to fade the 5, which he does. There's a double, lots of fist pumping and happiness, cheering.
So that's Belgium doubling up through Wales.
Absolutely.
We don't mind that. The Welsh like the Belgians. That's okay. It's not a problem at all.
Warren did say his favourite dessert is a Belgian bun, so maybe.
To be
Who
honest,
knows?
what can we say?
So
Back on our feature table. We've got a flop there, Dan.
Yeah, the flop is Queen Ace 3, 2 spades. Brian has taken the aggressive action and bet what looks about 3/4 pot, 800. Eamon has folded his 2 hands, as he does quite well. And the action is back on the small blind Sandra from Holland.
Things are starting to get a bit busier in the card room as players are gathering for the high roller.
Absolutely.
So they're wandering over to see what all the fuss is about over this end of the card room.
And there's a call. So we're going to see the turn. Turn is the Jack of clubs. With very wet and draw heavy board now. Sandra elects to check. Actions back on Brian, who checks behind. The river's a 5 of hearts. Action on Sandra. She reaches for chips. She's going to bet what looks like 11.75.
As we're about to have a change of dealer. Which means
So you'll have to teach them.
To do some more training. Dealers have been excellent, actually. Very, very good here. All the variants that have gone on this week, and they've for the most part, have coped with it all very well. Because poker players are a demanding bunch, Dan, aren't they?
Yes, they are. They want everything. And there's a call from Brian. And it shows 10-10 Jack 9 for
pair of jacks.
For a pair of jacks. And Brian shows
ace queen
for two pair. So Brian picks that one off.
He could have had ace queen, ace 5, queen 5. Any of them are good.
Yep, they're all good against the one pair.
And Brian takes that pot down.
Shifting power on this table four-handed. Brian has started to stack them up high.
As you're looking, the chips are very much moving from left to right.
Absolutely. Our secondary table, we have an all-in from our Italian player on the button. 3,550. Action is on Warren in the big blind.
So we're just changing dealer on the feature table, and very nicely, our previous dealers had a quick word with the new one to say, this is where you need to pop the cards.
Saved you 5 minutes, Lee.
We'll see how we go. We'll see how we go. I can see an all-in on our outer table. Looks like the Dutch player on the button and has got that through. As he's just there in the orange stacking up chips.
A lot of chips just being passed around at the moment.
It's at that point now, isn't it? It's we'll get to another tipping point soon. We're coming about 2 minutes left of level 5. The blinds are 200, 400 with a running ante of 50, and then we're going to jump to 300, 600 with a running ante of 75.
I don't think there is an ante.
Are they not playing antes? They're just showing it on the screen.
Yeah, it just shows on the screen because it's standard
I have been watching
software.
this, Dan, but to be honest, I've not really.
Antes would make it a very different dynamic completely.
You're right. So ignore the antes. What I've just said. So it's 200, 400, and next level's 300, 600.
You were actually reading level 5, which is the Razz.
They've switched it round.
Yes, the team championship's over.
It is, but it is the same. We're at 200, 400.
And you have
We're
18
going to
minutes
360.
left.
That's why I'm seeing antes and thinking that doesn't look right to me, but it is the same. 18 minutes left of this level.
Oh, we have an all-in on the secondary table. Ace, Jack versus Ace 5. And Warren's Ace Jack takes it.
So Warren very generously gave doubled up our Belgian player, who very generously then gave all his chips back to Warren. And we're three-handed on this table. Captain Frank, Captain Warren, and I don't know the Italian's name, but he'll tell me now what his name is. Your name is?
Diego.
Diego from Italy, so 3 players left. Diego's probably the short stack.
So I'm going to talk you through
he's the short
on
stack
our
at
feature
the
table. It's blind v blind.
He's
Ben
confirming he's the
Eamon.
short stack.
The board
but
reads
he's now
7
already
deuce, 6
picked up a
5, 2
minimum
diamonds,
of
2
7
hearts.
points for his team.
Let's go and
so
check on
that's
flop.
good.
Ben has led 2,400. The Italian captain is Luca is joking that he wants to switch in John Murray for the MTT. He obviously doesn't want to win this year. So the river card is the 10 of diamonds. So the board's now 3 diamonds. 10, 5, 6, deuce, 7. Goes check, check. And we have 7, 6 for 2 pair versus a set of 5s for Ben. So Ben will scoop that pot. Lee just adjusting the dealer's positioning.
That was quick and cheerful training. Do you like that? That was didn't need much more than that. We were quite happy with that. So we're still 4-handed on our feature table. I've been joined by Des Duffy in the feature area whilst Dan stepped away from it. So I'm handing him a microphone so it's on so he can talk.
Hi Lee.
How we doing?
Well, great atmosphere in the room. That we
Isn't
like.
it just? Yeah, isn't it just?
Had a very interesting discussion with John Scanlon, the general manager here, responsible for poker. And he's somewhat mystified that we are still so many player-handed in a lot of these games after 3 hours of play.
Did you explain why?
Well, I tried to explain that this is all about, it's almost a laddering type contest. It's very hard to think differently because it means more than the money, it means more than a lot of other stuff. But I mean, it's a good point. Aren't a lot of...
I'm going to send you over to our outer table, Des. Switch cameras. If you can get in there and tell me what's going on, that'd be great.
Okay, well, we're seeing an ace-4, and we're seeing a pair of jacks. And it looks like Italy is about to make a call here. There's a lot of chips in the middle. Italy's got some back, so I think we've got Italy with ace-4. We've got a pair of jacks from Wales. Okay, so it's John Rees for Wales. Mr. Emito for Italy. And the flop comes down 2, 10, 10. Jacks ahead. There's a 5. 7. The jacks are going to take it. So I'm assuming that's a double up for John Rees of Wales.
Meanwhile, back on our feature table, we have an all-in and a call. It's Ben Burnhill of Scotland up against Eamon from Ireland. So Ben has got pair of 9s with a 5 and a deuce, and up against Pocket Kings 5-3. Here we go then, dealer. Let's go for it. So needing a 9. Where are you? And it's a double up for Eamon.
Oh. I disappear for 2 seconds and it all goes crazy.
All crazy. I'm there trying to work. That's why I let you go in for these and try and work out what's going on. It's far easier. So, so hopefully you got Dez's explanation of the hand on the outer table. So feel free to tweet in and rate Dez's commentary. Let us know what you thought.
I can tell you numbers update for the high roller. We've just registered. We're an hour to go before start time, and I am number 26. So I think the numbers are going to be very, very decent for the high roller. I think 60 to 70. You got 2 hours late registration for that event, so could even touch 80 hopefully.
So we're we got one 3-handed no limit hold'em, one 4-handed no limit hold'em, and then a 4 feature table and a 5 on the Omaha. So we're getting to the deep end of the points here. So you were saying, Des, anyway, before I sent you flying into battle over at the outer table about your discussion with John.
Yeah, so the point being, he couldn't quite understand why, nobody's taking command of tables and stuff. And I think he's got a very good point. I mean, we had the example of Shirley hanging on for quite some time with a small stack. So should it be about the 12 points or should it be about the, 4 or 5 points? I'm
going to have to stop you again because I'm going to send Dan into battle, outer table, all in a
Oh,
call.
my good
He's
lord.
battling his way through now.
He's fighting through the forest.
To find out what's going on.
We
We're
have
at
an
that
all
point
in.
with it, to be honest, Des,
So it's
isn't it?
pocket 5s for our Italian player against the ace queen of Johnny Guitar of Portugal. The best name in poker against the best Italian in APAC. Yeah. Or luckiest, one of the two. I know. So the board runs out 2, 3, 9, 6, 6, and the 5s win. Lots of tapping on the table, lots of vamos being shouted. The Italians win another one, and they go Italy, go. 3-handed now, so we've got Jonathan Rees of Wales, a gentleman from Holland who I honestly don't know who he is, and an Italian guy, Gabriel. There's lots of shouting from the Italians. All I know is that they are 3-handed. Vamos was pronounced. Oh,
the Dutch are all
the Dutch are shouting as well. Everybody needs to calm down. It's a friendly game.
This is what happens with this tournament. For anyone that's not watched or seen this before, it gets a little bit lively towards the end as national pride steps in.
There will be tears. There will be crying. There will be smiles.
There may be blood.
There will definitely be blood. So just looking around the room, Wales are 3-handed in both Hold'em sit and goes. Jonathan Rees and
we're not an Omaha nation.
Well, no, you're not, are you?
Preserve of the Irish. So Ireland have still got 3 players left in.
Great round for Ireland.
The Dutch have got 3 players left in. Wales have 2.
Italy have 3.
Italy have 3. Belgium have just got the 1.
Scotland have got 2.
And England have got 1. I think, have we covered everyone?
Germany have none left. That's why you can't cover them.
So Germany, who top of the table for this session, are all out.
Yes, England in
second. Make a difference. They were 13 points ahead, so to be honest, they could still have done enough to keep their lead. But a few good finishes here from some of the teams in the chasing pack, and you might find going into the MTT, Germany aren't top of the table.
I would imagine now that you'll see a bit of a shift. Ireland and Italy will be moving up in those top 2 places, with Germany and England slipping down to 3rd and 4th.
When I spoke to Luca, he was first out for Italy. Obviously, the other guys in. His view was, he said, it's going to be very tough for us to retain our title now once he busted. I don't know whether that was just because I caught him just as he'd gone out. I wonder whether now, if he's thinking about it now, he's maybe recalculated the numbers and thinking, do you know what? We can still do this.
We've got a chance. There's always a chance.
So back on our feature table, which we've been following this one from the start. It's been pretty good, Dan.
Yeah, pretty impressed with the play so far. Everybody seems very competent at PLO, which is probably why their captains have put them into these games.
Sandra's gone very quiet. Lost a couple of hands.
Yep. And
I don't think she necessarily overplayed them.
She's basically just tried to apply the pressure.
Yeah,
She's in a very good spot where her team are bottom of the ranking, so she can just, loosen up and apply pressure to those that need points more, which she's done. She's had a couple of bluffs picked off, one by Ben and one by Brian.
We're going to see a flop.
Ace, 9, 10, 2 spades. So actions with Sandra, who checks.
Do you see how well the dealer is popping those cards out now?
This dealer is very impressive.
That took 10 seconds of training from
There's
him.
a bit of flair. I like it. So Brian is going to take the betting lead here. Fires out 1,400 into a pot of what looks around 2k. No, sorry, a little bit more, 2.2k maybe. Big decision for Sandra here, though. She's playing about 5 grand behind, so if she calls this street, she knows she's going to be committed. Be interesting to see. She's having a good old think.
You'd imagine she's got a bit of it. It's a sort of flop where...
Yeah, it's a great flop for her. She's obviously opened, blind v blind. Should smack her in the range. Her range right in the face. And she is my favourite Dutch player, so ultimately, good luck to her. Say what Des just said.
So we've got a nice little rail building around this feature table here. We've got our Belgium updating team keeping an eye on what's going on. How's it going?
Not so good for the Belgians at the moment. Although Joachim is playing the big stack at the table, so if he wins it, we're still in.
They've been updating over on their forum for the past 2 days for the team event.
Sandra's just potted it, and amazingly knew the math. I've played PLO for years, and I still can't do the math. I let the dealer tell me.
As I say, just with a couple of hundred backs. So.
Yeah, 125 behind.
So the decision is on Mr. Yates again.
Yes.
We'll be working out the maths because he's that type of player.
Again, I think his
Just recalled some history of Brian against female players in APAD International.
I wasn't going to say anything because his wife's listening.
I'm thinking 2009 in Luton, playing for England, the first ever substitution in an event, playing against Germany, heads up. They took out their male player and they put in a female player to play against him in a substitution, and Brian collapsed from holding a decent lead to losing the point.
She had already beaten him once. It was very much, there was a dynamic there, wasn't it?
And she was a great player, so no, absolutely nothing wrong with that at all.
Yeah, the first to bring substitutions in. That was a fun trial, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, at the time you sort of had to be there, but the table was just surrounded about 3 levels deep with players and miscellaneous other supporters. The pressure on Brian was immense. He was in a leading position. The substitution occurred. Everybody wanted to see what occurred, what happened, and well, what can we say?
He took it very well.
So there's been a limp on the button from Ireland's Eamon. The small blind, Sandra has completed, and Brian has potted from the big blind, made it 2,000 to go. Action is now back on Eamon. Eamon's pass, Sandra passes, and Brian takes the pot down. Just going to have a quick wander over. I can see a flop and a turn.
Outside on the outer table. Dan, can you get across there?
I can certainly try and get across there.
You might miss it. Oh, he's missed it.
There was an all-in and a show and a fold.
Who's stacking chips, though?
The Dutch player.
The Dutch player's stacking chips over there. Is four-handed here for a little while now. I think Sandra, who had a decent stack, is still trying to play a game, but is very aware now. I think she'd desperately like to take one of these down. As I say, the team were at the bottom of the start of day, but they've still got a couple of players in, so three players in, so they could easily put themselves back up to mid table.
Absolutely, and from what I've seen, I think she's a very prolific PLO player. She knows when she has blockers to nuts and knows how to represent them. A couple of them haven't gone through, but she certainly knows what she's doing. She's not to be underestimated in this.
You are the founder of the Sandra fan club, obviously.
I, president, chief exec, and king. Some would say I own your ass, as Des Duffy once famously told me.
So on a board.
So we have a flop of 6, 8, 10, 2 diamonds, 1 heart. Ben has led. Brian has folded. And Ben has been silently just chipping up in this sit and go.
You must be very proud, Des.
He's a good lad, Ben. My boy.
It's my boy.
We did very horribly. Dan and I raised that subject whilst he was on the button about to make a bet earlier on, and he just gave us a little kind of sneery smile of, yeah, all right, shut up, boys.
I am confused because Ben denies all knowledge. However, Des is admitting the relation. Who to believe?
So Sandra's bet out 1100 under the gun, and it's folded. Brian's folded, so it's round to Ben in the small blind. Already committed 200.
He raises to 2700.
That will be a pot.
Pot it up.
Eamon fans his cards as a look, says, I don't fancy them.
I'm not too sure he did say that, but
in his head.
In his head, okay.
In his head. I could have done some sort of stereotypical Irish comment, and I thought, no, I'm next to Des. I won't do that.
You're going to leave me to do that then, obviously.
And there it is.
Yeah. So Sandra's reaching for some chips again, I think. So the bet's now 2,700. She'd raise it up to 1,100.
Yeah, and she knows she has a decision. She either puts all of the chips over the line and says, let's have a spin.
But even to make this call and see a flop,
she can't call.
It's
That's
kind of committed.
Yeah,
I think
absolutely.
it's the right play.
So she's just gone over the
she's
top.
Raised over the top. Decision back on Ben.
Yep.
Ben's in the bottom right-hand corner for you there. And just quickly ask how much he's got behind, and gone pretty much. Yeah, it's kind of changed, but it's not quite. It's probably 900 maybe there.
What,
maybe
behind? Yeah,
1,000.
1,025, I think.
So Sandra's raised it up to what is that? 8,000.
8,600.
Which is very much pot.
It is. We have seen lots of use of the pot today.
It's a decent chunk of Ben's stack here to make the call.
70%.
Bear in mind, the guy started with 5k, so there's 45,000 chips in play. So if he does make the call here, by the time he doesn't, he folds.
I think
As
that's
you will have seen.
very much a team decision.
Yeah, I think so. Well, interestingly, Chris stood behind him. Obviously not discussing whilst he was in the hand, but obviously very interested as to what Ben was going to do. It is a team game. Scotland were in effectively second, third or fourth position, very close on points, just after Germany were at the top. They've still got two players in, one else who went reasonably deep.
And they've got and they also know that Italy have got more in than they were above them, as well as Ireland, so it's almost a case of trying to outlast them.
I get a sense that the Scots learned from their collapse in the second phase yesterday, having led so well from the first. And I saw Captain Tom Clark grind last night, and he was he featured the last heads up in the room, and I think that game went on for about 37 hours.
It went on for a long time.
Just would not give it up.
So we'll see a flop here. Ace 3-7 rainbow, and Sandra bets out.
Eamon folds.
And Eamon says, I don't fancy those much.
He says that a lot. So we do have a flop at the feature table. It's blind v blind Sandra Brian. Oh, and Ben's also in. I've been told Ian Thompson for Ireland has just doubled up with King 5 deuce against Ace Jack 8 on a 5-10 4-10 5 board. His kings are good. Oh, he made a flush. It's hard to see. They're fanning the cards around. He made a flush. It doesn't matter. He's got more chips than he started the hand with. That's all we need to know. Good work, Ian. Heard you had a jog this morning. A little jog this morning. Ian and Dwayne. Dwayne woke me up this morning to tell me he's going out for a run. I must say I wasn't interested, but thanks for the info anyway. And we have a hand playing out here. So the board reads Queen, 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 7 deuce, and Brian Yates' magical Queen 5, 7, 10 makes quads. That's the way to do it.
Quads.
It's all about the ladies.
First quads of the day?
Yes, absolutely.
Well, that's not a true quads, is it, really?
How else?
He wasn't holding 2 queens and then...
But then surely your argument in any PLO game is never true quads because you get extra cards to make them with. Ooh, 2 more.
It wasn't really an argument, to be honest. It was more
an argument is when there's back and forth. I won that one. It's just a statement.
Moving on. I think I'll send Dan off to one of the other tables.
Yes, probably. I did try and get over. Ian Thompson from Ireland just doubled. King, King, Spanner, Spanner versus 4 cards that I couldn't quite see in time.
King, King, Spanner, Spanner, Mr. Bun the Baker.
Mr. Bun the yes. He raised him with the baker's son.
Who will they play?
Go Fish. So we have Sandra opening the button and Ben making up in the big blind. The board runs out Jack 9, 4. 2 hearts. Looks as though the small blind Brian Yates is also in the hand. It's gone check, check. Sandra's going to lead 11. Another jack on the turn, so we now have 2 hearts, 2 spades. Three of spades completes the board, so we are 3 to a spade flush, a paired board. Brian bets 19 on the river. Sandra passes and Brian takes another pot down. So I'm just going to have a quick wander over to the 3-handed Hold'em table with Wales, Holland and Italy. The button, Holland is folded. The Italian player in the small blind is raised. All in. Jonathan Rees is folded in the big blind. And we're on to another hand. Equally on the other Hold'em table, we have an open on the button from Warren, playing for Wales, to 1200. The Italian in the small blind is making having a little think. And we have Frank in the big blind.
I was just saying, Dan, when you go for a wander across the room, you look back at me, chatting away, looking for some response from me. I'm like, I haven't got a clue what you're saying.
Oh my God, we have action over here, ladies and gentlemen. So, Warren from Wales has opened the button to 12. The Italian has shipped from the small blind, and Frank has reshipped from the big blind. And there's a fold, and the cards are on the back, so it's King 9 versus Kings. So let's see how this board runs out. Your 3-handed King 9 versus Kings is a bit of cooler. The Italian is begging for 7, 8, 10 on the flop. Poker Stars is rigged. We know that from him earlier. So the board runs out. Wow. Queen, Jack, Deuce. A 10. A 10. He's got 3 10s. No, it's a 4. He's Frank Bailey knocks him out. So we're now heads up on our secondary PLO table. I need to speak to this Italian. I don't know your name. What's your name, sir?
Diego Siriano.
Diego Siriano. You have been possibly the most lively player we've seen today. You made some bold statements. Poker Stars is rigged.
Yeah.
It's rigged. But your team has done really well in this sequence.
Sorry?
Your team has done very well in this session.
Not so bad. We have two players on the tables. One Germano and Gabriel. On this no limit.
But a third place for yourself as well, so that should see you.
I hope this point is good for my team.
I think the point will be very good. I think they'll be happy. It's been a pleasure watching you, sir.
Thank you very much.
All the best.
Bye-bye.
So we're going to go back to our feature table, if I can find the calculator of doom. And there it is. He's got it in his hand. So the board reads 3, 10, Jack. Jack King, 2 spades, 2 diamonds. The hand is being contested by the blind versus Eamon and Sandra. So Eamon has led on the turn for 1600, to which Sandra's called, and Ben Burhill will fold his button. So we're going to see a river card now. It's a very wet, draw-heavy board. Lots can happen here. A king of clubs on the river. So we now have a pair board. Carl Pilgrim, the APAC legend, is making his way over. So Eamon is checked and Sandra has led out 23-25. And there's a call. And there's a straight. And Eamon wins with a bigger straight. So Eamon has just won a sizable pot there, four-handed, against Sandra from Holland.
On the two no limit tables, Dan, we have Wales versus Italy heads up in the one, and we have Wales versus Ireland heads up in the other.
Very good round for the
Welsh making a bit of a storm. So it's Skipper Warren against Skipper Frank, Wales versus Ireland.
Oh, Kev is telling me there's
we're
hand.
sending Dan over.
Right, okay, so it's PLO. We have an all-in and a call. We have the Dutch player with 7-7-6 ace with clubs against the ace, queen, king, jack with hearts for Ian Thompson of Ireland. The board runs out king, jack, 10, 2 diamonds. So the nuts has been flopped by Ian. It bricks out as bricky as they come. Ian wins the hand, takes the chips, and we lose the Dutch player in 1, 2, 3, in 5th. So we are now four-handed in the secondary PLO game. We have Italy, Scotland, Ireland, and Belgium. We're going to go back over and see what else we can see. We have obviously the heads-up games that we know about in the Hold'em, and then the other PLO table is also four-handed, our feature table. Holland, England, Scotland, and Ireland.
We've just switched the camera, so hopefully we'll try and catch the one table we've not really had much action, although you can't see the cards, but actually once Dan sticks his head in there and gets involved, yeah, it's scrum down.
I feel like one of the Attenboroughs getting in, you know, commentary on the wild. Okay, so the final numbers are in for the Razz tournament. 49 runners.
It's incredible.
Which means Chris Webber wins his bet against Mark Lasman of 10 whole pounds. Of the line of 41, pays 7 places, which will be the final table, £762, a gold medal, and a shiny bracelet, all for the winner.
It's been good feedback on the bracelets. People like the bracelets this year again, Des.
Yeah, I mean the bracelets have had great feedback.
Let's give a shout out because obviously there's a team that work hard to get the bracelets together for us. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we use poker player Kev Smith and his good Mrs. Sharon, Aspire Jewellery. We've been using them for 3+ years now. Do a fantastic job for us. We've got a newly developed exclusive bespoke piece for the winner of the main event, which cost into 4 figures, which for us is a pretty significant investment in a single award. It's really nice. The players value them. The perceived value is very, very high. So yeah, a win-win all around that.
This festival has seen a lot of multiple bracelet winners now. I know that Gabrielle from Italy now holds 4, including team events. Good friend of mine from Team Gotham, Chris Webber, now has 3, all from individual events. And then I think there's a couple of other players around the 3 mark as well. So,
well, I know Steve Redfern has 2.
Yes. I'm trying to think. There are some others, aren't there?
Paresh
has 2. Yes. So it's quite, the same players are taking these braces. It's becoming a bit of an exclusive club.
One of the things that I would say is that some of the fields and some of the side events are small, but I actually really like that because, generally speaking, the quality of the fields are very good. I mean, the mixed events, you have to have a good knowledge of a game to want to play it. and it sort of it has a feel of the early World Series of Poker developments where the fields were very small, and you know, winning a bracelet was no less important, or isn't perceived as being less important today than it was back then.
Absolutely, yeah.
So, you know, hopefully the fields in these smaller events will grow in future years, but some really strong players are winning.
Well, I'll be honest, I've played a lot of the mixed games over the last couple of years in the bracelets events, and I do think the standard, I mean, we played the 8 game this year, and the first weekend, the standard has been very, very strong, where I think possibly with the amateur aspect, there is a wide range of players that will turn up to play the Hold'em sort of disciplines, which are, you know, there are a variety of people know the game to a variety of levels. You really need to have your wits about you in the mixed games, because you'll tend, a lot of people know what they're doing. And they're not, and you know, it's a good opportunity to play a good quality structure for a cheap price, and you don't get that often in the UK. So, as you said earlier, Adam Owens, who's played World Series bracelets, is playing. You know, people want to play them. So I definitely think the fields are very, very tough, in even be it smaller numbers.
And the other point to make is that it's often unsaid, but the star of the festival, particularly as it's so mixed games heavy, are the dealers. Because these guys have learned just a very wide range of games, a relatively short period of time. I haven't heard any complaints over the last couple of weeks in relation to, you know, anything really.
No.
So, you know, the players are extremely lucky to be able to come to a casino like this and have the games dealt so well.
Oh, absolutely. A couple of mistakes early on when they were learning, but to be fair, every dealer was open and honest that this was their first time dealing the discipline. They listened to the players to pick up on things, and then by the afternoon, when they're playing the 8 game, they're outstanding. But we do have a flop and a bit of action, so we're going to stop talking and we're going to have a look. So we're 3-handed in this pot. Ben on the button, Eamon in the small blind, and Sandra in the big blind. The board is Jack, Queen, 10 rainbow. It's got Eamon's checked, Sandra's bet, Ben's out, and Eamon has check called. So we're going to see a turn card. Turn is the 4 of hearts. Actions on Eamon. He checks again. The pot's like 2,500. Just going to keep an eye on this. There is an all-in on the other table in the heads-up. So Sandra's bet 1,400 into what looks like a 3K pot. The hand's still going, but you can tell me what's happened here.
All in and a call on the Queen High board. Queen 9 for Warren against pocket aces for Frank. Dealer's doing a count. We'll let you know in a minute.
So Eamon's check called again on the turn. So we're going to go to the river. The river is the 2 of clubs. So the board now reads Queen, Jack, 10, 4 deuce, 2 clubs, 2 hearts, and a spade. It goes check, check. Eamon shows his queen for just one pair of queens, where Sandra shows 8, 9 for the straight and 8 to the queen. So she'll take that pot, and we're still 4-handed.
So Warren's got about 4K left after that, doubling up Frank. So Frank's about a 10-1 chip lead now.
The England team are tirelessly on the rail over there, looking rather despondent from their round.
I might try and get them on camera. Let me see what I can do. Let me see if I can work round.
Des, no coaching the Irish, please.
There you
They'd
go,
be a
Dan.
lot worse off if they were taking coaching from me.
There you go, England team on the rail.
There they are, looking rather despondent.
Keeping an eye from afar.
They're waving.
Right, give us a wave, England team. Give us a wave.
As you can see, they're not playing a sit and go together. They have all busted, and they are sat railing. Don't want to lose all their run good, I'm told.
Saving their energy, ready for the MTT.
As you do. Cole Pilgrim making a nuisance of himself. I'm just going to go over to the Hold'em table here, where we have an all-in and a call. It's ace-9 for Jonathan Rees. Queen 9 for our Italian player. The board is 8, 9, 5, 2 clubs. The Italians are begging. Jonathan's asking for no queen. It's a 6 of clubs. A 7 would chop the pot. It's a jack. Jonathan Rees takes first place in the Hold'em sit and go. I met Jonathan way back when playing in the one-way poker events in Bristol. Very, very good tournament player. So that one's wrapped up now. Wales with a first. Lee's going to sort some camera bits out while I'm going to take a look over here. So we are heads up in the pot. Sandra versus Brian. The board is Queen 4-4-6. 2 diamonds. I've just had, look at this, interactive. I've just had a friend message me saying, your mate's microphone is too low. Lee, you need to speak up. Really? Yep. So I just talk louder then. The mouth from the south. So Brian has announced pot. Action is back on Sandra.
You were slightly higher on one of the volumes, so I've...
It must be my West Country dulcet tones.
Or you just mouthy.
Yeah, one of the two. As I said, the mouth from the south. Remember him, Jimmy Hart, from the WWE days? So Brian is all in. Action's back on Sandra of Holland. I've just seen in the distance that John Murray and Chris Webber are on the same Razz table. That could get rather interesting. Sandra's called. We're going to go on our backs. So Brian has ace, ace, 4, 10. I'm really trying to get these in position, but I'm not doing very well. So for those that can't see, well done, Lee. So Sandra has Queen, King, Jack, 5 against ace, ace, 10, 4. So
rail.
I don't think, basically, a diamond is needed. A diamond is needed that does not give Brian a house. So the ace of diamonds is no good. The 10 of diamonds is no good. All other...
Here we go then, dealer. Let's do this.
It's a queen. Ah.
It's good.
Queen is good.
Everyone agrees. Everyone in agreement. Queen is good. Yeah, we're all nodding here. We're all nodding.
Because she...
yeah.
No, yeah, he's got to use 2 cards, so trip 4s against trip queens. Matt's...
Hang on, we're just waiting for Matt Carter's
Hang on,
approval.
Matt Carter's just going to tell everybody how to do their job.
And the verdict is, Matt?
No, we need to change the rules here.
Is this not the same Matt Carter that had 2 Jack of Diamonds here only a year ago? Sandra
scoops,
doubles up.
Sandra scoops, doubles up. And we're still 4-handed.
As LL Cool J once said, don't call it a comeback. I've been here for days. I'm going to grab a quick word with the Welsh player, Jonathan Rees. Just want his sit and go. Johnny boy, long time no see.
Good, good.
You are live on TV. Do not say rude words.
Right, okay.
How'd that game go for you?
That's a rude word, yeah.
We don't do folding.
No, don't do that. Yeah, all right. I chipped up pretty early. So, you only start with 3k, so if you haven't got a stack, once you get to 6, 7k, everyone wants a point, so it's just a bit of raising pressure, and that was about it. Like,
because your team was sitting kind of bottom middle of the pack before this round, but it's been a good round for you. You know, a first, you got a heads up here.
I think we had 6th and 8th, nothing exciting in the Omaha, but
it's all right. All goes on to the MTT now.
yeah,
Can't have a
pretty
good record in that
confident.
MTT.
Yeah, I think
where they had 3 on the final table.
Was it? We could do that.
So just going to go. Jonathan, sorry to interrupt you, but I need to go back and see what's going on here. Brian has put all of his betting tokens over the line.
Ben's made the call, and
Ben's made the call, and Eamon's repotted.
Dealer, get ready.
The proverbial car crash is on. And action's back. No.
Ben gets out the way, so we're going to be...
Although Brian has got a free triple-up option here, because Ben's money is in the middle. So we have ace, ace, 10, 10 with diamonds. When I say with diamonds, what that means is they have a flush draw with it as well. And Brian Yates has ace jack 5-6 with diamonds and spades, but the diamonds obviously aren't live. We're being told that jack 6 is the Todd. That's a Todd Wood. Jack 10 deuce. So set of tens, 7, and that's it. That's it. So we lose Brian Yates in 4th. That's all of the England players out in this session. Expect them to drop maybe a couple of places from 2nd, but they're still certainly in the running. Probably raring to go now in the MTT. They don't look that confident, I'll be honest. So we're now 3-handed. The dealer, Ben, is shirking on his responsibilities of filling in the card. Wow.
So Dan,
just tell him that your dad said, just say, look, my dad owns this, he'll beat you up.
So what's the state of play on the other Omaha table?
So the other Omaha, we are still 4-handed.
So there you go.
So in seat 1 we have our Italian player who looks to be playing roughly about 7.5k. In seat 4 we have Tom, the Scotland captain, playing what looks to be about 7.5. We have an all-in and a call. Ian is all in with what looks to be King 10-6 something. King. The hidden king. So he has top pair and a wrap, and he's against Queen Jack 7-4, which is top 2 pair. The 3 does not a lot, so he needs an ace or a king. An 8 does not do anything. Our Italian player doubles up with 2 pair. The chip leader by far on this PLO table, though, is our Belgian player, who looks to be playing something around the region of 10.5k, 11k maybe? 14? Oh, yes, I see a bigger stat behind there. Yeah, so all the greens. So about 14k, which is fine. And our short stat will now be Ian, who has just lost that big hand. And I will try and get past Kevin O'Hanlon's large figure to make my way back to the feature table.
Where we've got a flop.
Oh, wow. So the flop is 6 Jack 4 Rainbow, and the hand is being played out with our small and big blind, Ben and Eamon. Eamon decides to let it go. Thinks there's going to be a better spot. So play continues. Chip counts on this table. We're looking like our chip leader is the boss in seat 9. Sandra from Holland seems to be playing 50, probably about 23, 24k. Ben, yeah, about half the chips in play. The others are shared relatively evenly between Eamon and Ben. So I'm just looking at the time. Sad to say I will be departing the commentary booth in about 15 minutes, as the inaugural high roller will be being played.
Luckily, the Omaha's coming to an end.
Yes.
so I'm in
you'll be okay with
I'm in
Hold'em.
safer territory.
I don't know how many runners.
I think that I'm saying I'm fine playing Omaha. It's actually the point where you've got 2 or 3 hands on their backs and a board already out, and you're trying to go right now exactly who needs what to beat what, and what doesn't actually. Yeah, actually you think that's good, but actually it isn't.
Just giving the sign to Tony, one of the original Team Gotham members that's just arrived to play the high roller.
Excellent. He's looking very dapper.
He is known as Two-Face. Over there with Bat Boy Mark Porter. We have another all-in and a call in the PLO. It's Ian versus Belgium. Ace, Queen, Deuce with spades versus 3, 6, 10, 6. So the board is 10, 5, Deuce, 6. So Belgium make a set, and the jack's no good. We lose Ian in 4th, and we're now 3-handed in the PLO. Carl Pilgrim tells us all it's a stupid get. Man down. We lose Ian from Ireland in 4th. His ace, something or other, can't beat 6, 6, something or other. A 6 on the turn seals his fate.
Damn those something or others.
Damn those runners. So, got quite a big pot playing out here. Everybody is involved. The board is 6, 4, Jack, 6, 2 hearts. The action on the turn, Sandra even, I don't know where I got Sarah from. I'll be kicked out of a fan club. It's just bet 2,600 into the pot. And we're going to get a call from Eamon. So we're going to go to the river. I love the fact that I've noticed there's a Pokerati pen over there. You'll see my hoodie has the Pokerati patch on for you.
They needed a pen down.
10 of spades.
What was I supposed to do?
I have my Pokerati patch on as well as my bankroll supply patch.
Excellent. As long as it's not as blurry as the other day, we'll be fine.
Yes. So 3,400. 3,400 from the boss in seat 9. Eamon, that's pretty much all of Eamon's remaining.
Yeah, it's pretty much what he's got.
So he's been put to a decision for what is in effect his tournament life. He doesn't look too happy.
This is his tournament life decision.
Yes.
Does he live to fight another
However,
day?
I think
the problem you've got here, see, this the dilemma here for me is, okay, so do I think I'm good or not? But actually, the size of the stacks of the other two, what's he got left behind now? Is he's only got about three and a half, maybe 4K left in here. So he's got 10% of the chips in play, 3-handed.
The problem is, what you need to look at here is you're 3-handed, so
And
you've locked up
and
7 points.
You know she's playing very, Sandra's playing very well. So he's easily putting pressure on him here because of the size of the stack.
And he's already got 7 points locked up. The difference between 7 points and 9 points long term over all of these events, 2 points isn't going to be a lot.
What's he waiting for? He's waited to then try and looking for a flip, or what's he waiting for? 3-handed.
You need to give yourself a chance.
Blinds are. I'm not even sure what blinds are now, actually, because the screen's gone. Oh, there's the team champs. So blinds are 300, 600. There's only 3-handed, so he's losing 900 chips. So he's only actually got, 5, not even 5 orbits, 4 orbits, and so he's got 12. He's got 12 hands, Dan, basically.
Yeah, absolutely.
And he's busy chatting now about But you're surely not just making a call here, are you?
No.
Surely it's you're shoving what you've got in. And he's still chatting away.
And he's saying he's got a 6.
You can see him in the bottom left-hand side of your screen there in the green, chatting away to Sandra. And she's happily chatting back.
It's a call. Oh, hello. She has a 6. She announces a 6 with a king. So I'm guessing that 6 is bigger than his 6.
He's got a 6 as well, but if there's not anything there. But he wasn't. It was just a straight call from Eamon, so that's
controversial there. He should really turn his cards over. He may have misread the board. But okay. What's done is done.
And he's left now, well, very much with what's he got? Enough
1,400?
Enough to get through a couple of blinds, yeah?
Absolutely.
Just behind us, Frank and Warren are still at it.
Right, Lee, at this point, I think I'm going to go and take my leave. I'm going to go for a quick bathroom break.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much, Dan. In a nice way, I hope we'll see you back in the commentary area at some point across the weekend.
We'll see what we can do.
I hope we don't, because that means you having a successful time at the WCOAP.
We'll see what we can do.
Thanks
Guys,
very
enjoy
much,
the
Dan.
coverage with Lee, and I'm sure I'll be back sometime soon.
So, very next hand then, we have Eamon all in against Ben. And Eamon's got ace, king, 8-5. Ben is ace jack 4-3. Lots of options here. We'll see what happens. Let's go. That's fine. Let's go. So ace 10-8 is the flop. So Eamon goes ahead. And the flush is there, so that's already done. So Eamon's going to get a double up with a flush on the turn. Chip in a chair, he says. Well, it very much is the case. He's still in the game. Ben just sits back and gives a wry smile. So back on one of our no limit tables, and Frank is all in from the button. Decision on Warren. He's looking at his cards. He likes them, but doesn't like King Nine of clubs. He's now trying to name Frank's hand. Frank, show us. Come on, is it? I'll have a look, and I won't tell anyone. Yeah. Oh, it's a good fold from Warren because Frank had ace 10 of clubs, so he'd have had him absolutely dominated. So we're still playing on 3 tables here. The feature table you're watching is 3-handed. Ireland versus Holland versus Scotland. The other Omaha table is Belgium versus Italy versus Scotland. And then we have one of the no-limit hold'em ones reigning at the moment, which is skipper versus skipper, Ireland versus Wales. And neither Warren or Frank want to give that one up lightly, so they could be playing for a little while. Mr. Duffy has wandered back over.
Just
you can hold the mic.
I was just thinking, Lee, it's on the Hold'em table over there. We've got Tom Clark and Joachim Vollart from Belgium. They finished the extremely late heads-up game last night. Could go the same way again. 3 left on that table.
That's the Omaha, isn't it? Yeah.
It isn't. Sorry, Omaha. With an Italian player as the third, he's somewhat short.
So Ben scoops that hand against Sandra. So I've got Des with me at the moment. I'm gonna put Des to work because Ian Thompson is over on the rail. I'm gonna get Des to go over and have a chat with Ian. Long time APAT regular. Des will have a quick chat with him.
Good afternoon, Tomo.
Hello there.
So, how are you feeling for your chances, given? Sorry, Lee's saying we've got to step back. That's the producer. How are you feeling for your chances given Ireland's performance over the last 2 hours or so?
Yeah, well, we think we've done okay, don't we, really? Yeah. Onwards and upwards. We can only improve on next year.
Well, you scored some good points, Ian, and Frank and Eamon still in, scoring good points. We lost a lot of German players early.
Yeah.
England were hit quite quickly for points. Wales still have a couple of players in, but again, they lost some players early.
Yeah.
Got to fancy that you're going to be somewhat back near the top of the leaderboard.
Well, I think we're going to be in the mix, aren't we? You know, I haven't been really. I've just been letting the game go along with us. You know, I've just not been checking back on the leaderboard or anything like that. The best strategy is try to do as well as you can in your own table and hope that everyone else does the same.
We're just talking about strategy. I mean, Frank is a very experienced captain, right? He's captained this team for a number of seasons now. Did he, was there a strategy to just grind through these games today? Was there a definite message to not go gung-ho?
No, he just said go out and enjoy yourselves, play your own game. He said no drinking today, lads. So we laid off the drink today. I know it's hard for us, but...
Excuse me?
Yeah, we've not been drinking today. Frank might have had a drink.
That's unheard of in international sports. The Irish team are off the drink for the day, apart from the captain, who issued the message to stay off the drink.
Yeah, that's. I think you're embellishing a bit there, Des. But
So, 36 players will enter the MTT. 19 odd will score points. What's the strategy there? I mean, how the heck do you get that deep into that contest to score points without physically being aggressive and playing some cards?
well, what you got to do is go back to your hotel room and just let it play out. Come back later.
Personally, I am learning a lot about team poker from this one. This is good.
I don't think that's ethical. But, no, you just got to be lucky. Get your cards in when they're good. See how we go. Really, we did the same last year. We tried to go as far as we could. Got a bit unlucky. Aim had done well last year, but the Italians just bossed it last year, didn't they? Christ.
So you guys scooped silver last year. How did that feel? That was your first appearance for Ireland. So how was that?
That was fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Really good. And the lads are really good. And Eamon coming in at the last second as well was brilliant. Plus when we are allowed a drink, he's a gold card holder, so the drinks are 50% off.
Is that why you brought Eamon into the team?
I think that's what happened, yeah.
Side benefit. Well, listen, Ian, thanks for talking to us. Good luck later on today. And with that, we'll hand back to Lee.
So we're back on our feature table. Thanks very much, Des. I didn't get to hear a word of that, but I'm sure it was informative and interesting. They're both looking at me as if like, what? Yeah, okay. So still three-handed on our feature table here. Sandra took down a pot and she's just taken down that one pre-flop. Still no more to update at the moment. We're still three-handed on our other Omaha table. Belgium versus Italy versus Scotland. And so, not surprisingly, Frank and Warren are still battling at it heads up in the No Limit Hold'em. Neither of which want to give up that extra point for their team, which is what you'd expect nothing else from two captains. Oh, is it 3 points for my mistake? Because it's 12 for a win, isn't it? My stand to be corrected there. We're not far off the start of the high roller. That's a 4 o'clock start. And once these remaining sit and goes finish in the team event, players will be on a short break before the MTT is due to commence at 5 o'clock. So we'll probably take a break from commentary in between there. Give you guys at home a chance to have a break before come back, and we'll decide which table we're going to feature to start with on the MTT as the play plays down to find out who we're going to crown World Team Champions for 2016. So we're just moving chips back and forth a little bit here on this table at the moment. The same's happening on the other Omaha table. Obviously, points just slightly stagger up towards the top of these sit and goes. So that's why the heads up seem to play out a little bit more.
So Lee, you've been watching this one for a while. Any of these players being the aggressor, or anyone trying to take the initiative?
Well, Sandra was to start with, and then just came and stuck with a few hands, but has built back up again. The big hand earlier on that got pretty much a double up. Ben's been very quietly going about his business, as has Eamon really. He was quite happy. He was quite happy to blind down and chip right down to 1 point, then got a double up, and as he was saying, chip in a chair, and he's still in. He very much, if I didn't know better, I'd say, you know, Frank had given him proper grinding training on how to you know, how to sit and play with a short stack and look for the team points. I think they're very much on team orders.
Well, one of the things that I asked Ian Thompson about was there a team strategy for this event? And Ian said, no, Frank said, go out, have a good time, play your game, but no drink. No drink. So that's an interesting, it's just an interesting...
Did you see Ian last night?
Maybe that's why the command came down today. But I think the interesting player at this table is Sandra. And I'm really pleased for her that she scored points today, because she had a tough day yesterday. First A-pad. Arguably, both Eamon and Ben are absolutely grinding out points here. One would assume that if Sandra became the aggressor...
Yeah, exactly. This is, Dan and I were talking about this earlier on. If you can spot the players who are either trying to take advantage or are sitting grinding for points, and then you can go from there.
Yeah. It might be that in this particular case, because she seems to be a reasonably experienced PLO player, that in fact maybe that's counting a little bit against her, because she's playing a sensible AB game as opposed to being just ultra aggressive.
So over on our other Omaha table, there's a crowd gathering because we've got a board of 8 of spades, 9 of diamonds, ace of diamonds, 4 of spades, 7 of hearts, and it's Italy against Belgium. Cards are on their backs, so we're looking at straight for Belgium, and there's a muck coming in from Italian. And Belgium are taking the pot and knocking out. And Belgian player very decently saying, I think you actually have more than me. So the dealer's going to do a count, and we're going to find out for sure. So we've got a bit of a rail here whilst this is being counted up. I love it how the Italian team are busy trying to explain to the Belgian that he may not have played the hand very well, but he's won it, and do you know what? That's all that matters. Chris Kelly on the rail here with me watching this. Chris, anything to say?
No comment.
No, really? No comment from Chris. So the Italians left with 300, maybe 300, 400 chips. So he's going to be all in next hand, I'd imagine. Back on our feature table, we're still three-handed. And Sandra gets a walk. This is how good it is. How on earth, three-handed, you can get a walk in Omaha. Goodness me. They're being very respectful to the lady at the table. So we go again. Sandra in the small blind, Ben in the big blind, which means action is on Eamon first. Blinds are 400, 800. 45,000 chips in play. And Eamon's folding. On the other table, as expected, our Italian friend was going to be all in next hand. He only had a few hundred. So I'm having a quick look to see what's going on there as we see a flop of 7 of clubs, Jack of diamonds, 9 of diamonds on the feature table. It's Ben and Sandra. Sandra bets out, Ben folds. And the river comes down on the outer table. And it's 2 pair for our Italian friend who doubles up. Back on the feature, we go again. Action on Sandra this time. Ben in the small blind and Eamon in the big blind. Sandra folds and Ben folds, and this time Eamon gets a walk. Wow. 2 walks in 3 hands. I'm sure this is really exciting for you at home. Over on the no limit table, we've got an all-in and a call. It's ace-king of Frank against ace-5 of clubs from Warren. Here we go, dealer. Ace-7-10 out on the flop. King on the turn. That is it. And we're going to have to do a count again. Warren has all the 100s and 25s, so this might take a little while. It's not it should be easy just to count Frank's, and if it's more than 22, how much? 10-7. So 10-7 was the count from Frank. So Frank now has 20,000 of the 27,000 chips in play in the no limit hold'em. Sit and go. So just over a 2-1 chip lead. And we go again on the feature table. Eamon folds this time, and it's blind on blind. Sandra versus Ben. Sandra makes it 2002, and Ben folds. If only they were playing 5-card Omaha, I could say Ben folds 5. Unfortunately not. So we go again on the feature table. I promise you, at least 2 of them are going to get dealt some good cards in a minute, and there's going to be some action. Not this time. Sandra folds. And it's a raise of 24, the pot from Ben. Eamon folds. So action on Ben this time. And right on cue, he folds. I'd have been disappointed if he did anything else. Been folding like a boss all afternoon. And we're back over on the no. So it's Jacks against Ace-10. Ace-10 of Warren. Jacks of Ace is the first card out. Warren's looking for, a jack on the turn. Looks like it's done for, and that's finally over. Frank beats Warren in the no limit hold'em. That's full maximum points for Ireland. Second place for Wales. We're down to 2 Omaha tables. We're heads up into 1 now. Belgian against Tom. Now, I don't like to worry you guys at home, but I think these 2 played heads up last night, and it might have gone on till about 3 in the morning. We could be in for a long one here. Our feature table, though, is still 3-handed. And it's a raise from Sandra to 23. It's about 30. It's about 30. So here we go again. Sandra on the button this time. A couple of her Dutch colleagues railing her. And she folds, as does Ben, and another walk for Eamon. Surely at some point here, somebody is just going to start applying pressure every single hand. There are points at stake, obviously, and it does matter to these players. But the blinds are start getting to a point where you've just got to apply the pressure. There's been so much folding at this table. It just seems there's been chips there for the taking, really. So, Eamon's already declared all in on a flop of 5 ace 10 and is called, and Eamon's got pocket aces. Sandra has an ace as well.
Sandra still left me and
Yeah,
you're still
yeah.
okay, you know, you still plenty of chips. Three times in a row I got aces. Twice in a row.
Yeah.
So Eamon's got the pocket aces. Sandra's got the ace king queen 6. So we're going to see a turn, please, dealer. And that's a spade draw out there now. And a spade, run of spades. And we lose Eamon in third place. Sandra wins that. As the rail applauds on. Horrible way to bust there. Eamon takes it very well, though. He finished in third place, so we're now heads up on the feature tables. Scotland versus Holland. And Sandra is very much the chip leader here. It's going to take her a minute just to stack up all those 100s and 25s that she's just accumulated. Ben looks on across the table with envy. Chip envy. Slow and steady, he says. Slow and steady. His teammate, Skipper Tom's behind him. Assuming that table's finished over there, Tom. And the result was? So Belgium beat Scotland heads up over the other side. Let's see if Ben can reverse the results at this feature table. This is the only table we've got left going. Ben versus Sandra. Playing for the points. Ben declares pot. Sandra calls. So we're going to see a flop. And it's Jack of diamonds, 9 of clubs, 6 of clubs. Ben says I'm all in. Sandra says she's calling. Ben's got a jack for top pair. Sandra has queen 10 for the up and down straight draw. So let's deal a turn. 4 of hearts on the turn makes no difference. And a 5 on the river means the jack 5 or jack ace, jack 5, 2 pairs, 2 pairs. Jack 5's 2 pairs for Ben is good, and that's a double up for Ben. There's a shout of "Come on, Ben" from somebody in the distance. Ben says first one. So we've got a bit of a rail gathering round this this feature table. A couple of the Dutch players railing, Scottish team railing. All here to watch Sandra. All here to watch Sandra. Being the star of the show on this feature table, can she finish it off? Had an opportunity there, but it wasn't to be. Ben doubles up. We go again. And the raises to 22. Ben says he's going to call. We're going to see a flop. Here it comes. It's Queen, Queen, Deuce, 2 spades. And they both check, so we're going to see a turn. Turn is the 6 of diamonds. And they both check, so we're going to see the river. And it's the 8 of spades. Ben bets 2,500. And Sandra declares pot. And Ben folds before she even needs to count them out.
Laat de leeuw niet in zijn hempie staan. Hup, Sandra, hup.
I'm not sure Sandra quite appreciates the rail, but it's all meant in good spirit. And it's certainly kept the Scottish quiet over there anyway, so which we're very thankful for. I'm not sure the microphones would cope. So Ben raises it up. And Sandra says I have 7 high, so it so folds. So as I was saying earlier on, the plan is that the MTT will start at 5 o'clock, so we'll take a break from the commentary once these two finish battling out in this final sit and go. And then we'll return sometime after 5 o'clock to bring you a conclusion to the team event. But we're going nowhere whilst it's still Sandra versus Ben heads up. And Sandra raises 500 to me, but that doesn't count. Sandra raises up, and Ben is re-raising pot. It's 7,200 is now the bet. Sandra has another look at those cards. Looks back across at Ben, deciding what to do. She's just asked how much he's got behind, and he said about 2,500. He says, if you shove, I might fold. So we're still blinds 400, 800. And it's Ben to act first, and he folds. So that's so that'll be blinds up then next hand then, yeah. 500 and 1,000 now. Yeah, 500 and 1,000. So action on Sandra this time. And she's reaching for chips. And he's going to pot it. 3,000. And Ben comes along, so we're going to see a flop. Here it comes. It's the Queen of Clubs, the Ace of Spades, the Jack of Spades. It's check from Ben. Sandra's reaching for chips. And bets 2,875 is the bet, and Ben folds. So action on Ben this time. And he folds. So this time it will be Sandra to act first. So she pots it to 3,000. Ben's all, and a call. We got an all in and a call. So it's pocket kings for Sandra and the fives for Ben. Here we go. Let's see a flop. Thanks, dealer. And it's 3-7-4. Options out there for Ben. Here comes the turn. Jack on the turn. Needs to be a. It's got to be a 6 now. Oh, 6 on the river. 6. And it's the highest straight, takes it. The highest, what to look, but Sandra wins. Sandra wins. It was a double check for a minute. One of the Belgian players spotted it. Absolutely superb. So Sandra takes that down. Ben finishes second. That's the sit and goes finished for the day. So we've got an MTT to come. We're going to take a break from the commentary. We'll leave the stream video on so you can see what's going on in the room. And we'll be back sometime after 5 o'clock. MTT is due to start at 5. We'll be back sometime after that to bring you all the action from the team event through to the end of play.
Jason Kemp. seat on the white line for Thomas Kostakis.
So, welcome back. Players are just getting seated, and then we're going to get going with the MTT. 36 runners, all play down to a final table, and winners, all top 18 are earning points. I think it's 25 points for the winner of the MTT, Des?
30 points, Lee.
I was close.
Yeah, we're just about...
Give or take, what's 5 points between friends?
Quite a lot in this particular event.
Yeah, I'm glad you're doing the spreadsheet, not me this year.
We'll see. We'll see how that works out.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah. Trust me, I've been there. It's the most pressurised thing you can possibly do when they're all watching you.
Absolutely.
Right, so we'll get this kicking off in a minute. 10,000 started. I don't know what the starts say. 8,000, 10,000. It's quite a few anyway. Looks like, let's work it out. Let's have a look. It's going to be 8, 9, 10k starting stack. Whoa, we are generous. This could go on for a while, guys. Basically, I hope you've got the beers and snacks in at home, because this could go on for a while. But we got a good feature table here. We got Massimo in seat 1, Frank in seat 2, Parrish in seat 3, Diego from Italy seat 4, Tom in seat 5, Michael in seat 6, seat 7. Playing for Wales is Jonathan, seat 8 is Rui, and Freddie for Germany in seat 9. All of them texting home at the moment to say, log on, friends and family, I'm on the TV. Jonathan's already offering Jaeger bombs on the table. Good tactics, I like it.
Seventh, Belgium on 52. We have Wales on 66. We've got England on 67. Italy on 68. In third place, Scotland on 73. Joint first at the moment, Ireland and Germany on 80. All right, so it's very, very close. 6, 7 countries could easily win there. In terms of points for the MTT, this is important. The winner gets 30 points. The runner-up will get 25, 22, 20, 18, all the way down to 10th position, which will get 10 points. Then it's 9, 8, 7, 6. So the top 18 players score points, guys. Okay? Any questions? Good luck.
What he meant was shuffle up and deal, but he missed his opportunity. So, hey, I'll do it instead, hey? What can you do, hey? What can you do? There you go. You get it from the TD John. Shuffle up and deal. Good luck to all the players. For anybody at the feature table that's not had the pleasure of an APAP feature table, we apologise in advance for any commentary or anything we may say about any of you. Nothing's personal. It's all meant in fun. So, good luck, all of you. So, as we had earlier on, we've got our feature table with flop cam here on the table you're watching at the moment. We've also got another camera that's can look around some of the other tables. Currently, it's on the table next to me, which, funnily enough, has Warren Jones sat in exactly the same seat he was for the sit and go earlier on. Quite weird, to say the least. And, oh, luckily, Ben Bernal's got his back to me, already shaking his head, thinking, great, I'm going to get some commentary again. But it'll be good, honestly. We'll go gentle on you. Dan's not about at the moment. So Matt Carter's in seat 2 on that table as well. Jürgen Backman, German captain, current joint leaders on that table as well, so that looks like quite a lively table as well. We're going to watch this, and so we're now playing, guys, No Limit Hold'em. Each player gets dealt 2 cards. We've just been watching Omaha for the last 4 or 5 hours, but this is back to the game that most people know. And already we've seen a flop as the dealer pops them in a good spot for me. Excellent. Of 10 of clubs, 4 of hearts, 3 of hearts, and 9 of diamonds. And it's Freddie and Parrish playing this. Parrish has checked. Freddie checks the turn as well. So we see a river of the 7 of clubs. Parrish at first. He checks. And Freddie checks and shows 4 deuce, and his pair of 4s is good. First pot to Germany. So he's playing. So Freddie's playing 4 deuce. We know where this is going to go. So we're still waiting for Diego to arrive for Italy. I'm sure he's not very far away. He was playing sit and go earlier on. Hopefully I'll be able to grab a couple of other volunteers along the way to help commentate on this feature table. The high roller is well underway. Razz is currently on a break, but there's plenty of APAC regulars in the room for the weekend. So Nikki from Belgium just joins us on our secondary table, making that complete. Still waiting for Diego. Meanwhile, on our feature, we've got a flop of deuce 4 3 8, beautifully placed by our dealer. So you can see that at home. And a bet of 550 from Massimo takes that one down. So that's Germany 1, Belgium 1, and everybody else 0. So next hand is would be Diego small blind, so he's fold. So Tom Clark, Scotland skipper in a big blind. Which means Michael raises it up to 125. Jonathan from Wales re-raises to 350. And it folds all the way round back to Michael, and he raises to 1,125. Jonathan very quickly folds. So it's always going to be very cagey early on in these tournaments. As Des explained at the start there, points of a top heavy, 30 points up top can make all the difference. Top teams at the moment have got 80 points, so just to give you an idea. And Jonathan's raised this up to 125. Freddie's called, and as has Michael in the big blind. Michael checks blind on a 3 queen deuce flop. Jonathan checks as well. Freddie bets out 325. Freddie in the top left hand of your screen in a black shirt there with the headphones on. Action on Michael. He folds, as does Jonathan, and Freddie takes down that pot. It says too easy, I think. Still waiting for Diego from Italy to join the table. So welcome to Limpsville. As we enter four-handed to see a flop, and it's ace ace jack, rainbow, and Jonathan just folds. It's gone check round, and we're going to see three of diamonds on the turn. Rui to at first, he checks. Freddie's reaching for chips this time. He bets 225, which means it's action on Tom Clark of Scotland. And Tom makes the call. Back to Rui to make a decision, and he decides to call as well. So we're going to see a river card. 3 players to the river. And it is the Queen of Clubs. Rui checks. Action on Freddie from Germany. He bets 650. Tom near side folds, as does Rui, and Freddie takes that one down. Gives a little look and thinks this is all too easy. So the other missing players have turned up. So it's just us that are now missing a player. Diego from Italy, taking the tactic that he can probably sit out for a little while before needing to get busy. And it's Massimo who's raised this one up to 150. And Rui from the small blind re-raises to 250. Freddie gets out of the way. And I think Massimo is going to call. He does, and we're going to see a flop. And the flop comes down 9 of hearts, 5 of clubs, 7 of clubs. Rui bets out 325. Action on Massimo in seat 1 in the yellow, just to the right of the dealer as you're looking at it. And he folds, and Rui takes that one down. A nice little pop. These are normally fairly cagey early on. Players desperate to get points, and it's top 18 to get points. 36 runners in this, so nobody's going to do anything that silly early on. It's a fairly deep stack tournament. 10,000 starting stack. Blinds have started at 25 and 50. And it's Tom Clark raising up this time. And Michael's made the call from Holland, as does Jonathan from Wales. It's round to Rui. And he calls. So they're all checking on a board of ace 5 7, and Diego's arrived. Hey, excellent. You've not missed anything. You've not missed anything. So yeah. So Tom's bet out 300, and Michael's made the call, as has Rui. So we're going to be 3-handed to a turn card, which is going to be the 7 of spades. So Tom checks, Michael checks, Rui checks. So we see river, which is the 5 of spades. And it's gone check, check. And Rui's grabbing for chips. He bets 600. Tom sits back in his chair. He's right at the bottom of your picture in the navy blue. Looks like he's counting out some chips now. And he makes the call. So just Michael in the orange of Holland, and he makes a call as well. So it's going to be it's 3-way. So they're going to show to win. So it's 5-3 for Rui. So that gives him a full house. Michael shows an ace, but that's no good. And Rui takes down that pot. So they both paid him off. He's rivered the full house and picks up a nice about 4,000, maybe 4,000, 3.5, 4,000 pot. So those are the standings at the end of the sit and goes. Heads up were played yesterday as well, so it's just this MTT to finish it off. So Germany and Ireland joint top on 80 points at the moment. Scotland on 73. Italy on 68, England 67, Wales 66, Belgium on 52, Holland 51 and Portugal 51, but with 30 points up top for a win. If you can get 2 or 3 of your players on the final table, then anybody is in with a shout of medals, if not winning it. All to play for. Sorry about that. I was just chatting iWatches with Ben Burnhill on the other table. I like it. I may. He might have talked me into it. I might give it. I might go for it. So there seems plenty of action on all of the tables. Lots of flops and showdown by the looks of it, which is great. And on the feature table, we've got a flop of Ace 3-9. And it's Massimo who's betting out on the button, and the 2 blinds that had come along to have a look have folded, which means it's just Michael to go, and he folds as well. So Massimo from Belgium takes down that pot. So we've currently got three events on the go here today. This is the final element of the team event. The Razz started at 12:30, and the High Roller started at 4 o'clock. The Razz is down to 14 players of the 49 that started. The high rollers sold out at 96 runners, with quite a few disappointed players wishing they managed to get into that. But that's going to be the high roller is going to be the biggest prize pool of the week so far. Obviously, with the main event, 2-day main event to come over the weekend. But that 19,200 is the prize pool for the high roller. Makes me wish I wasn't commentating on this and playing that instead. But hey ho, instead we get to see a flop of 9-5-8 with 2 clubs. And Jonathan makes the bet of 200, and it's just him and Massimo in. Massimo makes the call, so we're going to see a turn, 2 players to the turn. And it's going to be a delightful 8 of diamonds, and it's a check from Jonathan. Jonathan's on the left-hand side in the red shirt. You can just about make him out there. And he's heads up in this hand against Massimo in the yellow to the right of the dealer. And Massimo makes it 350 to play. And Jonathan makes the call, so we're going to see a river. And the river is the 2 of diamonds. So that's 9-5-8-8-2, 2 diamonds, and they go check, check. Jonathan flips over pocket 10s, and that is good. Massimo mucks, and the Welshman takes down his first pot of the MTT. Nothing nicer than stacking chips. I put it out there now. I do have some bias here. I am from Wales. Very, very proud Welshman, and always support the guys in this event. They had a pep talk from me in the bar earlier on. It was along the lines of, just do it. Got every confidence they're going to have a good run in these MTTs and put themselves in medal contention, that's for sure. But it's so tight. I say there's only really about 30 points to cover bottom team to top team. And with 30 points up for grabs at the top of this, it's very much all to play for everybody. So a raise to 125 from Massimo has seen a 3-bet from Parish to, I think that's 500. 450. 450 is the bet. Dealer just confirming that for me. So it's back on Massimo, and he raises to 1,050, and Parish very quickly folds. And Massimo takes that down. Massimo's been very, very active in the early parts of this. Belgians very much in the mix. They were in the bottom 2 at the end of yesterday, but very good single sit and go session for them has put them into mid position and very much in with a shout. With only they're on 52 points, so only 28 off the leaders. And it's raised from Diego on the button to 125. Called by Michael in the big blind, and we're going to see a flop of 6-5-3, 2 spades. And it's a check from Michael. Diego bets 150, and Michael makes the call, so we're going to see a turn. And it's the 6 of diamonds on the turn. And again, check from Michael. Bet this time of 250 from Diego, and a fold from Michael means Diego takes that pot down. Just lots of little bits of action at the moment. On our outer table, we've got a board of five of hearts, jack of spades, 6 of hearts, 9 of clubs. And it's a hand developing with Italy, Portugal and Scotland. And Italy have bet out 900, and Ben Burnhill from Scotland makes the call. So we're going to see a river card of the 8 of diamonds. Actions on Italy first of all. Italy at the top of your screen in the light blue, and Ben Burnhill to the right of the dealer at the bottom of your screen. And the bet is 2,500, and Ben makes the call. Ben shows King 7 for the rivered gut shot and gets there. And puts Ben in a very nice position at the table. Back on our main feature table, and we've got a flop of ace 9 7, 2 clubs, and it's Tom Clark and Michael from Holland and Jonathan from Wales in this hand. I think that's everybody. Yeah, just the 3 of them. So the 3 of them at the bottom left hand side of your screen, from left to right. Jonathan from Wales in the red, Michael from Holland in the orange, and Tom Clark in the navy blue from Scotland. So it's been re-raised back up by Jonathan from Wales to 750. So both Tom and Michael had already put in 300. So it's back round to Tom to make a decision now. Another 450 to call. Say the flop again, ace 9 7 of clubs. Tom's grabbing back his chips and re-raising. Tom re-raises to 2,200. Michael next to make a decision. You can see he folds. Back round to Jonathan, and he folds. Nice bit of power play there from Tom Clark, skipper for Scotland, and he wins that hand. And on we go. Back on the other time, we have aces versus aces. Germany versus Italy. 2 clubs came out on the flop to make it a little bit interesting. It was red aces versus black aces, and they chop it up. So we've still not lost anybody from this MTT, although it is early stage, still in level 1. But blinds are going up in 3 minutes. So we're 3 players to the flop, and it's 4-3-9 rainbow. And it's Rui from Portugal to at first. He checks. Round to Freddie from Germany. Top of your screen, top left in a black shirt. He checks as well. Just Diego from Italy. He checks. We're going to see a turn. And it's the 10 of spades. So back we go again. Rui to act first. He checks. Freddie makes a bet this time of 425. Diego's very quickly reaching for chips, and he makes the call. And Rui folds, so we're going to be two-way to the river. And the river card is the King of Spades. Freddie to act first. Freddie checks, as does Diego. So Freddie shows 6-3 for a pair of threes. Diego shows Jack 10 for a pair of tens, and a pair of tens wins it. So next hand, Portugal and Germany in the blinds. It's folded all the way around to Tom Clark of Scotland, who raises it up to 150. Jonathan from Wales is coming along for the adventure. Blinds get out of the way, so we're two-handed to see a flop of deuce, tray, 9, 2 diamonds. It's Tom to act first. He bets out 150. Can't see Jonathan going very far, and Jonathan raises it to 325. Tom very quickly makes the call. I think it was actually 425. So the 3 of spades on the turn. Tom checks. Jonathan bets 500. And Tom makes the call, so we're going to see a river. And it's the 9 of spades. And Tom checks again. And Jonathan checks. Tom shows aces. And Jonathan folds. Tom takes that down. I'm not completely sure he possibly got full value out of that. I suppose there's a I guess it's after Jonathan's made the bet when he's checked on the turn that he's hoping that he's going to have another stab at it on the river, but obviously Jonathan smelt a rat there or something and decided not to, so the check meant it went to showdown and Tom took it down. So blinds have gone up to 5,100, and it's Germany and Belgium in the blinds this time, either side of the dealer, and it's folded all the way round. So Freddie from the small blind makes it 225 to go. Massimo is in the big blind. He's already committed 100, so it's another. So it's 325 is the bet. Sorry, so it's another 225 to make the call, and he re-raises up to 850. So 850 is now the bet. Freddie raised to 325, so it's another 525 for him to call to see a flop. There's something stereotypical here about watching two Italians eating pizza. It's just yeah, just yeah. So Massimo takes that one down. And on we go. Parrish under the gun this time. Been very quiet since the first opening hands. He folds. Diego next to act. And he's reaching for chips. And he raises it to 250. And Jonathan makes the call from Wales. And it's right round, the blinds get out of the way, so we're going to be two-way to the flop. And the flop is 5 King Jack. And Jonathan bets 200 after Diego checks, and Diego makes a call. So we're going to see a turn of the King of Hearts. Diego's checked again. And 450 is the bet from Jonathan. Diego instantly reaches for chips and makes the call. So we're going to see a river. And it's the Queen of Spades. So another check from Diego. The last time this happened to Jonathan was against Tom, and after the check call on the turn, he decided to check back the river, but this time he's betting out. Yeah. 600's the bet. And he makes the call, and he's shown Queen 10. And Diego's got Ace Queen. So the Ace kicker plays, and Diego takes it down. Jonathan gets his change back. Very nice pot for Diego there. About 3,000. Can fully understand with the two kings on the board there and the queen hitting that Jonathan having a stab at it. But he was pretty much dominated from the off. So it's Michael from Holland raising up to 225. And we have Ireland and England in the blinds this time. And they've both folded. So Michael's going to get this one through. So England in the small blind, Italy in the big blind. It's folded all the way around. And Massimo bets out from the hijack. Frank gets out the way on the button, as does Parrish, and we're going to see a flop of deuce 7-9. Oh, Parrish doesn't get out the way, so it's just the blinds in. So Massimo bets out 275. Parrish folds in the small blind, as does Diego in the big blind. So just Michael to get through. And he does. And Massimo takes that one down. Been a very active player at this feature table so far. So Parrish from England on the button this time round, which means it's going to be Michael from Holland first to act in the orange. He folds. 225 is the raise from Jonathan from Wales. Rui gets out the way, as does Freddie, as does Massimo, as does Frank. I don't think Frank's played a hand yet. And Diego makes the call from the small blind, which means just Tom in the big blind. Another 125 for Tom to make the call. He does, so we're going to be three-way to a flop. And it's 6-10-7. $400 is the call. 400 is the bet from Jonathan, and Diego makes the call pretty quick. Tom gets out the way, so we're going to see a turn card, just the two of them. Italy versus Wales, and it's a 10. This is similar to the way the hand played out last time. They've both gone check, check, and a 7 on the river, and Diego's reaching for chips. And he bets 8.75. Jonathan is shaking he's just out of shot there, but he is shaking his head and picked his chips up, and there's obviously history between these two players just from what we've watched so far today. That's the board. 2 10s, 2 7s and a 6. No flush draws out there. And Diego shows Jack 6. And Jonathan's got pocket jacks, so Jonathan takes that one down. It's just Diego having a go for it. Diego says, I don't want to fight with you, to Jonathan. So Freddie's called this one 100. Massimo falls. Parrish raises to 400 from the hijack. And Tom in a small blind makes the call. Michael gets out the way in the big blind, so it's back round to Freddie, who was the original limper. He folds as well, so it's going to be two players, England versus Scotland. And we're going to see a flop. And it's deuce 9 king, 2 clubs. Tom checks. And Parrish bets 7.75. And Tom makes the call. So we're going to see a turn. And it's the Queen of Diamonds. Tom checks again. And Parrish checks. So we're going to see a river. And it's the 4 of Spades. Action on Tom again. And Tom bets out 1,200. Parrish very quickly makes the call. Tom shows pocket deuces. And Parrish shows a king. But set of deuces flopped is good enough for Scotland. Scotland skipper Tom Clark to take that one down. Gets one over the old enemy. We've got about 12 minutes left of this level. Still no exits. So we've got a board here of King 4 9 5 6. It's Tom and Massimo in this hand. Massimo checks. And is Tom going to follow the pattern? No, this time he bets. And he folds in the end, and Tom takes that one down. And on we go. The current standings haven't changed, but for anyone that's just tuning in, that is the state of play after all the heads-up matches and sit-and-goes. Just this multi-table tournament to finish, 36 runners, top 18 earn points, from 1 point right up to 30 points for first place. Very much all to play for. Top 3 teams win medals and cash, and the winning team also pick up the coveted WCOAP bracelets. So Diego's raised it up here to 250 and has seen Tom Clark to his left make it 750 to go. The blinds get out of the way, so it's back to Diego to make a decision here as he settles his cap on his head. Juve cap. Another 500. Looks like he's raising it up, and he is. And it's 2150, 2,150. He's 4-bet to that, and action's back on Tom. Tom's 3-bet was 750, so it's another 1,400 to Tom. Tom's taking his chips back and is reaching for his own stack. And Tom 5 bets to 4,400. So it's the 2 players at the bottom of your screen. Tom in the navy blue shirt, Massimo with the grey cap on. Massimo folds, showing Ace King offsuit, and Tom's going to take that down. Tight fold there from Diego. So Portugal and Germany in the blinds this time round, and it's folded round. That's Belgium folded, that's Ireland folded. To be fair, I think Frank has folded every single hand pre-flop so far. I don't think he's played a hand yet. Parrish has raised it up to 275, and Diego's coming along to see a flop. He makes the call, as does Jonathan from the button for Wales. So it's Rui in the small blind, top left of your screen. 275 is the and he's raised it up to 850. Freddie gets out of the way in the big blind, so it's back round to Parrish, who was the original raiser. Parrish makes the call. Diego makes the call. I can't see Jonathan now not making the call. He's got position on them all, and he does. So we're going to be 4-way to the flop here. The pot is already about 3,600, and here comes the flop. And it's deuce, ace, deuce, 2 hearts. Actions on Rui, and it's checked all the way round. So we're going to see a turn. It's the 8 of hearts. So Rui checks, Parrish bets. So 1,800 is the bet from Parrish, and Diego makes the call. Goes round to Jonathan on the button. So there's now about 7,500 in the pot. $1,800 was the bet from Parrish. Diego very quickly called, and Jonathan makes the call. So it's Rui in the top left-hand corner to make the decision now for Portugal. The pot is now about 9,500. It's 1,800 to make the call, but we're still 4-way at the moment. That's the board that we're looking at, and the players are looking at. And Rui makes the call as well, so we're going to go 4-way to a river. Once the dealer gives Parrish his change, we're going to go forward to the river, and here it comes. And it is the 4 of clubs. Rui checks very quickly. Decision on Parrish. He checks as well. Decision on Diego. He checks. Just Jonathan on the button. Is he going to check this down, or is he going to have a stab at it? That's the board we're looking at. Deuce, ace, deuce, 8, 4. 4,000. Yeah? Yeah, 4, yeah. 4,000 is the bet from Jonathan. It's, I mean, he's probably got about 2,000 back. Rui has another look at his cards and he folds. So we're round to Parrish. And he makes the call. Sorry, I think I misheard the dealer there. 2,000 was the bet. So Parrish has made the call for 2,000. So Jonathan shows 6-2, and Parrish says he had ace king. So Jonathan takes down the pot. Absolutely biggest pot of the table so far. And six deuce takes it down. Jonathan says, what was that legislative?
Favourite hand. 6-2 spades. Favourite hand.
There you go. Isn't it always the way? Isn't it always the way? So we got 20 seconds left at this level. So we'll get this one hand in before blinds are going to go to 75, 150. So Diego raises up this one to 225. Jonathan makes the call. And Freddie and Massimo get out of the way from the blinds. So the flop is Jack 2-8. Diego and Jonathan check it. So they see a turn of 4, and Diego checks. And this time Jonathan bets out 375. And Diego makes the call. So we're going to see a river. And the river is the 7 of hearts. 3 hearts out on the board. Diego checks. Jonathan is reaching for some chips again. And he bets 825. Where is it? 925. It very much was hiding. It's enough though. And he shows the jack. Flop top pair. Okay, so we're into level 3 of this MTT for the team event. There are 25-minute levels we're playing today. Not yet lost anybody. So Diego's made it 350 to go. Tom's made the call, as has Jonathan. Massimo's got the way in the small blind, and there's no surprise that Frank gets out the way in the big blind. So the flop is 3 Jack 8, and Diego bets out 500. Tom makes the call very quickly, and Jonathan's reaching for chips, and he raises it up. 290, and Diego says, I'm all in. Tom gets out the way, and Jonathan very quickly calls. Jonathan's got pocket jacks for the flop set, and Diego has ace 5 for the... So it's top set. Top set for Wales. Nut flush draw for Italy. Italy are at risk here. We could be losing our first player. Let's see the turn card dealer. And the 3 is a full house. That's game over. And a jack on the river for quads. Slight overkill, and we lose Diego. First player to go. And quads finishes it. Wales knockout. So Jonathan from Wales knocks out Diego from Italy. We lose our first player. And then there were 35. A long way to go yet before we get to the points. Top 18 get points. But the likelihood is Jonathan with chips on this table is likely to apply pressure. Let's see how it plays out. Jonathan being called a luck box from just about everybody around most of the tables, but he's had a couple of good hands there and got paid off with them. So we'll get a flop of 7, 4, 5. And Parrish, Tom, Michael and Freddie in this hand. Parrish is checked and Tom's bet out 600. Michael makes the call. Freddie gets out the way, so we're back round to Parrish. He folds, so the two players are going to see a turn. Scotland against Holland here. And it's the 2 of hearts. And it goes check, check. So we'll see a river. And it's the 3 of diamonds. And they've gone check, check. And Michael shows pocket 9s. And Tom was on a busted flush draw. So Michael takes on that one. So Jonathan's raised this up under the gun, and it's folded all the way round, and Tom has folded from the small blind, but Michael from the big blind says, let's see a flop. And it's 4 king 6, as they say. Michael checks, and Jonathan bets. Jonathan bets 300, and Michael pretty much instantly calls. So we're going to see a turn card, and the turn card is the Jack of Hearts. So it's gone check, check. So we're going to see a river, and the river is the 9 of diamonds. Action on Michael. He checks, and Jonathan says I check as well. So show it to win. So Michael shows 5 deuce, and Jonathan actually had a hand to raise with ace 10 of clubs. So that's enough for him. And the Welshman scoops a few more chips. So it's Tom and Massimo seeing a flop of 8 king 8. And Massimo bets out and Tom calls. So they see a turn of 7 of diamonds. The action is on Massimo. He bets 500. And Tom folds this time. Massimo wins that one for Belgium. So the Razz event is down to 10 players, currently playing 2 tables of 5. That plays 7-handed, so we'll get down to a 7-handed final table. So they're now they're down to nine players. I see in Simon Brooks stacking chips there, and the rest of Team Gotham are starting to form a rail. So yeah, just checking the Razz. Simon Brookston, he's very much near the top of the pots, player of the series at the moment. So looks like he's going to go deep in the Razz for a potential another more ranking points. Gives me a little wink of yeah, easy game, yeah. So Jonathan from Wales has refueled with another pint. Should see him through the next couple of levels. So the high roller players have been on a break. They're all starting to mill around, getting ready to sit back down to play another 4 levels, I guess, of their tournament. And Michael takes that one down on a flop of Ace King 4. So Germany in the small blind, Belgium in the big blind this time round, and it's folded all the way right round to Jonathan from Wales, who says, I think I'll raise that up to 325. Rui from Portugal gets out of the way, as does Freddie from Germany, but gone very, very quiet. Won the first few hands, but has done very little since. Keeping himself to himself. And we're going to see a flop, though. And it's King 8-4. And Massimo checks. Jonathan bets out 250. 250 into a 700 pot. Massimo very quickly makes the call. We're going to see a turn card. And it's the deuce of diamonds. Massimo checks again. And Jonathan bets out 575. Decision on Massimo in the yellow shirt in seat 1. And he makes the call. So we're going to see a river card. 2 players. And it's the deuce of hearts. And they both check. And it's King Queen for Massimo. Flop top pair. And that's good enough to take that one. Don't forget you can follow all the updates if you want the latest team scores. Go on to www.apat.com/forum. Go and find the live update section. You'll see a live update in there from every single day at the World Championships of Amateur Poker. Started last Saturday. We're playing right through until the Bank Holiday Monday. Main event this weekend is £110 buy-in. There's a day 1A on the Saturday, day 1B on the Sunday, and day 2 is on Monday. Parish is all in under the gun here. 1150 is the bet. It's folded round to Jonathan from Wales, who might just be fancying the chance to knock out an Englishman here. And he has made the call. Folds round, so we're going to be heads up. England's tournament life on the line here. And Parish shows Ace King suited, Ace King of Hearts. Hang on, dealer, let me do that for you. There you go, brilliant. And it's Ace 7 for Wales. It's England versus Wales. England at risk. And it's 3-8 Jack. There's a running, so needs a spade or a 7. Oh, double up for England. Oh, I didn't even spot the king. So yeah, good spot there, Tom. Glad someone's paying attention. Tom just telling me actually, yeah, 7 wouldn't have been no good because he'd hit the king. Saw the spade draw. Put right by the captain of Scotland, quite rightly too. Parish doubles up. Lives to fight another day. So I've been joined in the commentary area by Mr. John Murray, the Italian. It's on, yeah.
Hello.
So just give John an update, although I'm sure he knows most of these players because you've played enough of these yourself, John, that you probably know quite a number of the the international players.
I know Frank and Presh and Tom and Reese, is it? And one or two of the others to see.
Yeah, so we've got Massimo in seat 1 for Belgium. Obviously Frank and Parish. Tom here. Michael playing for the Dutch team. Jonathan for Wales.
Yeah.
Obviously Rui for Belgium. And Freddie for Germany over in seat 9. Chip leaders are Welshmen.
Yes, I believe
our short stack is very much our Englishman.
He had an adventurous hand.
Yes, he did. Knocked out Diego from your team, Italy.
Yes, and crippled Parish as well. But you got to do these things.
Absolutely.
He's got just as much a chance of hitting as anyone else.
So you've played a number of these. So what's your strategy going into the final MTT of the event?
The MTTs are amazing. There's so many points available even at this stage. I think there's a couple of ways of looking at it. You can hang on and try to get up from 20th to 18th and grab 2 extra points or what have you. But the other way to think about it is that all these teams now know what they have to do to get medals or to get high places, and you can put a lot of pressure on the other teams, so especially when it gets towards the end. When you get to the final table, you can really crucify the other players. If they have to hang on, that maybe Scotland has to not get knocked out before Wales, for example, then you put the Scottish guy all in, and it's almost impossible for him to call, even with a really strong hand. I mean, I've seen people fold pocket queens face up before and close to the end for that reason.
Exactly. There's just a dynamic in it that you don't get anywhere else.
Yeah, it's incredible. You literally don't get it anywhere else. It is so difficult to play against. If somebody becomes hyper-aggressive towards the end, it's just impossible to play against. But it makes it a fascinating finish to the whole event.
And obviously the way the points are at the moment, it's still very much anybody's game, isn't it?
Yeah, there are a lot of points available for the MTT. And it's very tight at the top anyway.
Well, I've been commentating on this feature table from the start. Frank is yet to play a hand.
It's a bit early. How long has it been going?
Oh, I think we're in level 3 now.
Yeah, well, it's a bit early. Yes. But
he comes to these with a strategy, and he's not going to put any of his chips at risk early on unless it's absolute premium.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's one way of approaching it, and it is quite successful. If you want to work your way up through the points, you can and just play big hands. You can guarantee almost that you can finish in the middle and get a lot of points. But Frank has got a lot of history of finishing right at the top of the table in these events, and I believe he's actually the chip lead, the points leader starting this event.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't be surprised if he finished in that position either. So he might play it.
So we've got Holland versus Wales here. What's the board there, John?
9337 with rainbow.
So they both check this.
And a jack in the end, so there's a pair of threes and 9-7 jack.
$1,200 bet takes it down.
Lee, why are all the best looking players been put on the feature table?
I chose the feature, but it was nothing to do with looks.
Are these all the best players then? Have they
Yeah.
been
Well,
put on-
you saying that the back of Tom Clark's head is the best part of his features? Is that what we're saying? That's why we sat him there on the feature table. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I wouldn't like to see the other tables. Actually, looking around, some of the other tables are quite. I think I'm just going to go and commentate on one of these others. Because they're very attractive people on the other tables. It's a pity we've got this lot on this table.
Poker is all about attractive people. Is that what you're saying? Yeah. Yeah.
Yes. Well, Frank uses it to his advantage at times.
So Tom's raised on the button here and has got a caller in the small blind. So we're going to see a flop.
Ace 3-3. No flush draws.
So it's a check from Michael. Is that 300? 300.
Yeah.
This is a dealer sticks three fingers up at me. I know what that means.
Well, you should be used to it.
Michael mucks them.
Six
Scotland
good
take
for
that
Tom.
one. Yeah.
Oh, he shows a 7.
So was it 7 high?
Yeah, I got that wrong. I misread that.
Misread.
So what hand did he raise with from the button?
Well, I mean,
that was good on that 3-3 flop. I think there was an opportunity for Holland to take advantage there of Tom's wide range.
If only they knew how many times APAC players have taken advantage of Tom.
Yes.
So on our other table, we've got an all-in and a call. I'll flip the camera so John you can see what's going on. So it's good. And we've lost.
Oh wow.
We've lost Holland.
Pocket Kings
looks
for
like to the hands of Belgium.
Pocket Kings for Belgium and Ace 5 for Wales, I think. And Holland. In other words, the person leaving the table.
Yeah, the clue's there, John. The guy that's walking away is the one that's busted. Yes. So Holland lose a player.
I have to say the Belgium shirts are very attractive. Very, very eye-catching. I do like that colour. Well, we got a few regular players on this table.
Yeah, we have. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
So our so the table John's talking about there that you can see Kevin O'Hanlon, Matt Carter, Jürgen Backman.
The Italian guy.
Yeah. Well, he's your teammate.
My teammate. He has played before, I think.
Warren, the skipper for Wales, and we've got Ben Burnhill for Scotland. Good table. Hopefully we'll catch up with some more of the action from that one later on.
Are we not supposed to talk about that one?
No, it's on the case. We've got a camera on it, John, so we're good. We're good to go. To be fair, we can pretty much talk about anything you like. If you see something going on at any of the tables, you can just run over there and talk about it. Not a problem at all.
What's Des eating?
What's Des eating? That's probably yeah.
Brothers walking around looking lost.
So I'm seeing Bruno, the Portuguese captain, walking round. Is he knocked out, or is he just checking out how many the guys have got? He's over there, so is he? So.
And he's got his top on, his coat on. So. Bruno. Are you? Has it not gone well?
Nah, not well.
No.
Well, not yet.
I see your team is poised for a dramatic comeback.
Yeah, we like a Welsh like 5 years ago. Well, the Welsh did it.
Yeah, you're perfectly placed to have a dramatic comeback.
We're working for that.
So we've got an all-in call on the feature table. It's England at risk again with pocket jacks against the ace king of Holland. Here we go then. It's queen for queen. And a 9. And a 2. And it's a boom from Shirley, the England skipper. Parrish gets another double up.
I don't really understand that, because anytime I've got pocket jacks, there's always a king.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's. But Parrish gets another double up. He's kind of earning those chips as quickly as he lost them in the first place.
He's got quite a stack now, having got down to next to nothing.
Got to be back up to about 5k.
He does it.
yeah.
Frank folded pocket queens that time because they weren't good enough. Parrish has been playing. Well, I was going to say he's playing quite loose, but he did have big hands in each of those times when he doubled up.
So he's doubled up with ace king, doubled up with jacks. Easy game. And on round we go.
Frank has made a raise. He's not just
What?
playing, he's raised
Right.
from under the gun.
So
it's a minimum of minimum of kings.
Frank, well, actually, we've got to take this very, very seriously. But, ladies and gentlemen, Frank has just played a hand. He's raised under the gun.
From under the gun.
He must have quad aces.
And there's a caller. The German obviously hasn't played him before. German in the small blind. Oh, Andy's been called by the
So we see a flop, and it's 7, 8, Jack, 2 clubs.
Oh.
And it's Massimo Bell, so it's Massimo and Tom. So we see an ace on the turn. So
ace on the turn. That's
so Massimo checks, as does Frank. Tom from Scotland.
Scotland? Oh, dude.
Yeah, he's from
I
Scotland.
didn't realise he was in as well.
Yeah.
Oh.
And he bets 700. Back round to Massimo. To the right of the dealer there in the yellow.
Frank looks like he's getting ready to fold. And stick on.
Massimo makes the call and Frank folds his kings.
Probably ace king or something.
Yeah.
Enough anyway.
Yeah. And we see a king on the river.
Whoa, look at those.
So 7-9 of clubs.
He's made a
for
flush.
Massimo. River to flush and takes down the pot. And John just went over to ask Frank what crazy hand was he playing under the gun. We shouldn't really say, but
we shouldn't say what we're going to.
But it was.
I want to find out if it was pocket kings or pocket queens, because then that ace came and obviously it wasn't good enough. But in fact, we believe he had one of each.
yeah. He got freaky for 5 minutes. He won't be doing it again. He's learned his lesson.
Yeah, and it worked out so well that if only it'd been a different flop. How many times have we heard that before? It's a very trendy cap that Frank's wearing. It's very, of the moment.
So Jonathan's raised it up to. Is there another one stuck under there?
425.
Is it 425 or 350? Not sure what's under that. 425.
Well, I think the big blind is 200.
And Freddie's raised it up to 1625. Back round, Jonathan shows an ace, but didn't like his kicker with it, and a 10 was the kicker. And Freddie takes that down quietly, gives him a little look. I'm loving Freddie's looks. Yeah. He gives a little. He gives a little look. He gives a little. He wins the hand, and he gives a little look up as if like a
in your face.
I
believe you have pocket threes.
You're gonna play with me, yeah. Is that what
you want some?
Yeah, you think so? Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, Frank folded. He only had queens that time. Obviously not good enough.
So we
Parish.
fold round. Parish is in the big blind this time.
He's very
Jonathan
relaxed, isn't he?
Jonathan sees it's Parish's big blind and raises it up. 425 again. Your friend Rui, he's is in hand now. He's
First time I've seen him involved.
he's raised to 1100. So he three bets. Yeah, 3 bets. Yeah.
Is that what they call it? Yeah.
I lose track.
Parish is almost horizontal, leaning back so far.
But
See,
action is
it's
still
very
with
casual.
with Freddie.
This casual look, that I think I would tell that the next time I play Parish, if I
Is
see
that
him
not,
lying back.
hang on here.
He's all in. Oh, it wasn't his turn. Right. The re-raise from Rui, and the German player still had
So
cards.
we just got a situation here because Freddie hadn't yet acted, and so players have now acted out of turn, and Parish is basically shoved all in. So it's ended up. It's all worked out nicely in the end, and we're now back round to Rui to make a decision.
He may have saved Freddie some chips there.
So we're just getting a count. Parish is all in again. Rui's already committed 1100.
A bit lightly, apparently, because he's not too keen to call
so
now.
It's 600, I think, is the all in.
We reckon Parish is strong here.
It's pretty much Rui's tournament. I think has he got a 5k chip under there? I think he has.
Well, either way,
It's pretty much it. It's pretty much it's pretty much the.
If he doesn't
chip,
have, then he has to call because he's already put as much in the pot. But I think he does have a 5k.
Yeah. It's pretty much tournament life.
So he 3-bet from quite an early-ish position and is thinking of folding. Looked like he's going to fold to the shove.
Shirley's up on her feet again because one of her team he's been all in so often. She might just as well grab a seat and sit next to him. It might be easier.
Yeah, Shirley, did you want to sit behind him?
So we're still waiting on Rui to make a decision. And it's a big one. It's a big decision. He's in the top left hand of your screen. If you're
Parish is looking so much like he doesn't care that he's obviously got kings.
Yeah, I think I would agree with you. I would agree with you. I now want Rui to call so we can see.
Yes. Maybe he'll show anyway.
But I don't think he's going to.
Maybe I'll try seeking to get a peep.
I don't think.
I'll see if I can get a peep of his
I don't
cards.
think Rui's going to call. I don't think Rui's
tell
gonna
anyone.
Rui folds ace king. Rui shows ace king and folds. John's gone to try and squeeze some information out of Parish over what he had. Did you get any joy?
Yes, ace 8. No, Parish told me that he had the same hand.
Okay.
But not to tell anyone, so keep it to yourself later.
Okay, right. Everyone at home, right?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, don't, right? John's said now, just it's between us, right?
Between us. What? People at home? There are people listening?
Apparently, yeah.
I'm going to get all nervous. Try not to think about the millions listening at home.
I know.
Why would they do? Why would people listen to this?
I have no idea. I think we're supposed to be entertaining.
There must be something good on the telly now.
Yeah.
One of those.
Long bank holiday weekend. There must be something on.
Anton Deck might be. Oh no, it's Friday, isn't it?
It's Friday.
Oh,
yeah.
What's up?
You're going to get some good films, though, aren't you?
Yeah.
On a good Friday, must do. Yeah.
Oh no, there might be some
rerun.
There's going to be some movies about the Passion of Christ or something.
Okay, not everyone's thing.
You can't that because some people, a lot of people.
No, exactly. Is that
But for some people, they may have some spare time.
Yeah. They may all record it for later.
You can do that nowadays.
You can do that, yeah.
I know, it's the modern thing.
Yeah, these videotape things.
I've heard all
is
about
very
it.
clever.
Yeah.
Very clever.
Oh, a little bit of argy-bargy in the lineup, I think, on the table. But it's all friendly.
So Freddie's 3-bet this, and Jonathan's made the call. So it's going to be 2 players to see a flop. You ready? We're going to see a flop.
All
You
right.
ready for this?
Yeah.
Oh, there's a flop.
5-5 queen.
5-5 queen. How exciting!
That's what I said.
And Jonathan checks, and Freddie bets out 2,800.
That's a lot, isn't it?
Seems quite a lot to me.
Although
It's
there's
pretty much
over
a pot-
3,000 in the pot
yeah,
previously.
It's roughly about a pot-sized bet.
They
isn't
must have
it?
been doing betting and stuff like that when we weren't watching, when we were talking about the Passion of Christ.
There was a raise. I think it was a raise, a
Yes,
3
there
bet and a
was.
4 bet, maybe.
It's quite a strong bet.
Informative about the importance of the day.
Yes. This bet is is that half his chips? So has he got a 5k underneath?
Yes, I think he has. Yes.
It's still a third of his chips.
It is.
And a third of Jonathan's chips.
I
if he calls.
It's folding here.
Yes. We can predict that. Let's save a bit of time. Will I just go over and mock
I
them?
think he's just said, he said, I really believe you've got kings, I think he just said.
Right. Does he reckon he could beat that? Big kings then? He's rubbing his forehead.
Yeah, we don't quite
Yes.
properly get him
Is that a read?
on the camera, which is slightly annoying because
No, I think it's all for the best.
I'm going to do, look, I'm going to do a cheeky little, I'm going to do a cheeky
There's the forehead rub I was telling you
so
about.
you can see.
It
Because
doesn't look like
this deserves being recorded for Hollywood purposes. This is
He doesn't look like he's enjoying his game of poker.
No.
Whereas Freddie
Just
looks very happy.
Just looks happy to be here, doesn't he?
He
Yeah.
doesn't look as if he's stressed and at the moment
No.
about whether he's going to be called or not.
No, not at all.
He admits he'd be losing to the 5.
Yeah. You reckon? Oh, I wish there was a microphone right over there so you could exactly hear this speak now.
Well.
It's very good. Freddie's telling Jonathan, you don't need to Hollywood, not for this tournament.
So especially if you've got a 5, you can call. Oh,
he's made the call.
Oh, he re-raised.
Oh, he's re-raised all
They're
in.
all in.
So,
Oh,
wow, wow. So he's re-raised and Freddie's
ace
made
queen.
the call, and Freddie's got pocket kings, and Jonathan has ace queen. So Jonathan's flopped top pair. Jonathan said, I think you've got kings here. Yeah, I'm sure you've got kings. And he nearly passed top pair with an ace with a top kicker, but we're going to see.
So
We've got a turn and a river to come here.
A queen is no good to him. He needs an ace.
It's Germany's tournament life on the line here, but he is ahead. Deuce is no good.
Yes.
And a 6, so it's a double up. Double up for Germany. Freddie doubles up through Jonathan from Wales,
who's legged it.
who called it and then convinced himself it wasn't. What I mean, I don't know. You probably don't want to talk about, but you did call it.
Yeah. Well.
So how are you feeling?
It's very difficult. It's a difficult hand like that. You put your player, you put your opponent on a hand, and then you obviously you've got a very strong hand yourself, and then in a way you kind of talk yourself out of your gut feeling.
I know. I have done that. I didn't actually put him on kings myself. I have to admit. I put him on pocket queens. Yeah. I think Johnson did very well not to snap call there. I think I probably would have got it in.
Yeah. I mean, it made for great TV, really, didn't it? Yeah.
If only we had the good-looking players on the table.
Yeah. So I'll just pop the camera back a little bit more central again.
I'm very impressed.
And off we go again.
I'm surprised that he took so long to call. I thought there was a snap call with the ace queen on a queen 5-5.
I must admit.
So
there
was action pre-flop. All he had to work with was the pre-flop.
You're only losing against aces and kings, really. Okay, queens as well, but it's that's a slim chance because you've got one of them. But we've got a flop here. It's queen 9-10 with 2 spades, and who's in the hand? Jonathan's in the hand, and
it seems to be the only one with cards that I can see.
I'm sure Freddie just waved to the camera for
John
somebody. I think. But well, hang on a minute. Hang on. Hang on a minute. Right, now do it. Now do it. Yeah. Yeah. There you go. We were on the flop cam when you did it, so.
Yes. And we probably missed an amazing hand with unbelievably
really.
skilled play.
No, Jonathan was in it, so no, it's fine.
9-10 queen, and he showed a jack. But it was on the river after
So
two
we'd
bricks
obviously
came
like
out.
to give a big hello to whoever it is that Freddie's just waved to.
Hello!
We don't know who it is, but hello to them anyway. Yeah, so
Let me
whoever
find
they
out.
are. Whoever they are. We'll go. John,
is this a roving
John's
night?
going to go and find out who it is so we can say a proper hello to them. So yeah. There you go.
Freddie, who are you waving to?
Some friends at home.
Could you be more specific? It's your turn. What are the names?
So it's like Peter, Peter, Marcus, yeah, Fabi, Richie, Ronnie, yeah, and
and who else?
I cannot say a lady's name, otherwise I'm in trouble, you know.
So there is a lady. Oh, and you've so Freddie called in the hand, and how many others? Parish is called, and Thomas called, and just about everybody's called. 5-handed. Jonathan bets 350 into about 800 or 900, and Freddie folds. I actually saw you at pocket threes. Parish raises to 1,050. The original bet was 500. Tom is having a think for himself. Let's a go. And it's folded all the way back to Jonathan, who re-raises again to, oh, no, he put in he put in 5,000 and some change, but it was only to make the change giving easier. He's just called. So we're on the flop of 6-5 queen rainbow, and we got a 9, and Jonathan checks and Parish checks. Another queen on the river. 2 queens, a 9, 5, 6. Check, check again. And Jonathan shows 7, 8. He made it straight in the turn. Parish claims he had a queen. That's interesting because Parish claims he had a queen, but claims that he knew that Jonathan made the straight because he knew he was drawing on the flop. There's 5, 6 on the flop, queen. And when the 9 came, Parish is claiming that he knew Jonathan drawing on the flop had made a straight. That's why he checked behind when Jonathan checked. And then another queen came in the river and slowed down everybody.
Are they that good and do they know each other's game that well?
He's really being standing up for that.
The banter's really going, isn't it?
He's really saying that that's what he had. Yeah. Wow. Jonathan was a bit unlucky, really, not to get another queen came on the river, because surely he would have got a call of some kind for a smallish bet on the river, otherwise with a straight.
Yeah.
If Parish did have queens when the third queen came on the river.
I would agree. So we're
or even if just been one queen, probably would
raise
have got
up
a call.
from Parish again.
Yeah.
So
again, 475.
And just Rui in the big blind to get through.
Which is easier said than done.
He's grabbed his chip. Well, he's grabbed his chips back, so I'm assuming he's just deciding how much he's going to raise.
You can't take them back, Rui.
He's just taking it back to make the call. Okay.
He's put in an odd amount. He's put in about 650, I think. I think he's put in 650, which is an odd amount. Because they were raised from 200. Parish raised to 475. Parish has put in 650. I'm not quite sure. He says it was meant to be a raise. It's not quite enough, but it will be a raise.
It's actually less than half of it's less of what's needed. Half of what's needed, isn't it? So
no,
it should.
Because it was 200, it went to 475.
So what's minimum raise? What should min be?
Well, another 275 on top of 475, which would be 750. So he's gone more than half. So yeah, and Parish has had to put some more chips in.
He's
Yeah,
had
Parish has
he's
called
had
the
to make it.
re-raise.
So we're going to see a flop.
5 ace 3 with 2 hearts. Check, check. King, check by Rui, check by Parish. This 8 on the river, no flushes. 5 ace 3 king 8. Rui bets, we're not sure how much because he's put in a 5,000 chip. 1,000 he says. Oh, it's 15, 1,500. And there is 1,600 in the pot before that. And Parish isn't sure. I think he's looking like he will make the call, but I think when he does, he's going to lose. I think Parish will call and lose here. This started off as a real action hand and kind of dwindled away into nothing on the flop and turn, but it's picked up again on the river. Parish obviously has something, but obviously not very strong. He makes the call, 1,500. Rui shows pocket kings. He's got 3 kings. Parish, when he called, asked if Rui has kings. What did you have, Parish? Ace what? Queen. Ace queen. So you're winning till the turn. Yeah. Parish had ace queen, he says, and I believe him.
Cool. Well, we're players on a break for 15 minutes, so we'll take a break in the commentary. Thanks so much for your help, so John, and and hopefully I might talk John into coming back after the break as well. So, but we'll see you all back in 15 minutes.
Ciao.
Welcome back. Players are back, and we're underway. Freddie was attracting my attention.
So, John, have we got live mics?
Who knows? Who knows? We can talk anyway, but if anybody can hear us, if they can't hear us, it won't matter. And if they
That's
can,
I so hope
he
they
can
can't hear us.
Hmm.
How
But
great a table is this?
I said that before. Excuse me. We've got some interruption from the.
We've
chief-
got
chief
Matt
seats.
Carter trying into sing. So
Right,
we've got.
we're back on the feature table.
I tell you, yeah, and I tell you what.
Everybody's still in except who was in the seat, Tom? He was gone a long time. Who? Diego from Italy, which is the same as we were before. We've got 8 players still in.
But I tell you what, John, how good is this table? We've got Tom Clark,
not
we've got
very.
Paresh,
Huh?
we got.
You got what's his name from the other fellow?
Yeah, what's his name from Ireland? What is his name?
Frank.
We've got Frank from Ireland. This is looking very good.
Yeah, we've got.
Okay, Paresh moves all in.
Again, Paresh is always all in. Every time I look here, Paresh is all in. Folding around. Freddie's having a think, but oh, looks. I thought he was going to fold, but he looks like he's interested. It's about 4,500 or thereabouts to call. And big blind is 300.
4.5 exactly, I believe.
And Freddie has about 16,000. 19. Well, sorry, you'll have 16 after you lose this hand. 15.
He's in
and
the
he's
tank.
folded. Yes, we managed to
Thank
talk
you.
him into folding. You gave me the wrong one.
Paresh takes it down. So,
It shows a 6, I think.
John, who's your money on for this team event? It's very close at the moment.
Yeah, well, Germany, England and Ireland were top of the list at the start of this MTT. But there's so many points available in the MTT that you can go quite a long way down the list to find the winners. I mean, don't tell any, maybe not Portugal, because they were bottom of the pile. But,
Maybe not
it has been
Portugal,
done
but
before, though. Wales, remember a couple of years ago, about 3 years ago, were bottom starting an MTT and ended up winning the event because the players all finished high. Do you remember that?
Yeah, but do you remember who was playing for the time?
Were you?
That's ridiculous.
Were you one of the Welsh team?
I may have been one of Welsh
Were you
team
the
at the time.
captain?
I was.
He was.
Okay, so we've got
he
a
inspired
raise
his
here.
team to be bottom. Raise of 700 from Freddie.
And he takes it down.
Parish is a big blind and somebody's called it. Thomas called it. The raise may have been from Tom.
Tom bets 850. And Tom takes it down there.
Freddie showed pocket 6s, 3 overcards to his 6s. He was actually still winning on the flop.
And that's some
Tom
chips
showed
back for Scotland.
Tom showed king 2. No, he didn't.
We now have Paresh from England in the small blind and Tom in the big blind.
And Frank on the button. Watch out! Watch out! And my burgers arrived. Thank you, Philippa. What do you think of the event?
John
here? There's
has
so many
actually
people
ordered
there
a
this week.
burger.
Has it been very busy for you?
Yeah, very busy.
That's a raise from Wales.
Where do you come from, Philippa?
Portugal.
Portugal. The Portuguese team is taking part in this. What do you think they have a good chance of winning?
And
Yeah,
Wales
of
take the
course
pot
I have
down.
to support
Come on.
them.
You obviously haven't seen the league table and the number of points. So
Obviously, I'm being very impartial here.
they're not first, or they're not in the top 8 teams. But they have a chance. They still have a chance to win.
Okay.
Can you say something in Portuguese to inspire the Portuguese team?
They don't even listen to me.
Here's a Portuguese player. Tell us something in Portuguese that he can understand.
Boa sorte.
Bossat, and he says.
Is John even allowed to do
Well,
that?
good luck, that's what she said.
What's your response?
My response is thank you. Thank you.
He doesn't speak Portuguese, sorry. Thank you, Philippa. Yes.
No comment from Paresh there.
And there's one waitress who will make a point of not coming back to this corner again. Meantime, they're playing poker. Yeah. Tom's counting out his chips. He lost count there, but so he just put out a bunch. 800 it is.
That's a call.
And he's called. We got some blind on blind action here.
Tom
Scotland
tracked.
against Netherlands. Tom wimps out, checks on the flop, and then Netherlands checks behind. We got 10-8, Jack Queen now. Check, check all the way. A 2 on the river. Tom checks again. Tom has an ace, ace-7, and he loses 10-6 and Dutch hands. What the says says Jonathan from Wales, as they do.
There's so much pressure on this table though. There's so many teams that are in with a hunt to try and win this tournament.
There are a lot of teams in with a hunt to win. I think Jonathan wasn't impressed with the standard of play from Tom and our Dutch player here.
John, you've won this type of event so many times. How would you be advising your players to play from here?
The main thing I found was to have good teammates. So I usually depended on having Frank and Kevin and the others to get most of the points for me, and that's the main thing. It's like choosing good parents, to have good teams. So the main work is done beforehand, making sure you have a strong team, and I just depended on them. We got a 8-7-2 on the flop. There's about 1,200 in the pot, and Tom bets 2,000. Oh no, sorry, 2,200 in the pot. Tom bets
2,000.
16,000. No.
It's on Wales to act.
And it's very tense now. Jonathan Annie's made the call.
And Wales call. Come on, Wales.
I didn't think he was going to call that, did you?
I've got no doubt that
I wouldn't have called with that hand.
I've got confidence in the old Welsh here.
Check, check on the turn. So we're on the river. Check, check. It's 8-7-2-7 ace.
Against
Jonathan has Jack 8, which is two pairs.
Tom Clark takes that down.
That's pocket tens. Tom tried to slow play it there and ended up with 2 7s on the board and an ace. So Scaredy Pants was afraid to bet, but he won it anyway.
I think Tom played that hand very well.
Do you?
Yes.
And Jonathan, having scoffed at the other people for not betting on the previous hand, then did the same thing himself in the next hand. Scoff he went. Scoff, scoff. Folded around to the cutoff, which is
Tom Clark.
Scotland. He'll have a stab here.
And Tom raises to 800. Doubles the blind.
Rui in the blind. Oh, yeah.
And Tom Clark takes that one down.
And he gets that through. Only about 800 because he didn't want to risk anymore if he got re-raised.
So, Tom, anything you would like to say at this point in time?
Nothing at all.
There's nothing at all Tom would like to say at this point in time.
So, Jonathan, anything you'd like to say at this point in time?
I don't know what Tom said.
Please don't cough into the microphone.
What Tom said.
What Tom said, right. Yes. So Jonathan calls Tom's declaration. Right, we're back next hand. Belgium fold and Ireland look like they're going to make a raise.
Frank was
having a little snooze.
Yeah, Frank's counting chips.
He's playing with his chips. I think he can't quite remember what the denominations are. Oh, he's raised to 850. 50 more than Tom raised, interestingly enough. That's because he's in earlier position. Let's fold all the way around to the big blind, Freddie, who hasn't done anything.
The big blind calls.
He fold.
And we're going to see a flop.
Fold. We're heads up.
Ace 4-4.
Freddie looks at Frank. He does that look. Lee is right.
That's a
And
check
dramatic
over to
check
Frank.
there from Freddie. Frank's going to stuff it up him here.
Well, Frank's bet 1,100 there.
Freddie's
I do
ready-
like that
Freddie's
bet
ready
from
to
Frank.
fold. He's going to fold. He's folded.
That's a nice. That's a very good bet from Frank.
Oh.
And
that
Frank's
plays
going to
against
take the pot.
waitress. My burger has got no cutlery. If anybody's listening at home, could you phone in and ask the waitress to bring me some cutlery? Knife and fork.
I wouldn't mind some cocktails at this point, John.
Cocktails, yeah. I believe APAD are paying.
I'm pretty sure APAD are paying. Just to let you know, on the outside table we have Warren Jones is looking quite good. He's still got some chips.
You still got some chips, Warren. Nice
Matt,
one. Well
yeah.
done.
Matt Carter is also still in. We've got Brian Yates with some chips. And Shirley Cole also looking pretty good.
So but does she have any chips?
Hey?
She may be looking good, but has she got chips?
I didn't check that, mate. We're back to the feature table.
Sorry, Shirley. Did you want to interrupt? Sorry.
No, I didn't. No.
How's it going?
All good, all good.
Yeah. How many chips do you have?
Just over 20k, I reckon.
That's quite a lot, isn't it?
Bet out there.
Who are the good
1,500.
players on your table?
Me.
Who you? Are there who's rubbish? That Luca at the sound there. He's easy.
Decision here.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, he is. Yeah.
His name is Luca.
He's got an assassin smile. Look at it.
He does. We got quite a tense moment here. I know we're not on camera, but
Decision here from Spain, I believe.
sorry, Rogers is talking at the same time.
Tom has just corrected me. Decision from Belgium. Belgium fold.
So, we're still on the same hand here.
Yes, it's still.
2-2-6 ace king.
Germany's thinking about it.
Germany's thinking about it.
Germany's made the call.
Calls. It's a big call. 2,800. And who's this country? Oh, it's Portugal. He shows six. Oh my God. He had bet 2,800 with 6-8. The board is 2-2-6 ace king. He had two pair. And he got called by Germany with 6-8, and 6-8 was winning. What did you call with Germany? A worse kicker. Not flush. He thought he was bluffing. Yeah.
Portugal have raised the button
We knew
here.
he was bluffing, but we
And
knew he
that's
was bluffing.
fold.
But
And Frank folds. So Portugal will take that pot.
I think it's better I come back
Nice
and
raise.
stand beside brothers, because otherwise we're both talking at the same time there. Unfortunately, it was my fault.
What do you think, John? Are we who do you think will win this one?
This from the players on this table who'll go furthest.
No, who
What
will
country?
win the team event? It's a really big event.
Germany. yeah, Germany.
I quite like England.
Do you?
From where we are, I quite like England.
I think Ireland
yeah.
have got a good chance.
I mean,
how good are we? We've named the three teams that have got the most points at the start of this event.
we're really good, John. We're really good. James has just looked at me with disgust. But as much as I'm supporting Wales here, I really do think that England are going to be a difficult team to beat.
Oh, and Brian's out. And Matt's out. Oh. Oh, by the way, Shirley is standing up as if... Oh, it's not. She's standing up, but it's not her that's at risk. It's actually Ireland. And Ireland has lost a player.
What happened there? Did England lose Shirley? I think Shirley just lost a pot, but she's actually still in the tournament. So Shirley is still in. England still have all 4 of their players in. But hopefully everyone who is watching is well behind Wales. We have James on this table. Oh, John has just come over with a list of the players on this table. So just to confirm, Jonathan, you don't think that James is going to win this tournament?
I don't think James will win this event.
As long as Wales win it? I'm not that concerned. Okay, everyone's folded and we're...
Frank. Frank, we lost a player from the Irish team there.
We're dealing in new
How
hands.
do you feel at this moment?
Well, Eamon is a good player, obviously, but
Paresh here is on the button with Tom Clark in the small blind.
And if we get to the final table, we'll win it. We are actually winning we are actually leading on points at the moment with Germany.
Yes, that's true. That's true. How many players have Germany got left in? Let me see.
James is trying to tap the table with Jaeger bombs at the moment.
2, 3,
Paresh folds.
4.
We've got Tom Clark.
Frank, Germany still have 4 players.
Tom calls.
But it's
And
quite
his
early
check,
in this,
we'll go to the flop.
Germany are
Two-handed.
well on this table. Yeah, they're a good team, but I think we can win it this
Tom
year.
checks.
Second last year, and we'll go one better this year.
Yeah. England are getting
So
some
we've
support,
got
but I
7, 8,
think
9,
some of the players
8
might be a bit
jack
short.
on
Parrish
the
has
flop.
been in all in, I think, of
A bet and Tom
23 times
folds.
so far, and he's managed to survive.
And we'll take that down for Team Holland.
7 or 8 times, Paris, yeah, haven't you? Yeah, at least. Yeah.
Do you think he's any good, Frank?
I would say he's.
The Dutch player is Mikhail.
Averagely good for this.
Pronounce that right.
Yeah. In this tournament, these are all international players, so being average here is above average in normal circumstances. Oh.
And we're dealing a new hand.
So, and Brian
We
Yates is
have Brian
coaching,
Yates.
coaching during the hand.
Did Brian Yates just try and coach you in the hand?
Yeah, that's it.
We've got Tom Clark on the button here.
It didn't help. The other players were encouraging Brian to coach him.
Tom
Hoping some of
calls.
Brian's wisdom would rub off.
And we're going to a flop four-handed. So we've got a king high flop. It's Holland to act. Holland check, Wales check, Portugal check. Tom Clark from Scotland bets 1,075. We get a call from Holland. Wales folds. And we get a fold from Portugal. So we're heads up here.
What do you think he has, Rodgers? Just stand back a bit. Do you think he's do you think Tom has a hand here?
It's very hard to say. Tom's a very good player. So
that's Tom Clark or something.
Oh, Tom Clark, sorry. No, Tom is a very good player, so Tom's gone 1500 here, so I'm inclined to say that Tom has some sort of hand.
There was a 6 on the turn, by the way, so we've got 2 6s on the board now. 10 king.
We've got two cards here. Tom checks. I expect a king. Yes, king jack, and I think
king 9.
yeah, Tom takes the pot. Tom takes the pot.
King jack for Tom, king 9 for
Michael.
Michael. How do you pronounce it? Michel.
Michael, I assume.
Michael
yeah.
Seal. Let's ask him. Sorry. Is it How do you pronounce your name?
Michel.
Michel. We wouldn't have pronounced it wrongly. Because it's not wrongly, it's Michel.
That hand is very difficult for Michel to play because he's got top pair. I think Tom plays it very well.
Yeah.
And it's very difficult to play that hand in that position.
Could you fold king 9 there, Robert?
I can't fold king 9 there. No. Can you?
Oh yeah, simple.
Yeah,
no,
but you are so much better than me, John.
I don't think I'm folding there.
You're so much better than me, John. Tom raises.
Tom's off again. He did raise with king jack last time, but he was in late position. He was on the button. Yeah. He's raised again, and he's didn't get it through. He did.
Tom's taking the blinds.
He's taking the blinds. Are they worth taking? Yeah, 600.
Oh, they're definitely worth taking,
2 and
John.
4, yeah.
They're definitely worth taking. And I've got to say, at this stage, I really love this tournament.
Do you?
Yeah, it's the team event is such a great event for APAT at this stage. Whoever wins it, it's such a great event to be playing at this stage. Really, really an honour to be commentating on it.
And it looks like Tom might be raising here for a change.
Think he is.
How much is it this time? 900. He's gone crazy.
Wales fold.
Holland folds, Wales folds.
Portugal fold.
Portugal fold.
Germany call.
Germany calling.
Two 9 is the flop. Germany checks Scotland. Scotland bet 1200. That's a call. So that's a really interesting call. It's very difficult to see what Tom can have here. So
maybe a bit closer we can see what he's going.
I think that Germany are probably looking for a check here on the turn. And we'll see what they do from there, because that's a very interesting call.
Tom could have like nothing here.
Tom can easily have nothing here, but he should be betting every flop. The turn is a queen, which makes it very difficult. We'll see what Tom does.
Okay, high roller players, your blinds are locked. 300, 600, 100 empty. 3,600 empty.
Tom bets 2,000, and it's an instant call. This is a very interesting hand. I have no idea what either player has.
The expert commentary coming to you from from Stratford. 5 of clubs on the river. So there are 3 clubs. There are 2 2s, and there's a queen and a 9.
And there's a bet out for 5,050. And Tom Clark folds.
We see a 9. Freddy shot a 9. The board is 2 2 9 queen 5. The chances that he had filled up are fairly high.
We've got an all-in and a call on one of the outside tables. We've got an all-in with queen 4.
What did you have? Queen 9.
With ace king making the call. The flop is jack 5 king. And Kevin O'Hanlon takes the pot. which is very good for Ireland. Ireland have just doubled up, I believe. So Ireland eliminate
everyone.
Yeah. Which team was that? Okay, Ireland eliminate Italy. Well played, Kevin O'Hanlon there. Very well played.
What was the hand?
It was Queen 4 shoved and Ace King, Kevin O'Hanlon called. The flop is Jack King 4.
Yeah.
Kevin O'Hanlon doubles up.
He had Ace King and he called the pre-flop shove with, and he was holding Ace King. What
That's
a player!
right, yeah.
What a player! An amazing player.
Kevin O'Hanlon is confirmed one of the best players.
One of the best players. So that means not who do you think's the best player then? This is
Well, apart from
Frank?
yourself, John. Apart from you,
no.
John. Apart from you.
Yeah.
Back to the feature table.
He managed to swerve that question.
Back to the feature table. It's very, very difficult here.
Frank's wearing a fetching cap to keep the sun out of his eyes here.
Portugal fold. Here comes Germany.
Watch out.
Germany fold to... They fold?
Fold.
No, I believe Germany raised to 1150. Fold. And Germany take the pot there. So the button moves, and we will have Ireland, which is Frank Cormack, and we've got England, which is Paresh in the big blind. Blind to 200, 400. No running ante as yet.
Brothers, do we know whether Frank is awake or not?
Do we know what?
Has Frank nodded off?
I don't know if Frank is awake or not, mate. We have a fold from Scotland. A raise from Holland to 900.
Raise? I thought Tom raises. That's the standard play in every hand.
I thought Tom usually raises. He might be broken. Here comes Paresh.
Yes. And Paresh folds Ace King face up.
Was that Ace King?
No, 7 King.
Okay.
He did have a king, which was the best hand.
So we now have Frank on the button. And we're losing...
Tom.
Unfortunately, we're losing Tom Clark.
His name is Tom. The big blind has been moved off the table, which is Tom Clark.
Good luck to Tom Clark, who has been moved off the table.
He's been quite active in the last few hands. He's made a lot of pre-flop races and got most of them through. He lost one. He did lose one big hand.
So, I will ask Tom for a quick comment as he leaves.
Yeah, early days, yeah. We've still got 4 rounds, so just try to keep grinding away. And
So that's Tom Clark. I'm very confident in his skills. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see Tom back at the feature table very, very soon.
Oh, do you know why he's been moved? Warren is leaving the table, the other table.
Is Warren leaving the table?
Yeah, it looks like Warren has been knocked. Oh, Kevin's done it again.
It looks like
another one.
It looked like Kevin O'Hanlon has just eliminated Warren Jones.
Kevin's cleaning house on this table. He's got all the chips, well, not all the chips. He's got a hell of a lot of chips. Quick count there, Kevin. Yeah, 97,000. He says. No, Kevin's got a huge stack. Ben's got a few. No,
so it's a new hand on our feature table.
What you got, Ben? Over 20?
We've got Holland in the small blind and Wales in the big blind.
We're talking at the same time.
Yeah, you really got to talk at the same time.
And we've got Lee Wiltshire.
Okay.
Funny as it is, it doesn't work if you talk at the same time.
We've just.
Very important break. Oh, will this cut off more rubbers? No. Press 1 and you get the flop cam. Press 2 and you get the feature cam. Right. Press 3.
So the flop is King 8-5. It's Holland to act.
Is it just one camera on the table? Just 1, 2, 3. Only one. Do you have to go in sequence? Can you go from 3 to 9?
And Belgium bets 600. Belgium take that hand down. And we move on to another hand on the feature table.
So Lee's giving me the camera. We had a little test there, so you may have seen the picture jumping around. That's because Lee was taking me through, showing me the intricacies of the camera work here. So we've got 3 cameras, 2 on this table. Hello.
Hello, John. Do we have 3 cameras?
We got 3 cameras. Did you know that? I didn't know we were on camera at all.
We just had a bit of a rollick in there for talking at the same time.
Yes. Whose fault do you think that was?
I think that was probably my fault.
It's probably.
I think Lee should make a comment.
I don't need to make a comment. I'm quite happy. What I will say though is now you're in the updating area. I can put this down on the updating.
Sorry to interrupt, but Parish is all in.
Oh. Paresh is all in with
and he's got
Queen
away
Jack
with it.
suited.
Queen Jack suited. We're doing it again, Rudders. Rudders, we're talking at the same time again.
Okay, I will shut up when you talk.
I think the blame is equally shareable.
We
should. There we go. We should stand closer.
I think you're probably right.
Right. We're going to try to pro ourselves up a bit here because we've been a bit hard to follow, I'm sure. Right. We're assuming Parish will be all in because he usually is.
Frank folds. It's on Paresh.
Now
folds.
that's interesting. Is it Paresh or Parish? How do you pronounce your name? Parish or Paresh?
Traditionally, Parish.
Traditionally Parish, which suggests there's another way.
British people Parish.
British people Parish. That's the same as you said the traditional one is.
Paresh.
Paresh is the right one. Paresh. It's now Paresh.
John, we've got a call here from Holland and a call from Wales. Portugal are in the tank.
Big blind is 600.
That's a call from Portugal. And we'll go to a flop.
Freddie checks the big blind, I think. Did he check? It's not sure. It's not clear whether he's... No, he hasn't checked. He's... So there's 2,400 in the pot at the moment. 4 6s. Wow. It's the new players joining the table. We'll pick that up in a minute. And he does finally check. So 2,400 in the pot. 6 King 10. Action.
So then go back to the wide whilst they're discussing what to do.
Oh, good idea.
And then flopping. And then flopping again. So in on the turn. And you need to talk to the dealer.
We've got 8 King 10 and it's checked. It's checked round. Wales bet 900. That's a fold from Germany. And a call from Holland.
So heads up on the river. It's 8 King 10 6 King. 2,400 from Jonathan. And Michelle folds. Shows an 8. Wales take the pot.
Did Wales take the pot there?
He says he got away with one, but we didn't see his cards.
Come on, James.
So maybe he didn't get away with it.
Warren Jones is delivering beer.
Queen 9.
I'm just going to go and try and have a word with Warren Jones. See what he feels is happening. Warren, how are you feeling about
So
Wales'
we've been
chances
joined on
here?
the table. We've now got
Yeah,
1, 2,
three
3,
players
4,
still in.
5,
We
6,
get
7,
three in
8.
the
We've
top
got a
20,
9-handed
two in the final
table
table, we
again.
definitely win.
We've been joined by
Okay, so Warren is quite confident about
Canella
the chance
from
of
Italy.
Wales.
We've now got 2 Dutch players on the table.
John. Oh, sorry, John, I didn't see you there.
Jerome Dole. We've been joined by Jerome Dole.
Jeroen Dole.
What he said. Jerome Dole.
In other news, I have just lost my prop bet with Ian Witt.
With who?
With Ian Witt.
With who? Oh, with Ian Witt, yeah.
Yes. On the stud final table, I do believe that Simon Brook is heads up for the bracelet.
Right. The stud is not on today, Rudders.
It's obviously Razz.
Right.
Good call, John.
And what was your bet? That he wouldn't get heads up. He's had a good week, hasn't he?
Simon, he's
had
had a great
second and
week.
a third already, and it's another at least second now.
Well, with a bit of luck, I think he'll win the bracelet here, which will put him top of the player of the series.
He may already be. So this is his third medal.
You can't fault that, can you?
So far. How does he do it? He must be really good.
Wales from 8.
We got a split pot here. 8-10 against 8-5. Two kings, a queen, and an 8 on the board, and a 3. So 2 pair each. Split between Belgium and Wales. There wasn't a great deal of action. There was a bit early on, but then it fizzled away.
We have 3 tables left here in the team event.
Yes.
Who are you tipping from here?
Well, Kevin's got a lot of chips, so it's got to help the Irish cause. Ireland did lose 1 player, Eamon, but Kevin's got a lot of chips. And let me just have a check while you don't talk, and I just see what. Ian Thompson has not got much, got about 4,000. And Frank,
How much has Ian got?
I think about 4,000. And Frank has got around the same. So. I was just tipping Ireland, but they seem to have 2 players who are a bit short, quite short, and 1 player has got millions. So maybe it won't be them.
I'm tipping Wales to win from here.
What? Really? Well, quelle surprise. Actually, England is still going well, but Germany have also going well. Yes.
Germany do look good.
Oh, it's in my pocket. Holland won the pot, and Jonathan claims to have folded ace jack of clubs.
So where are we now in this tournament? Because who's got a chance of winning?
No one really.
Paresh is still in for England. Brian is still in.
England
and
have
Matt
4
is
players.
Still in. We also have Shirley still in.
Everybody's still in for England, Rodders.
But I can see Tom Clark. I can see Ben.
Scotland have 3.
Scotland still have 3.
4.
So we've got 4 for England, and I believe 3 for Scotland. Yeah. Yeah, we actually have 4 for Scotland and 4 for England. Yeah, we have Brian Yates and James Ellis on an outside table, both with chips. Back to our feature table. And in this hand we have Scotland against Germany. That's a check from Holland. Bet of 3,000 into 4.5 from Germany, quickly called by Holland. Turn is the 10 of diamonds. That completes the flush draw, but also pays the board. Here come Germany. We're going to the river. And the river is a queen of clubs, which doesn't really change anything. We got pocket 9s against trip 7s. So Germany are going to take that pot down. And I'm really liking how this tournament is starting to close up. There's a number of teams that can still win it.
Jonathan's really impressed with the rest of his team, who are the best supporters he's ever had. He's got 3 people supporting him. Well, 3 teammate players. Why is that?
I want Holland to win as well.
You want Holland to win?
John, we've got a really interesting situation here. We've got.
Are you sure it's interesting?
We got 4 Scotland. No, we've got 4 Scotland players left.
Yes.
But we've got 3 on the same table here. With
Well, at least they can't all get knocked out.
James and Ben, which is a really difficult.
Yeah.
It's a really difficult spot for them.
Funnily, I don't think it's difficult. I think it's a really good spot for them. They got
You think that's a good spot?
They got it surely squashed between them. From the previous team events, it's a really good situation to have other players from your team on your table, especially close to you.
So what you're saying, you would want Shirley squash between you?
Yeah, I mean, particularly if some of them are short stacked, but they've all got chips, I think. So
They have.
Yeah,
They have.
If the one of them was short stacked, it would be quite easy to ensure that they were no longer short stacked.
Okay, let's go back to the feature table because this is getting very interesting.
You said that before and it wasn't. Wales is raised again. He's got nothing to play for. You have. You've got lots to play for.
It's all folded.
You got all the fame, notoriety. You got the millions watching on TV. You might get seen. You might get seen by a scout. You might get picked up by poker stars or something, and you got lots to play for. You might win this for a laugh.
Yeah, just for a laugh,
Good idea.
So I'm stood here still on the feature table. Just got a raise there from Belgium. Frank has folded. Paresh has folded. Paresh, you've got to be quite happy with how England are doing here.
How are we doing?
You still have 4 players in.
Okay. That's not bad, is it?
That's not bad, is it? Yeah, Paresh, as always, playing his cards close to his chest. If any of you have played poker against Paresh, you'll be used to that. Okay, we have Belgium taking them that part.
Brothers, how many pots have you seen Belgium take before? Not many.
Not a massive
He hasn't
amount.
played many hands, has he, Massimo?
No, not a massive amount at all.
Not massive amounts from Massimo.
John, I'm really enjoying this tournament.
You seem to be. Yeah.
This is a really good tournament. I love the way that the team event works.
Maybe you'll even play it next time.
Oh, I'd love to play it. I mean, but as I said to you earlier, no one's entitled to a place in their team.
Brothers, the other 3 of the Welsh team are all out already. Oh.
Paresh turns over King 5. We have King 5 against Queens here.
Paresh had King 5, Freddie had Pocket Queens, and there was none of it on the board.
Yeah, Paresh goes
Jonathan,
out there with King 5.
Brothers.
That is a very good shove.
I was mid-flow.
Oh, sorry.
It's all right. Yeah, Paresh is gone. He had King 5. Jonathan says he also folded King 5, which reduced Paresh's outs. So we're down to 7 players on this table at the moment. 2 Dutch, 1 Belgian, 1 Irish, 2 Dutch, 1 Italian, 1 Welsh, and 1 German. Germany winning on last pot. Raised to 2,000 from Belgium. Holland.
I'm just going to
Holding
ask the
2
tournament
spots, followed by
director.
Wales and Belgium.
Have you got any comments to make about the?
I'm very tired.
Flop is Ace Queen 8. Check from. Did he check? He didn't. Yeah, he did check. Check from Belgium. Bet from Holland of 2,500. Into a pot of about 5. Wales folds, Belgium folds, Holland wins. Holland gets the bluff through. Everybody else on the table agrees that it was a bluff.
I keep getting into trouble with Des and Lee for like talking when you're talking.
Maybe I'm talking when you're talking.
No, I'm pretty sure it's me talking when you're talking. To be honest, this is so much fun.
Fun? I didn't come here to have fun. So, folded around and Wales raise again. This time to 1625. Blind is 800, which is Ireland. It's Germany fold, Belgium thinking, and the small blind. Massimo still thinking. Having a good look. Having a good look at Jonathan, who says he doesn't mind busting because his team is out. He seems to be using this to his advantage, using the fact his team is out to at least alleged that he's playing loosely, but we don't know if that's the case or not.
I'm just going to speak to Sean Lastman. Sean, what's your opinion on how this team event is going?
Go Ireland.
Go Ireland.
That's
That's the plan. That's the plan.
They both folded and he got that through. I was just saying that if he got that through, they both folded.
Yeah, just can I apologise? If me and John are talking at the same time here, we are trying not to. We're trying to make sure that you know what's going on here. So if you have heard us talking at the same time, we do apologise.
Speak for yourself.
We're just not as good as Lee yet. But we're working on it. We're working on it. Okay, we have We have 7 players at the table.
Lucas in the big blind, Frank's in the button, and Jerome in the small blind. It's folded all the way around to the button.
Frank folds. Holland are all in. It's on Luca. And Luca folds. I love this tournament. I really love this team event.
Steve, do you like this tournament?
No, well, you know, it's all right. No, John, you gotta be fair. This is what APAT is about. You've got this sort of event. It's just, I don't know. It's just.
You love this tournament, don't you? I bloody
Yes.
love this tournament, don't you? Bloody love
Yes.
this tournament.
Even though
You're
I'm
in
not
love, aren't
playing
you?
it. Even though I'm playing it, that is Frank taking down a pot.
It's
right
not.
there.
It isn't. It's Belgium.
Is it not Frank? Oh, that's boring. Sorry.
Just a brief up raise and they got it through. You love this tournament, don't you?
Well,
Go on, admit it.
no,
Admit
yeah,
it.
no. The team event, I think is, other than the main event, it's the event to win at the World Championship Manager Poker.
Well, I'm not so sure, but I think it has a rival now. The PLO high-low is clearly the event to win now.
Yeah, but come on, John. Do you know how good you have to be to win the PLO 8?
Pretty good. A raise to 2,000 from Belgium into Wales big blind. A re-raise from Jerome from Holland to 5,000.
Full fold.
Help from the dealer there to correct me. They all fold all the way back to Belgium. Massimo is thinking he's got 2,000 in and it's another 3,000 to call. And he will be out of position afterwards.
Yeah.
After the flop.
Warren Jones just delivered some beer for Team Wales.
Oh, Jones the beer. And he's all in. Belgium's moved all in and Holland is called. And they both
Ace
got big
against
stacks.
kings?
Kings against aces. Kings for Belgium, aces for Holland.
Plays itself, mate. Plays itself.
Jerome is the Dutch player who's got the aces.
That's
7-2-2. 3.
So that's Juice. Yeah, 2-2-3. 8-7 flop, aces hold, and that's a big pot.
They both had big stacks.
I'm being told that's a small pot. A small pot. But I don't know. I would be happy taking them that pot.
I think they both had pretty decent stacks beforehand.
Yeah.
But nobody got knocked out. The smaller stack won. Massimo is down to... Just going to find out. What you got left, Mass? About 6, 7, 8? About 7 or something thereabouts.
Hey, John. I've got to say, I'm loving doing this. I really am loving
You
doing
do have
this.
to say, don't you? Have you said it before at all? No.
Yeah.
Oh, Massimo's all in. Big blind is 800. He shoves for about 7 or 8,000 under the gun. It's folded all the way around to the big blind, and it's folded there. He gets it through.
Fold to Belgium.
Picks
Yes.
up 1,200 chips, which is quite handy if you got 8,000.
So I don't know where are we in this team event? I can see Mark. I can see 2 Irish players out. I can see Brian Yates still in. Matt Carter still in. Shirley is still in.
Will we do a proper roundup? Oh, hold on. Frank is all in on this table.
Frank's all in.
From under the gun, Frank shoves for about 6,000, I think. Jerome is thinking about it. Jerome picked up some chips there very recently. Looks like he's not going to call. Oh, he's all in as well. See my reading skills there. He's all in for a lot more, over 20,000. Frank shows ace-2 and Jerome is ace-queen. Right. No doubt there will be a 2 on the board. Let's see. Right, we're waiting for the deal to sort out the cards. Ace-2 for Ireland, ace-queen for Holland with Jerome. The flop is 10-8. Doesn't tell. Oh, another 10. We might get a chop. 5. No. So, Holland wins. Frank Bailey's been knocked out the last time before the break. We were going to do a roundup of the players, but they're all getting up, so...
We are going to do a break, but...
We'll probably do something during the break.
A very big hand on one of the outer tables.
There was a big hand on the other?
On this table.
What happened, Rudders?
Shirley has won a big pot.
Did you? Small pot? Ages ago. Cheryl, we got Cheryl the girl here. How's it going?
It was going well, but then I got moved tables and it ain't been as good. But I've still got about 18k. So.
Are they better players on this table?
I'm probably going to hand this over to Lee in a minute, but
Who's your tip to
I
win?
do have to say how much I love this event. Lee is.
Me.
Me too.
Right, so that's players on a break. So thanks very much to John and Steve. We may well have them back later on to do a little bit more of a stint. I think it's been quite good. But players, I've not watched any of it, but we're getting great feedback anyway. So so players are on a break, 15 minutes, I believe it is. And it is, and we'll just take a break from the commentary, and we'll be back to find the culmination of this and find out who's going to be crowned team. I mean, just quickly before Steve goes, your tip for winning this now?
I don't know. England. I mean, I'd like to say that I hate to say it, but I don't. I'd actually like to see the England players. England. I think England will win it. I'll be quite happy to see them win it.
And your pick, John?
My pick is Spain. I think they're playing really well.
Very good, very good. Excellent. So actually, before we head to the break, there is one hand just playing out on the feature table, which is flop of ace 10, queen 2, queen, and it's Jonathan and the new Dutch player whose name I don't know, but I will find out very quickly because that's bad. That's Jerome, Jerome's bet out 3,000, and I think Jonathan's going to fold, but saying please show me. And he shows the queen. He shows the queen on the camera. Thank you very much. Nicely done. So those players are on a break. We'll see you all back here in about 10 minutes. So as play is back underway, we've on the outer table we've just lost Jürgen Bachmann, the German captain. Another man down. On the feature table that you're now watching, we've still got Massimo in seat 1. Seat 2 is currently empty. Nicky from Belgium is in seat 3. Jeroen from Holland is in seat 4. Luca is Italian captain in seat 5. Michael from Holland is still in seat 6. Jonathan Rees from Wales still currently in seat 7. Seat 8 is empty. And Freddie from Germany is in seat 9, still sat there, merrily going about his way, but he's just lost his skipper. So, Jonathan's all in under the gun. I think that's right. And Luca makes the call, as does Nicky. So we're three-way here. Right, so we'll set this up. So it's 9s for Nicky, it's jacks for Luca, and it's ace-4 for Jonathan. And it's 10, it's deuce-6, it's deuce-6, 4-4-4. Quads for Jonathan from Wales. He triples up. Luca wins the side. I think the side pot. Second quads of the day for Jonathan. Easy game. And Michael from Holland there. He in the big blind. He folded pocket 10s. And we don't lose anybody. Somehow. We somehow didn't lose anybody. On we go to the next hand. So Nicky's all in, and there's a raise from Johan. So Johan's rated it to 6,000 and has isolated quite nicely. So, hang on, dealer. Let's just get these in. Right, so across there for us. Thank you. So it's 10-4 for Nicky, and we're seeing quads again, and it's quad aces this time. Two hands in a row. Quads and quads. This is what it's all about. So we lose Nicky, unfortunately. On our outer table, it's it's King Queen of with the King of Clubs and the Queen 8, the Queen of Clubs. Kevin Hanlon had the Queen of Clubs. Matt Carter had the King of Clubs, and 4 clubs on the board means it's flush over flush. And it's going to be a double up, I'm thinking, for Matt, because I'm assuming Kevin's got him covered. So it's a double up. Yep. So it's a double up for Matt. So back on our feature table, and Massimo is scooping chips. We're on the points. We're on the points bubble. We're not playing hand for hand. You're just going to carry on unless anyone starts slow playing, and then I'll give him a kick. So Luca's all in. Gets round Michael. It's got Jonathan to get through on the button, and Freddie in the small blind. So it's Massimo in the big blind to get through. And Massimo makes the call. So Massimo has ace 6, and Luca has pocket 10s. Tournament life on the line, pocket 10s. Let's see the flop. And it's King 8, 9. We're going to see a turn. It's a 7, gives options. And another 8. Luca's going to get a double up. And Massimo is now down to, he's got about 1,000 behind. He's on the, he's big blind now. So next hand with Massimo with already half of his stack in the middle in the small blind. So Massimo's all in for his last 1,000. So Jonathan's made the raise. Massimo's all in. Big blind gets out of the way. So it's going to be ace 8 against ace king for Massimo. So let's see a flop then. Needs to avoid an 8. 5, 6, 10. And 2 just need to avoid the 8. And does, and Massimo gets pretty much a triple up there. And we go again. So Jonathan makes it 22 to go, 2,200. Freddie gets out of the way, and as does Massimo. Just got to get through Luca in the big blind, and he does. Shows an ace and a 10. And we go again. So Jonathan folds, Freddie folds, Massimo folds. Just the blinds then. Luca in the small blind, playing for Italy. Italy captain. And he just passes his small blind to Michael to his left, and we go again. So we're going to see a flop, and it's 4 King 9. And it goes check check. This is Wales against Holland. 7 on the turn. Check from Jonathan Wales. And 3,500 is the bet. Decision on Jonathan. And he's going to fold. So blinds are 500 and 1,000 at the moment. Another 10 minutes of this level to go. And it's Massimo under the gun this time. So Michael's all in from the button, and he gets it through, gets it past the 2 blinds. That's Jonathan and Freddie. So it's going to be Massimo in the big blind. Short stack at the table. 3K stack, and he's got 1,000 of it in the middle already. So we fold round, and Michael calls. Decision on Jonathan. Jonathan makes the call, gets out the way, and Massimo checks. So the flop comes down 3-4 ace, 2 clubs. Massimo checks. Decision on Michael. Michael bets 1,500. Jonathan's going to check, and Massimo bets. Michael bets and Massimo folds. So he's now got 2K left, and he's in the small blind this hand. But we've lost one on the other table. So I think that is the points bubble. So everybody is going to be in the points now. We've just lost a Belgian player on the outer table. So we've got a real interesting dynamic as the tables are broken. We've got three Dutch on the feature table that we're showing you here, and on the secondary table we've got left now. Welcome to table Scotland, where we've got 4 Scottish players. This could be lively. So I've got the outer table moaning, how is that the feature table? What they don't know is they're currently live on the stream, yeah, because we've got a camera on you lot as well, so it's not a problem. We'll catch everything that's going on. We're down to 18. Everyone's in the points. What we really do have though is, so this outer table is four Scottish, 3 English, 1 Irish, and a lonely German player. Yeah. Wondering what he's ever done to be dumped on a table like this. Yeah. Somewhere in a previous life. And on the other table, so that's kind of table kind of white and blue, and over on table orange and yellow. So we've got three Dutch, a Belgian, 2 Portuguese, 1 German, 1 Welsh, and an Italian.
Italians on this table.
Are there?
Right.
Yeah.
There are actually 2 Italians on this table because you left out Serafine. You left out Stefania.
It's right? Okay, fine, right.
Okay, so on the featured table, Jerome has raised to 5,300 and takes it down. The mystery is why we have 1 Welsh player who's managed to find himself onto the feature table here when all the other English, Irish, Scottish are on the other table. I think, Jonathan, you're on the wrong table. You should be over there on the boarding table. We got the glamorous table here with all the glamorous countries, all Italy and Belgium and Holland and everyone else. And we got all the Irish and English and Welsh and Scottish dumped onto the second table. Well, we're euphemistically calling the outer table, but it's really the outer table. Ah, hello, Ben. How's it going?
We're hanging in there, you know. 4 of us. We got above average stacks and 1 shorter stack.
So on that bombshell, we find that Germany has So Michelle is in this pot and the big blind. Lucas folded, Michelle is folded, and Frederick, who raised, takes the pot down. Button goes down to Luca. Action is on Stefania. And we have it's a real split between Europe and British here. It's a real Brexit tournament here. We're trying to decide whether the British are going to stay aligned with Europe or not. Somehow Wales have found their way onto mainland Europe. But Wales in the big blind. Michelle Evan Holland in the small blind, Luca on the button, and it's folded around as far as Jerome in the cutoff. He's raised to 2,500. Gets it. His own player folds. Hard to believe and all that, but somehow he got it through Michelle. But Wales are gone all in. And Jerome calls Wales. Jonathan ace 3. Jerome ace ace. So Jerome already has over 30,000. Jonathan has about 17,000. Jonathan going for the straight. He's going for the Jaeger. I wouldn't go anywhere. It's inevitable you're going to win this hand. So Jerome gets his excess back, which is, even if he loses this hand, he's still got over 20, well, at least 25,000 there. But it's a lot in the middle. There's probably about about lots. So aces against ace 3. The flop is 8, 5, queen. Johnson's already gone. Another 8 and another 5. Split pot, 2 pairs each. With the ace kicker. No, it's not. It's not a split pot. Jerome wins. 2 8s, 2 aces. Sorry, 2 8s, 2 5s, and a queen on the board. Aces beats ace 3. And Jerome is building quite a big stack now. He's certainly chip leader on this table. Let's have a quick glance at the other table where it looks like Chris Kelly's all in for next to nothing. And his own teammate Ben is thinking whether to call him or not. Yeah, I think Ben probably had some dodgy hand, was thinking of donating there. Try to help Chris out because he doesn't have much chips. Let's fold around all the way around the table to Brian Yates in the big blind. It's fold around to Brian Yates, last to act. And he folds. Brian had called the big blind, but he folded to the shove, which was only about 5,000. Right, back on the feature table, we've got Massimo all in with 9-10 suited against who? Whose cards are they? Who owns the hand? Oh, ace queen. Ace queen for Portugal. And we see king, jack, 5, 10, 8. Bruno makes a full house, Bruno makes a straight to knock out Massimo in, I'm not sure what position, probably, there's a full table there, 3, 4, 13, 14, 15. Massimo went out 16th. We're down. We've reached the top 15, always a critical point in any tournament. 10k. Michelle is 10k. We got 3 Dutch on this table, and 2 Portuguese, and 1 German, and 2 Italians, but one of those is dealing. Let's fold it around to Jerome. Fold it around to Bruno from Portugal in a small blind against Freddie from Germany in the big blind. Blind on blind, and it's Razz from the small blind. 2,500 from Bruno. Freddie's thinking about it. Freddie does like to consider his options before he decides whether to fold or not. He does take a while. Oh, he's folded. So Bruno takes it. While that went on, we've had a player move because we have lost 2 players on this table. We've had James from Scotland moved over to join us, so now we're back up to 8 players on each table, which is funny because I thought we had 15 left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Well, we've got 8 players on each table. We got, so we're down to the best the best 16 players. Bruno is folded around to Bruno in the button. He's going to raise. He's going to raise to 2,700. Freddie folds a small blind, and James in the big blind. His first hand that he's going to play, he's going to have 1,000 stolen from him. Bruno had nothing there, but James gave it up like a yeah. We thought Scottish were supposed to be fighters, but clearly we found the exception. Blinds are up to 600, 1,200. Blinds are up to 600, 1,200. On this table, James from Scotland has got about 11,000. Holland in seat 2 has got about 11,000. Portugal in seat 3 has got about, oh my God, he's got about 40,000.
His chips. I want his chips.
She wants his body. She said, "Give it to me," and James jumped to the right conclusion. Oh, we got some action. Freddie has raised to his 2,900. What's wrong with 2,700, Freddie? That's what he usually does. James folded as usual, and Sandra folds a small blind, and sorry, what's your name?
Your name?
Andre from Portugal folds a big blind. Freddie's opening a lot of pots pre-flop and getting most of them through, has to be said. But then Sandra and James were a bit distracted. Herbie. What's your real name? James. Yeah. Do you want us to call you Herbie, James? James wants us to call him Herbie. Sandra raises from the button to 2,500. And small blind folds because he's listening to music. He seems to be having a little dance there. And surprise, surprise, her teammate in the big blind folds. I was stunned. I thought you were going to re-raise and put it to the test there. Can you believe that, Lee? That Sandra raised in the button and her teammate in the big blind managed to find a fold.
To be honest, there's been rubbish on this table for hours. I mean, it's not like we've had quads like twice or anything.
I think you should put it to the test.
Quiet,
I think she can't take her eyes off Herbie is the problem. Luca's in the big blind. Jerome's in the small blind. Andre is on the button, and you won't believe this, but Freddie has opened pre-flop for the fourth hand in a row. 3,600 this time. His raise gets a little bit bigger each time, but it gets to Andre has called on the button, and Andre has a lot of chips. Small blind folds, and Luca looks like he's going to call. From Italy. He doesn't have many chips though. He's called for 3,600. He only has about 7 or 8,000 behind. Flop is King clubs, Queen of clubs, and 8 of diamonds. Luca checks his cards and thinks. And checks, and Freddie checks from Germany, and Andre is nodding his head. I think he's listening to his music. I wonder what he's listening to. Does he know the actions on him? He checks. 2 diamonds. After all that action on the flop, let's see what happens on the turn. And it's check again. Freddie is going to make a bet. And it's going to be a big one. 7,200. This is really committing to this pot. This is the time they have to go with it or not, and they not. Andre folds, and Luca showed. Was that a queen, Luca? Oh, the camera. Sorry. Freddie got that one through. Quite a big bet on the turn.
So let's just have a quick update where we are on our side table. John, talk us through what we got going on over here.
Oh, that's good. Been watching the other one. This is the British table, the Brexit table. It's full of Scottish and English mostly. 1 Irish and 1 German. And Chris Kelly's all in. Ben finds a fold somehow, and and Kevin is thinking about it. Ben is on the button, so Chris shoved from the cutoff. Ben folded the button.
There was
Kevin is
under the gun raised to 2,600.
there was. I didn't even see that. Yeah. Germany.
So it's a decision for our German player.
He folds. Chris takes the pot. A badly needed boost for Chris.
So the decision was for Frank, and Frank decided to fold.
Nice.
And we'll go again. Scotland have still got 4 in. England have got 3 in. So there's a lot of dynamic going on here, John.
Yeah, it's amazing how this tournament works out. That people try to keep their teammates in, to try to make sure that the points that each team has
explain
is
what you mean
critical.
by trying to keep the team. Because obviously we don't allow any collusion.
No.
Whatsoever. We don't really allow. It's not soft play as such, but obviously there's an understanding that you're not going to go calling off your teammate from yeah.
Like for example, Chris shoved
light.
there.
Yeah.
It was quite unlikely that Ben was going to be the one to make the call.
No, exactly.
Even though I saw he had pocket queens. No, I didn't see that. But it would be unlikely unless there might be a scenario where if Chris was very light and Ben thought he had a very good hand and Ben had a terrible hand, he might call just to try to. But usually
back to our other table though. We've got an all in the call, John. So we'll get over there quickly so we can see what's going on. So it's Luca Luca's made the shove from the button with 10-4 of hearts for how much you got there, Luca? There about 7,500. Bruno's making the call. John's going to keep an eye on the other table because we've got an all in and a call there as well. We're going to do this one first. So it's 10-4 against King Jack. Here comes the flop. 7, 6, Queen, 9, and an ace. And Bruno knocks out Luca. Talk us through on the other table, please.
Right. We were all in pre-flop. Kevin had from Ireland had ace king. Frank from Germany had ace queen. And we were all in. The board was all low cards, which had no effect at all. And the ace king stood up against the ace queen. Kevin had 11,200 or something, and Frank had 200 chips less. Remember the big blind is 1,200. Frank has 200 chips left after that. He's not out. Germany's not out. It was Frank from Germany, yeah. Kevin at ace king, Frank at ace queen.
So Frank's pretty much, do you think he's all in next hand? What do you think, John?
He's already got his chips over the line, even though it hasn't come around to him.
I do get the feeling he just doesn't want to be at that table.
Would you? I don't think I would want to be at that table either. Oh, and there has been a caller. It's Matt, just reducing Frank's possibilities of winning.
So
even
you
more.
can see. So if you look top left of your screen, you can see Frank is the player, German player there in the black shirt, who's just put his chips across the line. It's just basically seeing who else is going to see the flop with him. Really, we're going to see a flop, and it is 7-7-4-2-2. They've checked it down. It's King 10 for Matt, 8-5, and Frank shows a 4. It's enough to win it. Frank gets Frank gets a triple up. But I've got a funny feeling he may well be in again next hand.
But who won the side pot? Matt must have won the side pot, did you? Yes.
So 2 England players ganging up on a German player there. It's not what you want to see, is it really? It's
Honestly,
unnecessary.
I thought this was supposed to be played in a friendly spirit.
It's unnecessary, it really
And then
is.
they checked it down. They should have. What should have happened is they should have raised, re-raised, got all in against each other.
Exactly, yeah. Would have been the right thing to do.
It's only
Play the game properly.
Oh, Ben is raised, I think. You raised, Ben?
Ben Burnhill from Scotland raises up. Under the gun +1. And Kevin gets out the way. It's so it's round on Matt Carter to make a decision. You might just be able to see Matt in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. There we go. If I remove the logo, you can see. There we go. There's Matt.
Ah, he's called.
Matt's called. Frank's got out of the way.
Frank? What would you do now?
Well, I don't know. It depends what you're playing for.
If Matt had folded, then Frank has to call, I think.
I think when there's 2 in it,
Irrespective of his cards.
Mind you, if I've looked at your cards, I think if I've looked at my cards and it's not, am I looking good up against 2 players?
Yeah. I think against one raiser you call.
Bear in mind, he has got a couple of hands to try and decide when he gets it in here. So
flop is 6-6-4.
And Ben's checked, and Matt's bet 7,000, and it gets it through. On our other table, we're going to see a flop, and it's Portugal versus Portugal.
Come on, Portugal.
And Bruno, Portugal skipper.
Oh. Bruno bets 2,000 or thereabouts, and
wow.
And Andre folds and shows pocket kings. The flop was Jack 9-4. Bruno bet, and his teammate Andre open folded King King. Bruno confirms he had Jack 9. So Bruno was winning. He had Jack 9 in his hand. What Jack 9 for? So next hand, Sandra's in the big blind, Herbie's in the small blind. It's folded by Andre folds, Sharon folds, Michelle folds, Bruno from Portugal calls, Freddie folds, Scotland fold, and Sandra from Holland checks. So we've got Holland, Portugal. Only 2 people in this. Yeah. The flop is 3 jack, queen, rainbow, check, check. 8, rainbow, still, check, check. Oh no, sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. 1200. So there was a small bet on the flop from Sandra, as called by Bruno. We got to the river. The board is 3 jack, queen, 8, 5. Bruno won with the jack. Oh, we're on the other
So
side.
just to let you know, we've just lost Frank. So we're now down to three Scottish, 3 English, and 1 Irish on this table.
God. Who would want to be on this table?
We'll just leave him to it, shall we?
Yeah, well, all the glamour's on the other table.
Exactly. So we'll head back to the other table. Yeah.
Andre's in the big blind, Sandra's in the small blind. Andre from Portugal, Sandra from Holland. The other 2 Dutch players fold. Portugal, Germany fold, Scotland folds. We're back round to small blind, Sandra from Holland, she folds. Andre wins the hand. Nice play, Andre, in Portugal. He shows 5-2, which was winning against Sandra because she had 4-2. So we're waiting. We're just about to start the next hand. Big blind is 1200. And oh, I'm on the telly. Right, so it's folded around to the cutoff, which is Herbie from Scotland. He folds. Sandra raises to 2-4, I think 2-5. Into her own player, her own big stacked player, who folds. Sharon let her go there. You obviously didn't have a good hand. Amazingly, Sharon discovered that he didn't have a good hand there when Sandra raised from the button. And she managed to get through with her. She was quite disappointed that her pocket kings weren't called there. Aces. And we're off again. Fold, fold. Fold. Fold, fold. Oh, hold on. We're on to Rondre on the big blind. Not the big blind, sorry, the button. Rondre raises to 2-6. Rondre from Portugal. Oh, we're just going up to the other table. There's an all-in on the call here. And, oh, Chris Kelly has knocked out Shirley. Shirley Cole's been knocked out by Chris Kelly. Pocket nines are better than ace 5. England drop a player, which is puts them down to 2. Scotland still on 4. Holland still on 3. Portugal on 2. Germany on 1. Ireland on 1. There's going to be a lot of points going to those 3 teams. Scotland in particular, but also England and Holland, going to get a lot of points here. Portugal are going to do well as well. Back in the feature table, and I'm in the way of the shot. There's about 10,000 in the middle, and we're on the river at 94472. Jerome bets 5,900, and it's on Andre from Portugal. He has about 35,000 at least, but Jerome has probably more than that. He makes the call, and I think he's going to win this. Actually, is he? He calls a 5-7. Wow, wow. Jerome had bet with King 7, so he'd bet with second pair with the King kicker. Quite a big bet. Jerome made that bet, and Andre called it with also with the 7, but with the worst kicker, 5-7-5. No. So Jerome picks up quite a few chips there, because there were already about 10,000 in the middle, plus that 8,000 at the end. So he's probably picked up from Andre maybe 15,000 in that hand, or best part of it anyway. He's on the button himself this hand with Michelle in the small blind and Bruno on the big blind. Freddie, what's he done? Calls from under the gun. Folds around to the button. Jerome takes his time and folds, and I saw he had 2-3. Folds, and Bruno calls. So we've got Bruno in the big blind and Freddie, who was under the gun. Bruno first to act. Not a big pot yet. 2 diamonds on the flop, 9 and 3, and a king of hearts. Bruno check folds. Bruno checks. Freddie went to bet, and Bruno's cards were in the middle before Freddie had a chance to let his chips go. So we're off again. You've joined us at a very tense moment. Sorry, I'm in the shot again. Anyway, sorry. Yeah. Yeah. I do forget. And I'm not sure what we'll wait. Oh, waiting for Sandra. She's going. Looks like she's going to raise. She's raised to about 2,600, I think, 2,005. If Sandra from Holland is raised, and her own player Jerome is thinking about it, he folds. Next is Michelle, also from Holland. He folds. He's quite short now, only 6,000 left. Bruno from Portugal folds. Freddie thinks and folds, shows 9-4. 9-4. Were you winning, Sandra? Sandra? We believe she was ahead of 9-4. Getting ready for the next hand. And here we go, here we go. So Sandra's under the gun, and it's gone. Cards are gone. Andre considering and folds. It's folded all the way around to the button, which is Bruno. Quite a few chips behind now, but not as many as Jerome. He raised to, looks like 3.5. 5,000. And Herbie moves all in for about 9 maybe. Scotland are all in for 9,300. And it's back to it's back to Portugal, back to Bruno, and he's taking his time about this. He doesn't seem that comfortable that he wants to call. He's already put in 3,500. He's got just under 6,000 to call, 5,800 to call, and he doesn't seem to want to do it. So what was he? He was clearly trying to steal, and it's been caught. Bruno's got himself into a corner here. He has to call, and we're not expecting much here. 9-6. Pocket queens for Herbie, 9-6 offsuit for Bruno. Bruno outplayed himself there. A bit of fancy play stuff there. He raised probably raised too much. So. Ace Jack 4 on the flop. 9. He's got some outs. 10. Queens hold up. Great play, Herbie. Amazing play. How did you find a shove with your queens there? I don't know. Yeah. Have you been coaching? Right. Sorry, that's not allowed. We may have to disqualify you from the tournament. Penalty. Yeah, well done, Herbie. Great play. You managed to shove for the extra 6,000. Right, next hand, and Michelle has put all his chips in, 6,500. Big blind is 1,200. Remember? No, it's not. It's gone up. Say 16. It went up. 16. Anyway, he gets it through. Sandra folds. Big blind. Yes. Especially when you're getting short.
I'm only 6'2".
What chips have you got now, Herbie? Well, actually, we know what you have. You were all in for about 9,000 something, weren't you? So you must be, yeah, plus a little bit of shrapnel. You might be about 19. Sandra, what do you got? About 10? Sandra's got about 10,000. Thereabouts, yeah, slightly more. Do you keep touching his leg? We've had a complaint that Sandra keeps touching Herbie's leg. It wasn't the complaint wasn't from Herbie. It was from somebody else who wanted the same. Right, the action is round to Sandra in the small blind. Andre is in the big blind. It's been folded around blind on blind. And Sandra hasn't taken any action yet. She's moved and she folds. Andre picks up the chips. Sandra stays in, doesn't take the risk of getting knocked out and losing points from a team. Each place gained is worth extra points now. What? Not in the hand anyway. I'll just have a word. I'll keep an eye on it. Yeah.
Who speaks fluently Italian?
My English is great. I got fluent English. Right. Jerome's in the big blind, Andrew's in the small blind, and Sandra's on the button. Raised from Freddie. Everybody folds. Sorry?
Call. It's only a call.
Oh, it's a call. Sorry, it's a call. It's a call. But everybody still folded anyway. So we got two people going to the flop. Jerome in the big blind and Freddie in the halfway round. There was no raise. 5, Jack, 9, 3 suits.
Jerome asked how many Freddie has. I think he's got quite a few, but his arm's in the way. Jerome has got millions. Check from Jerome, bet of 3,000 from Freddie. Something's going off on the other table. Oh, it looks like Ireland are out. Kevin has lost with King Jack against aces for Matt Carter. Matt Carter, you had aces?
I had aces.
And Kevin had King Jack.
Yeah, King Jack.
When did all the chips go in?
Pre-flop.
I can
Yeah,
see a
he
turn on. I can see a king on the turn.
That's
on
king
the
on
flop.
the flop.
A king on the flop.
Yeah, he raised to 6,000 pre.
Yeah.
He raised to 12 and he shoved.
Right.
I bit his hand
Which
off.
you weren't folding.
I bit his hand off.
Aces for Matt Carter from England. King Jack for Kevin from Ireland. Aces stood held up. Kevin is out. We got 5 players left on this table, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We had 7 left on the other table, so we've moved Michelle from table 1 to table 2. 6 on each table now. And we no longer have 3 Dutch players on one table.
What is called chucking the cat amongst the pigeons, isn't it, John?
Putting the Dutch player on the other side. Yes, yes, yes. He doesn't belong there. You're not Scottish. They've moved the wrong player. They should have moved Hervey back over. We're down to 12 players. Oh, and there's big action happening again. Brian Yates is all in against Tom from Scotland. Tom had King 2, Brian had Ace Queen, sorry, Queen 2. Tom had Queen 2, Brian has Ace Queen. There's an ace on the board and a 2 on the board.
So that's
Brian
a
wins.
double up for Matt from England, double up for Brian from England. 2 players left.
Isn't it funny how the best 12 players are the ones who are left in?
It's not always the way.
No. You don't think it's true? Well, which one do you think is not that good? We've had some dispute about whether they're the best 12 players or not. But you're no longer in, so you're obviously the other player.
That's it.
Yes,
That
yes.
I'm missing here, so that cannot be true.
I've got. Sorry, is it Rui? Oh no, it's Rui.
No,
It's Nunes from Portugal. You've played quite a few times before in this.
Yeah, it's my second year.
It's your second year, yeah.
We were unlucky last time, and one of the players didn't make one single point, I think, and that's what ruined our chances. But this time, I think we're still in good shape.
Yeah. Oh, we've got a big hand on the other table. So sorry. Ace 3 for Tom, and Jacks for who wants the Jacks? Oh, Jacks for Michelle. And the Jacks have lost. So clearly it was all in pre-flop. Michelle had Jacks. Tom from Scotland had Ace 3, and there is an ace on the board. Tom doubles up. Michelle loses a bunch of chips. Tom, what have you got now in chips? About 12,000. Michelle is down to very few, 2,000. Oh, and it's all going table 1 as well. Not quite. Bruno, Freddie, and Herbie are in this, and we've got not that much, about 5,000 in the middle. On the board, 2, 6, 3. It gets check, check, check. Another 2, and Bruno bets 2,000 into 6. Freddie calls, and Herbie calls as well. 3 ways. We've now got 12,000 in the pot. 2, 3, 6, 2. On the other table, Tom is all in again for about 14,000, and it's folded around to the small blind, which is Michelle. I believe it's folded around to Michelle, who is all in, and Matt's called the all in as well. 3-way all in on table 2. On table 1, by the way, just while we're waiting for that, there's a 5 on the river, so you got 2, 6, 3, 2, 5, and about a 4,500, 4,600 from Freddie. On this other table, we've got Ace-6 for Ace-6 for Tom, who's all in. King-Queen for Michelle, who's all in, and Ace-9 for Matt, who is a long way from being all in. So, Ace is 3, 4, 5 on the flop. 3, 4, 5 on the flop, and it's Ace-6 for Tom. So, Tom needs, gosh, quite a few outs actually. 2, 6. Okay, let's go. Let's go. A jack on the turn. Ace-9 is still winning. 6. Oh boy. A 6 on the river. Michelle stays in third place, but Tom gets quite lucky, to be honest, with his Ace-6 beating Ace-9 on the river, hitting a 6. He takes the pot. He almost trebles up because I think Michelle didn't have quite as much, but he almost trebles up. Michelle is knocked out for Holland, and Tom has now got. We got to check of Tom's chips in a minute. Scotland still have 4 players in. Holland have now got 2. On this other pot back in table 1, where Freddie had bet 5,600, Herbie has re-raised to 12,000. And he doesn't have much behind. He's only got about 3,000 behind. And it's back to Bruno, who is considering. He's still very interested, and presumably Freddie's also interested. Freddie may have been stealing, we don't know. Bruno, having checked originally, presumably with a view to check calling, has found that the pot is blown out of all proportion and is now in 2 minds about check calling. So we're waiting for Bruno. I think he would have check called a smaller bet, and he has a reasonable hand, but Herbie is representing a big hand. Freddie has something as well. Whether he's Freddie folds a 2, shows a 2. The board has 2 2s on it. The board is 2, 3, 6, 2, 5, and Freddie throws a 2 away. A big fold, but probably the right fold. Herbie, 2 pair, yeah? 2. What do you have, Herbie? He didn't have anything. I put you on pocket kings there, Herbie. So, we've got another one, another big hand on the other table. Pocket 3 is for Ben for about 14,000, and he's against pocket 8s. Who owns the 8s? Matt again. Matt is killing them. Matt has got the same amount in. And the flop is Ace-2. 8 stay ahead. Jack. Not much on a king. And Matt takes the pot. Ben loses. Ben is out. Scotland lose 1. How do we Matt's got a lot of chips now. we got to count them in it. Tom. So quick look around. Brian Yates has got about 26, 27,000. Tom has got 20 odd thousand. Chris Kelly from Scotland has got about 20,000. Matt 30,000. Matt has got loads. We got to count in a minute. Sandra has moved tables to. He's got about 12,000. Moved to table 2. She moved over to table boarding from table glamour. And 5 on each table now. Bruno's got about 16,000. Freddie has got 22. Herbie, many chips he got? About 20 in the high 20s. He's counting them for us. Roughly, well, just roughly. About 28,000. Yeah. Andre from Portugal has got about 32, 33,000. So Andre's in the big blind, Herbie in the small blind. Freddie raises from the button as always for 4,200 this time and gets it through. He gets it through. That's better. So on this table it's Herbie, Andre, Jerome, Bruno and Freddie. Scotland 10. Scotland, Portugal, Holland, Portugal again and Germany. The other table, England, Scotland, England, Holland and Scotland again. And Tom's all in again. Will he ever learn? But he seems to win most of his all-ins. He's got about 30,000 there. Not quite. And Matt is thinking, and Matt folds. Is that pocket king? He folds king jack offsuit. I'm not sure why he had to think about folding that, but we got another hand on table one, and guess what? Freddie has raised. He seems to be making a lot of raises and getting them through. It's round to this. Herbie has folded, and Andre has moved all in for about 30,000-ish, I think. Jerome is thinking about it. He's got more than that. Jerome is having a long think. I can see he actually got Queen 6. I don't know what that was all about. And Freddie has called the all-in. Right. Andre has got pocket 10s. Freddie's got pocket 9s. It's about the same. I think. Yeah. Okay. We doing the thing or? So he's got about. Andre's got chips left over, so Freddie's the one at risk here with pocket 9s against pocket 10s. Stefania puts out the cards, pocket 10s, pocket 9s, and the flop is 5, 5, 7. 10 still ahead. 6, an 8 would win it. A 9, a 9 on the river. Who folded? And somebody folded a 9. Oh. Jerome says he folded a 9. Michelle, not Michelle. Freddie doubles up. Freddie wins the hand on the river, hits a 9 on the river, gets. Wow. Andre is very unlucky there and really has done a lot of damage to his stack. He's got about 10,000 left. Freddie has moved. Freddie, what chips have you got now? 60. About 60,000, we think. So they both would be good stacks, but Andre's got about 10 left. So it's really building up to an anticlimax here.
I'm glad you feel that way, John. Yeah, really. No,
that's not true. It is getting quite exciting, actually.
You're wishing you were playing now, aren't you?
I do. That's true. That's true. I was born in London. I'm going to play for England next if I get picked. But the thing is, there's a lot of competition. You can see they've
really? There's not.
They've got a crack team out this year. Most of them still seem to be in the tournament.
With a very nervous captain on the sidelines, have you noticed? Yeah.
Yeah, well, she's not used to stress in her job. Yes. Shirley, sorry, can we have a quick word?
Of course you can.
Yeah. Ooh. How do you feel at the moment? You've got 2 players still in and quite a strong position in the tournament. Do you think you can get there? Do you think they can make it? Matt is really chipped up.
Matt is having an absolute blinder. Playing really, really well. Nothing's going wrong for him at the moment. What we need is Brian to double up, and then obviously one more player to go out, both on the final table. I can't ask for any more, to be honest.
I think there's one or two shorter, and the Dutch girl is shorter. Brian's all in.
Brian's all in. The Scottish are, obviously, they've still got 3 players in. They're playing really well.
He's moved all in here from the small blind against her big blind.
She's thinking about
It's an
it.
interesting situation, isn't it? Because she wants to get points. She can't call unless she's got a big hand.
She folds.
Because Brian could have
Lovely.
any 2 here.
Yeah. Job done.
Yeah.
So yes, a bit nervous, enjoying the experience, really good fun.
Would you do it again?
Most definitely.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's been brilliant. Really good.
Or should I wait until it's all over before I ask you that?
Yeah, maybe you should, yeah.
You got a lot of confidence in these players, so?
Certainly have, that's why I picked them. Did my own work.
They've done well for you,
They
yeah?
have not let me down. No, and I knew they wouldn't. Got an all in.
All in from... Is he all in?
And a call.
Oh, Tom is all in here. And so is Sandra. Sandra's quite sharp. She's all in, and so is Tom. And Chris manages to fold, even though he manages to not to try to knock out his own player. I think Chris folded a big hand here. Ace 8 for Tom and Jack 10 for Sandra. We got 4, 6, 7. So Tom stays ahead. But there is a spade, or there were 3 spades on the board. Another 6 and a 9, and Tom wins. Unlucky, Sandra. And that will be the final table, I believe. 9. We're down to 9 players. Oh, unlucky. Well done. Well played. Oh, you did so well. So we're down to 9 players. We're going to redraw for the final table. It's going to take us a couple of minutes to get it set up. I think they're still playing a hand actually in the other first, are they? He's still playing? No, they stopped. No, they stopped. So, looking good, Shirley. Chris Kelly. No. I want to find out what hand Chris Kelly folded, because I believe he folded a very big hand there to avoid knocking out Tom. Tom had Ace 8, remember, and Sandra had King Jack, and I think that that Chris folded the best hand, but he's shot out to the toilet. So with 9 left, I think Jerome might be the... Matt is probably chip leader and Jerome probably second. Who else has got chips? Nobody really. Oh, Freddie has got chips. So Freddie will be third at the moment. And really, there isn't anybody else who's got much chips. It's all Matt, Jerome and Freddie have all the chips.
We're gonna just so you guys know, we're going to do a seat draw for the final table, send the players on a 5-10 minute break. Just to get refreshed, ready, and then we'll get cracking on the final table. So we'll kind of see you back in 5-10 minutes.
So we're just about to start the final table. We're down to the last 9 players. And the people who made the final table are Matt Carter from England, who's got 58,000 chips. Can you believe it? 58,000 chips, Matt. Second in chips. We've got Freddie from Germany, 51,000. Tom Clark from Scotland with 40,000. Herbie from Scotland as well, 28,000. Andre from Portugal, 12,000. Brian Yates from England, 32,000. Bruno from Portugal, 12,000. Chris Kelly from Scotland, 27,000. And Jerome from Netherlands with 82,000 chips. 82,000, the chip leader by 24,000. You could put some of the others together and still have less than him. In fact, most of them. We've had a hand, not a great deal happened. Jerome took it, as he does. So everybody's still got more.
John,
or less
have you
chips.
explained the situation with the team?
No,
side
I'm
of
just going to
things?
come to that now.
Yeah, good luck.
Good luck.
Yeah.
Players. At this stage, Scotland still have 3 players in. England have 2, Portugal have 2, Netherlands have 1, and Germany have 1. But on that points situation, it looks Scotland are in a very, very, very strong position. They are, all right. They've got about 150. They're about 30 points ahead, I think. Here we are. Scotland at the moment have 81 points, but that's the reason they only have that is because they've still got 3 players in. The minimum that they can score is a 117. The maximum is 158. But they can't score less than 117 points. Every other team except England can't score more than 114 points. So there is no team except England that can score more than Scotland's minimum score. Is that clear? Nobody can get more than 114 except England, and
Sorry,
Scotland
John.
will get at least
John, I wasn't making
117.
notes there. Can you run that past me again?
Holland as well.
Nicely explained, John. Thanks very much. Right, so
That's only the top position. Also, England are in a very strong position for second.
Absolutely. So let's focus on this. We've got a good feature table here, final table of the team event. It makes a change, actually. It's still not all decided. Quite often this event can be decided before we get to the final table, but actually we're here. The guys have still got something to play for before it probably will turn into a bit of fun once the medals are sorted.
Yeah, England are in a strong position for second, but it's very tight for third, actually, between Germany and Portugal. Germany are ahead, but Portugal still have 2 players in and could finish up there. And in theory, Holland, well, it's very unlikely that they will. But it is theoretically possible for it all to go wrong for Scotland. How embarrassing it's going to be if they lose this big lead. Wouldn't that be good? They probably won't, but England could lose their second place. At the moment, Scotland, England, Germany is how it looks, but anything can happen. Not quite anything. Ireland can't win. Yes, that's right. Am I? I'm on Matt's fantasy team and I've scored 0 points. I'm captain. I scored 0 points so far. But this is my 3rd final table this week, Matt, reporting. Right. Back in the real world, Chris Kelly has made a raise to 5,500. The big blind is 2,000. From under the gun. It's folded all the way around to Andre on the button, who has shoved for about 12,000. Everyone else gets out of the way. Andre has King 10 suited, and Chris has pocket queens. Chris has got chips left over. Andre's at risk. Chris doesn't have much left over. He's got about 10 or 12. Chris has got the queens. So Stefania's doing a great job. And here we go. She puts out 6-6-4. A 10. A 10 gives a chance for Andre. Well, a 2 takes it away. Andre loses. And Chris Kelly doesn't quite double up, but he kind of 50%'s up. But he's not going to argue. He's very grateful for those chips. You needed those chips, Chris. Yeah. But now he's all right. Now he's got chips. And quite possibly. I think he's still here. The shortest now is Bruno.
Unlucky, it's alright.
I think Portugal had some theoretical possibility of getting somewhere, but that's gone now. So it really is just between Scotland, England and Germany. There's still 3 Scots in here, 2 English. What? No. I'm getting bronze. 1 German, 1 Portuguese, 1 Dutch. So we're getting ready for the next hand. In this hand, Bruno's on the button, Chris is in the small blind for Scotland, and Jerome's in the big blind for Holland. Matt Carter for England's under the gun. He's checking out his Facebook at the moment. He folds. Something better on Facebook. Freddie calls. That's interesting because Freddie's done a lot of pre-flop raising, so I wonder what's going on here that he's just called. Brian Yates is thinking about it. Brian Yates for England is thinking whether to call, and he lets it go. He doesn't even collect the call for the big blind. There's no raise, it's just a call. Chris Kelly folds in a small blind. And Jerome raises to 7,000 in the big blind. Putting the pressure, and yes, I thought Freddie was going all in there, but he just called the 5,000. He lifted up all his chips, put them over the line, but just dropped 5,000. Actions on Jerome. The flop is Queen 4-9, Rainbow. And Jerome, there's a pot of 15,000, and he bets 11.5. Freddie has about 40,000 or thereabouts. Jerome has about 80, over 80. Freddie thinking. And he makes the call. You got to think there's a good possibility Freddie has got a huge hand here. Here comes the turn, it's a 10. Oh no, it's a 10. 10 of spades. So we got Queen 4-9-10, 2 spades. Jerome raise pre-flop and bet the flop. And here he goes again. He's going to make a big bet here. It looks like 21,000, which really is most of Freddie's chips. Freddie had a good stack, but if he loses this hand, he's done for really. Oh, he's all in. He's all in. He's put in. It's about slightly over 30,000, I think. Jerome doesn't look very happy. I think Jerome's been caught with his pants down here.
I can't see how I don't know if I can keep that analogy going, John, but actually I don't see how he's got to make the call.
Yeah.
He's got to make the call.
Yeah, he doesn't even want to call the extra 16,000 or something.
So he does. So we're going to see. Let's see what they got getting there, John.
Queen Jack. Queen Jack for Freddie. It's not as strong as we thought.
So it's top pair, top pair with an up and down, and it's a spade flush draw. Spade flush
Freddie
draw.
is actually winning, but
oh, Oh, spade on the river. Spade on the river.
Okay, I don't know whether you noticed.
Spade on the river.
We've had a result.
Yeah.
Freddie
That's
was winning
the,
that hand.
well,
He had-
the important thing for that, John, obviously, to let people know at home is obviously the Dutch and Germany were vying for medals. They've now knocked out their main competitor.
Yes, yes. He won't be very happy about that because obviously Germany and Dutch have got a strong attachment to each other. But, Freddie had Queen Jack. The board was Queen High. He had a straight draw, but Jerome had a flush draw. Jerome had King 7 of spades. There were 2 spades, and the final spade came in the river. You may have. So. We're gonna check the situation in the points. We'll let you know as soon as possible. But we think Scotland have won. I believe Scotland have now won, but we're just double checking that. We're checking. We think Scotland has won now. And we think England are now probably guaranteed second. We're not just going to check that, but we think England are guaranteed second now as well. Bruno's all in with pocket 7s against Matt's pocket 10s. It looks like England will knock out Portugal here unless Bruno gets lucky. Bruno didn't have much. He didn't have much. Bruno had 9,000. Oh, we want to make sure the cards are seen on the camera. And it's ace 3-4, which doesn't help Bruno. 5, a 6 or a 7 will win it for him. A queen is no good. So Bruno gets knocked out by Matt Carter. Matt has got quite a big stack. We got to check now, but Bruno finishes in 7th place. Scotland have won. Right. We can. With that exit, it's definite. Scotland have definitely won. Probably England have probably finished second, and Holland have, we're not sure, but they're in the running for third here. Scotland were quite pleased by that to hear the news there. Yes, Herbie's the only person to ever win a medal and be banned from the casino at the same time. So on that bombshell, Herbie is raised to 6,000 from under the gun. The big blind is 2,000. Oh, further update. England a second.
And one further update. If Holland win the event, they would take bronze over Germany. Second for a tie, where there would be a playoff.
Right. There are 6 players left. Scotland have got 3 of them and have already won the gold medals. England have got 2 and have already got the silver medals. And Holland has got 1 player left. If the Dutch player finishes in 1st place, they win bronze medals. If he finishes in 2nd place, they're equal with Germany and will have a playoff for the bronze medals. The gold and silver are done. Right, and we're all in. Matt has ace king for England, and he's all in against, who's all in? Against Herbie of Scotland with ace queen. Oh, you got them right on the Herbie's at risk with ace queen. Matt has ace king, king on the flop, king 4-5, queen on the turn. He's still got a chance. He needs another queen. 8 on the river. So Herbie's done. Sixth place for Herbie. His best ever. His best ever result. A gold medal for Herbie. We've got 5 players left. Jerome from Netherlands really wanted Matt to win that hand. 1 place closer to coming first. He needs to be first to overtake Germany. So it folds around, 3 players fold, 4 players fold. Tom moves all in. Against England. Sorry, 3 players folded. 3 players folded. Tom Clark has moved all in against Brian Yates. Tom's got King 10, Brian's got Ace 3. Who's got the most chips? It's not much in it, actually. I think Tom's got the most. It's very little in it. Yeah, I think Tom's definitely got the most chips. So Brian is at risk. King 10 offsuit for Tom. Ace 3 offsuit for Brian. Whoever wins this hand will have a bunch of chips, actually. But there's because Tom is in for about 30,000. Sorry, Brian is in for about 30,000. Tom's calling. Tom's got about less than 10,000 left. Jack, Jack 5. So Ace stays ahead for Brian. Another Jack. And a 6. Ace 3 wins against King 10. Brian stays in the tournament, goes up to about 60,000. Tom goes down to less than 10,000, probably about 8 or 9. And it's now the shortest stack. The big stacks are Jerome in first, Matt in second, and now Brian in third after that, still well behind those first 2. And then the 2 Scottish players are now bottom, last and second last. But they don't care because they've won the tournament. Chris Kelly looking all around, sure indication he's got aces. Matt raises to 6,000, remember the big blind is 2, and Tom Clark instantly ships all in for his, how much is it? 7,000. 7,000? That's a bit low, isn't it? You should have more chips. Oh, a call from a call from Chris. Scotland has called Scotland's all in, and England has also called it from Matt. So Tom is all in for 7,000, called by Chris and Matt. Chris checks. There's 3 clubs on the board. 8, Queen, 5. Chris checks, Matt checks. Another club, King of Clubs. Check, check again. It's all gone crazy here. And Ace of Hearts. Chris chose pocket 10s. Matt has a pair of 3s. Tom has Queen Jack and wins. Pocket 10s are beaten by the Queen on the board. There are no clubs. Nobody had clubs. Nobody had clubs, they're all on the board. Tom stays alive and Chris doubles him up. Tries to knock out his own player. The team game doesn't matter for them anymore. They've already got the goal, so they're just playing for their individual places. And England the same. They're just playing for pride now. Netherlands is the one with all the stress. It's a stressful situation for him. He needs a shoulder massage there, Sandra. Yeah. I think so. Actually, I'm feeling a bit stressful myself. So, 6 again from Matt. And Tom chips again. How much is it, Tom? Oh, we're getting a count. It's about 25,000 or so. Brian folds. Chris will probably try to knock him out again. 23,000 for Tom. Yeah. Chris folds. Jerome folds. And Matt, having raised to 6,000, doesn't look very happy. He's obviously added the old goat. He calls with King 10 suited. The same hand as Tom had a minute ago. Tom is Ace 6. Tom is winning. If he wins this hand, be in decent shape again, back in the tournament. So, ace-6 for Tom. Are they all in the camera? Is your camera working? So we got just hold on. We got king 10 for Tom and for Matt, and ace-6 for Tom. The flop is king 5. What? King 5 queen. So Matt is winning. Thanks. An 8 makes no difference, and like another king, just to rub it in. Tom is eliminated. Matt wins the pot. 3 kings. Matt adds to his stack. 4 left. Why? What? Yeah. We got 4 left. 2 English, Matt and Brian. Chris for Scotland, Jerome for Netherlands. Chris is on the button. Jerome is in the small blind. Matt's in the big blind. Brian is first to go. He puts his protector on his cards, counting the chips, and he bets 5,500, I think. Is he going to? No, he takes 1,000 back. 4.5. Will he take any more back? 5.5. He's gone for the 5.5 in the end. Anybody who had money on 5.5 rather than 4.5 is winning. Chris is thinking about. Chris is getting a shoulder massage now. It's the thing. A minute ago, Jerome was getting a massage. Now Chris is getting one. Matt wants to know if they're still playing as a team. Brian has raised to 5.5. Matt folds his 2,000. Oh, and Rudders has arrived. Rudders, do you love this tournament or not?
I love this tournament.
He loves this tournament. Chris, what did you... Chris folds the cutoff. Jerome folds the button. Matt folds the small blind. Brian takes the chips. Action on Stefania. Wow. How many final tables you made this week? How many final tables have you made this week, Stefania?
2.
Two. This is my 3rd. I haven't been playing any of them. So, Jerome has buggered off.
So that's what gold medalists do whilst they're playing out their final table. Yeah.
What? Oh, go get a massage, yeah. Yes. I wouldn't know. I've heard a lot about it. Jerome disappeared. Everybody folded, I think, again. That's 2 walks in a row. God, the action is... They've all gone mental here. These crazy players are given 2 walks in a row. The first time we've seen that all week. And here he comes. Here comes Jerome running back from the toilet. Jerome, that was quick. You didn't have to do anything important then, no? Did you wash your hands? We suspect he hasn't washed his hands. Finds it up again. He's just got back in time for his big blind. And it's another walk. That's 3 hands in a row that have been walks. Luckily, this is not the final table or anything like that, because you'd never see a walk on the final table with 4 players left. Can we get 4 in a row? We're going for 4 in a row this time. 4 walks in a row. We're on 3. I blame the dealer. Stefania, it's your fault. Too much action. Matt said there was too many action hands too early. He reckons these players peaked too early. They shot the ball too soon. Oh, Brian has raised to 5,500 into his teammate. Unfortunately, he's raised from 3 to 5,500. He gets the oops just like Rick Perry, if anyone knows who that is. And Matt calls. He had an oops moment there. Right. It's 7,500. No, it's more than that. He raised a 6, didn't he? 13. It's 13,500 in the pot. 8-9 jack on the flop. 2 clubs. Matt to go first. And he's making a big bet. 16,000. He's overbet the pot, I think. Which is the modern thing to do. Crazy kid. And Brian's all in for quite a lot more. It's a big... Alright, oh my god. Brian has got a lot of chips. Brian's flopped a set. He had pocket 9s and it's 8-9 jack. Matt has got ace 10. So Matt is open-ended and a backdoor flush draw. Matt, do it with the flush. It'll be more fun. We need to get the cards on the camera. Can't do it from this side. The cards are moving around. It's anyone's guess where they're going to stop moving. There they are. All right, so it's a club. We need one more club, Matt, or a ace. He hits the ace. Ace on the river, but it's no good. Pocket 9s, hold up. And Brian, from nowhere, Brian Yates has got a big stack. Brian Yates won the last APAT tournament. Was that the last one? Yes. Brian Yates won the last MTT that APAT held, the APAT team event in Luton, and he's now got a big stack again. Not as big as your own, but it's growing. Chris folds the cut-off. Jerome's in the button and folds. And we got England on England again. And there's another walk. King Jack. That's 4 walks in 5 hands. Unfortunately, it got spoiled. Brian spoiled it in the middle. The aggression is ramping up here. We make another walk. So, Jerome's turn to fold. And he folds. Matt, your turn to fold. Matt. Matt is raised to 8,000. 8,000, the crazy fool. Brian folds. The action is on Chris at the moment. There's 5,000 more for him, and he makes the call. He's got about 22,000 or something behind. Matt's got a lot more. There's 17,000 in the pot as we go to the flop. Queen, Jack, 6, 2 hearts. Chris checks. Matt is going to make a bet of 13,000. Remember, Chris has got about 23,000, so if he calls this, he's virtually going to be all in. And he's moved all in. And Matt is not a bit happy about that, even though it's only another 10,000. Oh, he actually bet 14. It's probably less than 10,000 to call. We're just getting a count of Chris' chips. How much was that? 21,400. And he's already put in 14. That's going to be a hell of a fold, Matt. You must have a terrible hand. Right. Why? What? He makes the call. Pocket kings for Chris. And Matt's got king 4. Can Matt win? He can't win. In his 2 4s would win it for him. The only way he's got a king 4 against king king. Queen 6. Queen 6 jack 9-3. There's a possibility of a chop at the end of a 10 game, but it didn't. Chris doubles up, and Matt, who had a huge stack, won the chip leader starting this final table, and throughout it, in fact. All of a sudden, he's down to about 30,000, Matt? He's still got about 30,000 left, I think. 29. Sorry, I got it wrong. And it's been a big movement in chips, because now Brian's got a lot of chips, Chris has moved up in chips, and Matt is probably shortest, but he's still got 30,000, which is not a bad stack. We'll just get a reckon on the chips in a minute. Big blind's still 3,000, and the big blind at the moment is Jerome. Chris is small blind, Brian's button, and Matt has already folded the cut off. Matt. Brian breaks the raise to 8,000. Chris folds. Jerome calls. Flop is 775. There's 9.5. There's 17.5 in the middle. Brian bets 10. Jerome checks. Brian bets 10. Had confirmation. Chris has got 60,000. Matt is on 30. 145,000. I just got asking Jerome to count his chips. Right. So all of a sudden Brian is chipping. Brian's got 145,000. Jerome's got 123,000. Chris has got 60,000, and Matt is down to 30,000. So it's all turned around. It's falls to small blind Jerome, who raises to 9,000. Matt makes the call in the big blind. The flop is 9-8-8, 2 clubs, which are a 9 and an 8. Jerome leads out for 11,500, and Matt's all in, which is not that much more. And Jerome looks pained. Yeah. Matt says he's got 2,400,000. Not sure if Jerome has got enough to cut. Matt actually has about 10, 15, just under 20,000. Jerome has bet about 11,500. Matt has got just under 20,000. So about another 9,000 to call. These players seem to keep making the same mistake, in that they keep, as you made the call, they keep betting too big on the flop and then having to call when they're miles behind. Oh, but he isn't. Well, Jerome has king 2. Matt has pocket 3s. And Matt is surprised to find that he's winning. It's 8, 9, 5, ace. Pocket 3s. Hold up. Oh. So Matt's doubled up to 6. Matt's doubled up to about 60,000. Jerome still has probably about 90. But that's 3 times now we've seen players make a really too big a bet on the flop and be forced to call the all-in when
So
they
John,
know that they're losing.
So John, tell me, have you ever seen a bunch of Germans on the rail cheering England on? Yeah? Yeah.
Not before. Do they need? Oh, they need Holland not to finish first, of course. Yes, yes.
So
yes.
it's quite weird. One of them just cheered England, and then went, I can't believe I just said that.
Oh, we've seen it before. We've seen situations with Ireland cheering England. We've seen, we've seen Scotland cheering England. It's always England for some reason.
Well, it's weird, isn't it? That, yeah.
Right, we got another pot. No, it looks like there was no raise pre-flop. There was only 6,000 in the pot. 7-7 queen on the flop. Matt bets 5,000 and Brian folds. Matt chose the queen. So he clearly was winning. We've had a correction on the score situation though, because if Holland finished first, if Jerome finished first, then they win the bronze medal. But we thought that if they finished second, there would be a playoff between them and Germany, but it's been corrected. So if they finish second, they don't make the playoff.
The reason for that, John,
Germany
is the reason that just there is a points differential of 5 points between second and first. So if they win it, they'd go 1 point ahead of Germany, obviously. But second isn't just a point difference; it's 5 points difference. So actually, that's the only way they can do it.
Second, third, and fourth are all the same for Holland. That means they will finish in 4th place overall. So he's playing only for the win.
And that's a lot of pressure.
It's a lot of pressure.
That is a lot of pressure.
Especially the others are pressure free.
Yeah.
They got nothing to win or lose.
Their medals are already secured.
They're just playing for the glory or the embarrassment of losing to each other and so on. Oh yes. And Brian Yates, who is in running for Player of the Year, is picking up extra ranking points here. If he finishes, depending where he finishes in the individual classification, will affect his ranking points. So there is something for these players to play for, and probably Brian is probably aware of it, but probably Chris and Matt are probably not aware of that. Yeah. Wouldn't you? There's only one player being massaged at the moment. We did have 2 players in joint simultaneous massage mode a while ago. And we have another hand here between Brian and Jerome. Look, there's a standard raise pre-flop and it goes check check on the flop. Ace 6 queen on the flop, 10 on the turn. Actions on Jerome. He bets 8,000. There's about 18,000 in the pot pre-flop. 8,000 on the turn. Brian is thinking about it. And he looks like he's going to raise. Brian has counted out 21,000. In it goes. And Jerome pretty quickly picks up some chips. It looked like he was going to go for it and then put them down again. And here they go. They're all over the line and Brian is called. Jerome has got ace 10. Brian has got king jack. So Brian has already got a straight. He's made a straight. Jerome has got 2 pair. He needs to hit an ace or a 10 for a full house. The only 2 cards that win for him are an ace or a 10 on the river. So he's got 4 outs. 4 cards winning for him. Every other card loses for him. Brian has a straight made. And these were the two players with the most chips. The two chip leaders are all in against each other. Holland's going mad. They want a 10. RNA's, sorry. It's a 5. It's a 5. It's a 5. Holland lose. Holland are out. Germany take the bronze medal. Brian Yates takes all the chips. Brian straight holds. No ace, no 10. Holland finished in 4th place. Germany finished in 3rd place. Germany got the bronze medals. All the medals have been decided now. Scotland 1st, England 2nd, Germany 3rd, Holland 4th. But we're going to play on. Everything is decided. All the medals are decided, but we're going to play on. Shirley, the England captain, is quite pleased. She's over the moon, as they say. She's over. And there's Warren, the Welsh player. He's over the parrot. It's a bit noisy here. So, sorry, some of these players are a bit noisy. Raucous. Matt raises to 7,000. 8,000. Brian calls. Flop 3, 9, Jack, 2 spades. Check, check. 6 of diamonds on the turn. Check, check. 2 diamonds and 2 spades here. 2 diamonds. That's our 3rd diamond. Brian bets 20,000. And he made a flush. He made the flush on the river. King 7 of diamonds. He managed to call pre-flop with King 7, but then again, Matt had raised with a 2 and something else. Something else even better. No. Chris, who had some chips a while ago, has gone off the boil a little. He's quieting down a bit, even though it's 3-handed. He's just thinking about his gold medal now that he's going to take home. Are you going to get it engraved, Chris? Do you want me to sign it for you? Matt's on the button, and the chances of him not raising here are quite slim. Here you go, 9,000. Seems how he raised last time with a queen in his hand. A queen, a 2, I mean. Brian and Chris wimp out on the pre-flop. Let it go. Next hand, Brian on the button. Chris in the small blind, Matt in the big blind. Stefania dealing. Actions on Brian. On the button, he folds. Chris. He moves all in, just straight all in for about 50,000. He wins Matt's 3,000. That's the way to do it. The unexploitable raise there. There we go. Hey? Okay. Tom, can we have a word? We got Tom Clark here, captain of the winning team for Scotland.
Yeah, it's not quite sunk in yet. I don't know. The boys have done absolutely great today.
The boys done great. Well done. It's a funny old game, Tom. Tom.
Sorry.
What do you think of the team? You seem to do pretty well. You
Yeah.
got Ben.
We get Ben, we get
Herbie and
we get Chris, who's still in the MTT, and just yeah. I've got to put a special. I've got to put a word out to Chris. Chris has been kind of short stacked all weekend, and he's just like kind of he's just played the stack so well, and
I think he's, you know, I think he's had a lot of practice in the past of being short stack, so it's probably helped him.
Well, yeah. Maybe. Listen, the four guys.
He's an expert short stack player.
Listen, what the guys have done tonight in the MTT is like been absolutely amazing. Like I said, kind of in the MTT, just try and kind of keep it tight, just sit tight. Get into the points, and it did help. It did help us having the 3 players in the one table, and just.
What position were you in starting the MTT then?
We were third. We were 6 points behind Ireland and Germany, and so we were in contention. But we know there's a lot of points there in the MTT. So
it's important not to.
Yeah.
Not to
yeah.
go for broken kind of
yeah.
busts or because it's all about the points.
Yeah. That's like because.
And you've got a lot of experience of playing these team games now, so you're able to bring the team along with you. And so have the other players. In fact, Chris and Herbie and Ben have all played for the team before.
Ben hasn't.
Has he not?
Ben hasn't.
Did you just coach him? Did you give him some tips?
Well, I think it's a lucky omen, but his hair's the same colour as the medal we're going to win.
Oh, we got some action here. Brian has raised to 8,000 pre-flop, and Chris has re-raised to 19,000. The maniac, and. Matt looks like he might get involved as well. He folds, and Brian looks like he's going to fold. We suspect Brian was doing a little bit of stealing there, but just the once. Chris called with the Chris showed a king. What did you have? Matt folded king queen there. You may have been in bad shape again. Yeah. One of you would have been in bad shape because they both had a king, Matt had a queen, and we don't know what Chris's other one was. I suspect it was in line. Chris raises to 8,000. Brian, the chip leader, folds eventually. These players have been playing for 2 days now. They're probably quite tired. As you can oh. And Stefania, we got a change of dealer. Well done. Our new dealer is, what's your name? Natasha. Natasha. So, Matt's on the button, Brian on the small blind, Chris on the big blind, and Matt folds. Brian calls, and Chris checks. It's all slowed down. These crazy players, we had a fold, a make-up, and a check pre-flop. So 4, queen, queen, 7 on the board. It's all been checked around so far. 4,000 from Brian, and that's it. These players have played a lot of 8-pot tournaments. This is Brian Yates' 67th final table, I think. Chris Kelly has caught quite a few as well, and Matt has had his share. Brian, you've got quite you've got a glass cabinet full of APAT trophies, I believe. Is that true? Wooden, yeah. How many trophies are in there? Just APAT.
There's 5 in there, but I've got another 6 iPad medals, plus the today's. No, yeah, today's will be the 12.
5 in there, plus another 6. What, onlines? Are you counting onlines?
I am counting online, yeah.
Oh, right, yeah. Even without onlines, it's most of that.
Without online.
So you got 12 altogether, including today's. And while his hand is good, there's a big hand building up here between Matt and Chris. Action pre-flop, action on the flop. 5, 8, 7, rainbow. And Chris is going to move all in, and Matt's going to fold. So he picked up maybe about 15, 20,000 from Matt there. And Brian, although the other 2 players here probably haven't thought of it, it's still the case that this could help your player of the year status. Is that true? Yes. I'm not going to tell them.
If I win, I'm level with Rodders.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I won't advertise that if people haven't picked it up. Chris raises 11,000. Matt has got short now. He's got about 30. He's folded. Brian, 4,000 in from the big blind. Lots of chips behind. He re-raises enough to put Chris all in. Chris moves all in. We're all in. Ace King for Brian. Ace King for Chris. Ace 8 for Brian. Sorry. Just a second. We need to get them on the camera. Where's the camera? Do you want these on camera? Oh, it's done. You flicked it. Right. We're okay. Right. Ace 8 for Brian. Ace King for Chris. There's a king on the board, and Chris wins. 7 Jack 2 King 3. Chris doubles up off Brian. Brian thought that. Oh, is there some noise? There's a bit of a rabble. I was trying to commentate on this time. Somebody's singing in the background. Brian thought that Chris was making a move there. Well, Chris did have Ace King. Brian had Ace 8. So Brian raised, Chris re-raised, and Brian went all in, and probably that was a mistake. But he hasn't made many. That one was costly, but he hasn't made many mistakes. He's still got a lot of chips. He's probably still ahead of Chris. Matt is definitely in third. Yeah, I think Chris is slightly ahead now. More than slightly. Yeah, we know 30,000. But when I say you're third, that means you're ahead of all the 40 players that took part or whatever. Three left. Matt folds the button. Brian calls. Have you done one? Brian calls, so Zan obviously isn't as good as the monster Ace 8 that he had a minute ago. Chris checks behind hand. The flop is 5, 5, 9, 2 spades. The flop is check, check. There's an ace on the turn. Check, check again. The river's a 2 of spades. Was the 3rd spade. Chris says 10 high. Brian shows Jack 6 and wins the hand. Jack 6, was it? It's the Todd. He's had the Todd. He had the Todd. Jack 6. Unbeatable hand. Brian has been on the wrong end of that hand before. Have you not, Brian? Not that we like to remind him of it by the time he folded to Jack 6. You wouldn't like if people went on and on about this Jack 6 that you folded, Brian, would you? You just kept bringing it up all the time. No, I don't think anybody should do that. It was a terrible fold. Brian raises and gets it through, 9,500. He Matt folds on a small blind, big blind. Right, 300. Chris is on the button. He's now a chip leader. Having been nowhere, he's got it right back. Matt, who was also chip leader, is very short now, 30,000, because the big blind is 4. And Brian, who was also chip leader previously, has he's got quite a lot, but not quite as much as Chris now. Raised to 11,000 from Chris. And Matt folds and Brian folds. Chris wins.
Still be telling us now that he's a world champion and that we aren't.
Why aren't you?
Because we come second.
Oh yes, you have to win to be the champion.
Yeah.
I can hear some Scottish bozo shouting his head off behind here. Scotland getting a photograph taken. Since the Scottish and German teams seem to have merged into one over there. They're basically the anti-English team. Right, Brian is raised, and was it Brian raised? Anyway, we're at the flop. The chip's in the middle, and Brian is against Chris. Matt is folded. Brian's first to act, and he bets 12,000 into a pot of 25. 24.
Oh, get this phone ready. We'll get the main man on.
We're waiting for Chris. It doesn't look like he's folding. He's re-raised. Re-raised to 32,000. So Brian bet 12. Chris has made it 32. The flop was ace 9, 6, rainbow.
Has he brought the camera?
And I've had my photograph taken.
Cheers, John.
Well done, Herbie.
Cheers.
Congratulations.
Thanks very much. It's amazing feeling.
Is there anybody you'd like to thank?
Me. Not Tom for picking us, obviously.
Thank yourself, 'cause without you, obviously you wouldn't have won.
Yeah, that's right. Tom for picking the team, good set of lads, bonded really well. We worked hard for it, and it's unreal.
It's unreal. You can say that again. Scotland won. Oh, and he's re-raised. Chris had re-raised, and Brian re-raises again. Oh, and he's... Wow, Chris folds pretty quickly. We thought Brian was at it there. Chris re-raised from 12 to 32. And Brian re-raised again, which a big re-raise. And Chris just let it go. Chris caught out. Yeah. Yeah. So now Matt has got one blue chip left, one 5,000 chip, and a few other, about 20, oh sorry, two. He's got about 20,000 or something like that, maybe a little bit more. Very little anyway. Brian makes 10,500 pre-flop, because Matt had the big blind in of 4,000. Matt shoves. Brian shows ace-7 suited, and Matt's got ace-queen. And here we go, just Matt will double up again with this ace-queen. Brian's got ace-7 suited. An ace, ace-6, ace-6-2, ace, and a 3. Ace-queen holds. 2-6, ace-3. Ace-queen beats ace-7. Brian doubles up Matt. Matt, how much were you on? He was in for 24,000, so he now must have. Oh, he must have twice that. Let me see. Have you got the computer? Oh, there would have been a small blind as well, so he must have like 50,000. There's no real change. You can't see the difference in Brian's chips. Chris makes it 12,000. Matt folds. Brian's got 4 already in, and he folds. Chris takes it. Brian had a lot of chips, so he's been doubling people up. He's doubled up both of the others, in fact. He's still got a lot of chips. Matt. Matt is on the button. He's counting some chips, and I think we can see a raise coming. How much is it? 12,000. 12,000, Matt. Brian folds. Chris asks how much he has behind. He's got 50,000 total. 36. Plus the 12 in the middle. Oh, yeah. Chris is all in. And it's called. Matt has aces. Chris has, well, ace 3. Yeah, we can't see that. Okay. Oh, he's hit a 3. It's ace 3 against aces. There's 1 3 in the flop and no more. So Matt has doubled up again. He had 48,000 starting that hand, so you'll now have 96,000 plus a small blind of Brian. So you'll have 98,000. That 48 takes not quite half of Chris's stack. So Chris must still have probably about maybe 80,000, something like that, thereabouts. And it's all evened out, really. Probably Brian is still chip leader, and there's very little between Chris and Matt now. Matt must be slightly. Matt would have 98,000. Chris has probably got about, I guess, 80, but no, he's counting them. I think he's got a little bit more than his head, but just over 90. Or just over 90, Chris? Yeah, 92. 92. Brian, what do you got? Brian is 165. Yeah, Matt's close to 100. This makes no difference. And so there's virtually nothing between Chris and Matt now. Chris on 92, Matt on 100, Brian on 142 or something, 145. For gold, silver and bronze. Yeah. Yes. Surely. Oh, we're not in it. Surely the England captain looks like she wants to go home, but she has to wait out of, to make it look good, because 2 of our players are still playing. Oh, she wants the medal as well. Oh, they want the money. Never mind the medals. They want the money. They want the cash. For which player of the series? Oh, the player in the internationals. I don't know. That's interesting. We'll find that out. I did hear a while ago. Was it you, Ben? No? No. Tom. It was Tom. Tom was leading at one point. They were just wondering who's going to win player of this event, of the team event. Brian raises pre-flop and takes it down. Tom Clark.
Yeah, you'd have to say he was strong.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh well, it must be him. It has to be him. Brian has folded the button. Chris has raised from the small blind to 12,000, and Matt's folded the big blind. It's all evened out. The chips are very even. Brian is slightly ahead, but you swear there's something to play for. Individual money. There's no individual money.
From the sponsors.
Next hand. Chris is on the button. 11,000. An interesting diversion from 12. Variation from 12,000. Chris, what was your... Oh, wait till the hand's over. Brian is thinking, why did he make it 11 instead of 12? Brian's put his protector on his cards. I can always tell when he's going to play a hand. And he's put in about 40,000, I think. $39,000. Chris is thinking about it. Why did Brian make it 39,000? Chris is having a good look at Brian. Sooner him than me. And he's gone all in. And Brian's called. Instant all in. Instant call. Chris has got Queen Jack. Yeah, that's right, Queen Jack. Brian's got Ace King. All offsuit. And here we go. Flop, I can see a queen. Queen, 3, 4, 5. A 2 and ace wins. Oh, 6 is no good. 6 is no good for Brian. He was very unlucky there. Chris again thought Brian was at it. And well, he raises to 40,000. Brian wins that. Brian wins that. But he did double Chris up not long ago, so he's just getting the chips back. But I think, sorry, I've said that all wrong, haven't I? Chris won it. Chris won that. 104,000 he took. So now Chris is in the chip lead. Brian will be in third place now, I think. Yes. $104. So Chris must have about 210,000. Matt must have about 90, and Brian. And Brian is short, very short. And he moves all in. Brian moves all in. Chris calls. Brian, Jack, Jack. Chris, Ace 9. We've seen Ace 9 lose earlier. Yeah. Jack, Jack against 9-8. 9 Ace. And there's an ace on the board. Ace 3, 5, 6, 10. Pocket jacks hold. Ace, oh, sorry. It's Chris won with the ace. Brian finishes third. His pocket jacks get overtaken by the ace 9, but hit the ace. What? Oh, right. No,
There was that as well.
That doesn't count for that. There's only 40 runners or something. They possibly have, you know, we haven't recorded. Do you think, have you gone back to... So we're down to 2 players. Chris raises to 12,000 from the button, and Matt folds. The blinds are 2,000, 4,000. Matt will be on the button, in for 2,000. Chris is chip leader. Matt's got about 90 or thereabouts, something like that. And Chris has got the rest, which is probably quite a lot. Probably more than 200, certainly a bit more than that, in fact. Probably about 230 or something like that. Which means Matt has got a stack that can you can still win this with his stack. If you got like 80 odd thousand, can easily be 230. I don't get that low. Yeah. I've seen you. 12,000 again from Chris. 12. Matt says he's going to raise. So Chris raised to 12 from the button. Heads up. Matt re-raises to 28,000, which is more than a third of his chips. Chris is having a look. Matt seems pretty keen for him to call. And Chris folds. Chris folds like a girl.
Sorry, is that some sort of sexist comment though? Girls can't play poker or something like that? John, like.
No, it was a comment on Chris. So Matt's on the button. Chris is in the big blind. 2,000, 4,000. Matt shapes like he's going to fold and then raises to 12,000. Chris makes the call. You're doing the shit cards. Flop is Queen 4-2. Check from Chris, and Matt bets 22,000. Chris moves all in pretty quickly, and Matt calls. Pocket nines. Matt has pocket nines. Chris has 7-4. There's 1-4 on the board. There's a 6, Queen, and an ace. No good. Pocket nines hold. Matt doubles up. Chris once again thinks the other player is at it. Yeah. And so that's going to 86 plus whatever was there before. So he's probably got the best part of 200. And you've probably got about the same, have you? The stacks are fairly even now. 200-ish thousand each. Blinds are 3-6 now. Blinds now 3,000, 6,000. Chris raises to 15, and Matt calls. Flop is 2-6-3. Chris bet 16. And Matt picks up a bunch of blue chips, which are 5,000. He's putting in 7 of them, 40,000. And Chris folds again. So once again, Matt re-raises. This time Chris folds. The momentum have moved a bit in in Matt's favour. Oh boy, we're making mistakes here from tiredness. So Matt calls on the button, 6,000. There's a huge powwow going over on the other table between all the Dutch and Belgian players. I don't know what that's all about, but it's about 20 players all around one table, sitting all around it. It's like the Last Supper over there. Lee, is that the Last Supper going on over there? So, see all the Dutch and Belgians.
Frankly, I'd be all in blind every hand.
That's just you. What do you know about poker? Have you ever been involved in any poker organizations?
Not really. I'm a true amateur.
Big blind is 6,000. Chris raises to 10. Ace 3-5 on the flop. Matt folds before Chris bets. What are we actually playing?
3 points or something.
Apart
5 points.
from 3 hours. What are we playing this heads up for, apart from 3 hours? Right. Oh, and they're discussing all in. Right, they're going to get a penalty for this because... And they're all in pre-flop, and you can see there's some mega hands here. Ace 2 against King 5. Right. Go straight. Ace 2 for Matt. King 5. Ace 2 is ahead. Oh, 5 overtakes him. Chris gets him, and there's a groan. 10. So, Chris hits a 5, which is... They were virtually equal scuts. They were virtually equal stacks at the start of that, and we think they're done. We think it's over. They think it's all over. Chris, yeah, he's got him covered. He's covered. He's got Matt, he's covered. King 5's the best hand in poker. When takes down Ace 2 loses.
Actually, no, leave him with one shit. Go on.
Well, it's not over. Matt has chips.
Oh, we go again.
And the crowd groans. And the crowd's turned ugly. Nice. And Chris folds the button. And they're all in, and they've all got diamonds. Chris 10-3. Matt ace-9. 6-8. Jack 8. Oh, a lot of diamonds on the board. Queen. Ace wins. It doesn't win. The ace does win, but that was the short stack. The short stack won, which was Matt. Matt doubles up. The players have been all in pre-flop the last 2 hands. Chris won the big one, but Matt doubled up again, and he's back in it. He's back in it again. Here we go. Oh, Matt's moved all in. The crazy maniac.
So John, I think that's the first time in poker history we've ever had an all-in before the dealer has even shuffled.
Yes. Well, Matt is one of the most craziest players in the game. Yes, we got King 7 for Matt and Jack 10 for Chris. 3, 4, 5. We're going to get a split pot. 3, another 3. And a 7. And Matt doubles up. Again. Matt wins again. They were all in again pre-flop. Yes. These players, they spend all year complaining about tournaments that turn into shove fest, and then they just do it themselves when they got like millions of blinds. Huh?
You can bring it back, Chris. You can do this, Chris. Come on. Do you get all the Jack high? Jack high?
No, we can't.
Jack high. Your national pride, man. All of it. Give the dealer a chance.
You can win this.
Matt, fold.
This is a rough day.
Yeah. Fold, Matt. Come on. Here we go. Chris has moved in for 31,000 with 1,000 behind, and Matt folds. Matt folded. He only had ace-10, so he's obviously losing. Chris moved in for 31,000 out of 32. He's playing the hand deceptively. No, camera's on. And they're all in. 10-2 for Matt, which is the best hand. 4-5 for Chris. Here we go. Ace, 2, queen. Oh, 3. Hey, another ace. One more card. And Chris's life is hanging by a thread. Oh, and it's over. And we've had a dramatic last hand there. Yes. Are we done? We're going to wrap it up there now. Thank you.
We are done, John. A big thank you to John Murray for commentating there on most of the day. That's us done from the WCOAP for another day. We'll be back tomorrow for day 2 of the High Roller, and we'll see how we go. Sometime between 12 and 1 o'clock we'll get the stream up and running. Big congratulations to Scotland, England and Germany for the medals in the team event today. You can get all the photos, updates, and latest news on the rest of the week on apac.com/forum. Have a look for the live updates thread, and you'll see what's there. Thanks very much for watching. We'll see you all tomorrow.